Welcome, dear friend. Tonight, as you rest in the quiet darkness or the gentle light of this moment, know that you are exactly where you need to be. Here in this sacred space we call Buddhist Insights Journey, ancient wisdom meets the weary heart of the modern seeker. Perhaps your mind is still racing. Maybe you're replaying a conversation, thinking about something you wanted but didn't get, or scrolling one last time, feeling that familiar ache of wanting more. You're exhausted, but your thoughts won't stop. You want peace, but desire keeps pulling you forward, whispering that happiness is just one more thing away. You are not alone in this. For thousands of years, human beings have struggled with this same restless hunger. And tonight, you will hear stories that have changed lives across centuries. Stories that will help you see desire not as an enemy to fight, but as a teacher to understand. Now let the outside world fade away. Settle into this moment. Let your breathing slow, and let us begin. Story 1: The Merchant Who Could Never Rest. A Buddhist tale about restlessness and stillness. There was once a merchant who had everything the world told him to want. His warehouses overflowed with silk and spices. His coffers held more gold than he could count in a week. His name was spoken with respect in every marketplace from the northern mountains to the southern coast. People envied him. They imagined his life must be filled with ease and contentment. But every night, as the merchant lay in his bed surrounded by luxury, sleep would not come. His mind would turn like a mill wheel, grinding through the same thoughts over and over. The shipment that was delayed, the rival merchant expanding into his territory, the deal he had almost closed but lost at the last moment, the property he wanted to buy before someone else claimed it. His thoughts never rested. They reached endlessly forward, grasping at what was not yet his, worrying about what might slip away. His body was exhausted, but his mind refused to stop. He would rise before dawn, hollow-eyed and tense, and begin another day of accumulation that brought him no closer to peace. Perhaps you know this feeling. Maybe not with warehouses and gold, but with your own version of it. You lie in bed at night, and your mind will not be still. You think about the email you need to send tomorrow, the conversation that did not go the way you wanted, the person who has something you wish you had. You scroll through your phone, looking at other people's lives, their achievements and pleasures, and something inside you tightens with wanting. You tell yourself that once you get that promotion, once you reach that milestone, once you have what they have, then you will rest. Then you will be satisfied. But somewhere deep down, you already know the truth. You have reached goals before. You have gotten things you wanted. And the peace lasted only a moment before your mind found something new to chase. This is not a personal failing. This is the human condition. And it is what the merchant was about to discover. One evening after another sleepless night, the merchant could bear it no longer. He had heard stories of a teacher who lived in a grove outside the city, a man who had once been a prince, but had walked away from his palace to seek understanding. People said this teacher, the Buddha, had found something that wealth could not buy. The merchant was skeptical. He believed in things he could measure and count. But desperation has a way of opening doors that logic keeps closed. So he went. He found the Buddha sitting beneath a tree in the fading light, perfectly still, his face reflecting a peace the merchant had never seen in any mirror. The merchant approached, and before he could even speak, tears came. Not sad tears, exactly. Tears of exhaustion, of relief at finally being in the presence of someone who might understand. "Teacher," the merchant said, his voice breaking, "I have everything and I have nothing. I am successful and I am miserable. My mind will not stop. It chases and chases, and I do not know what it is chasing anymore. I thought you might teach me to meditate to calm my thoughts, to find some technique that will finally give me rest. The Buddha looked at him with eyes that seemed to see past all the merchant's accomplishments and defenses down to the exhausted human beneath. He did not offer a meditation technique. He did not tell the merchant to breathe a certain way or recite a certain phrase. Instead, he asked a single question: what are you truly hungry for? The merchant opened his mouth to answer, then closed it. He thought he knew. More success, security, the satisfaction of winning. But as he sat there in the silence with the Buddha's gaze holding him steady, he realized he did not actually know. He had spent so many years feeding a hunger that he had never stopped to examine what that hunger actually was. Was he hungry for wealth? He already had more than he needed. Was he hungry for respect? He already had that too. Was he hungry for security? No amount of gold had ever made him feel secure. The more he accumulated, the more he feared losing it. So what was he hungry for? The question hung in the air between them like an unanswered prayer. "I do not know," the merchant finally whispered. "Then that," the Buddha said gently, "is where we begin." The Buddha gestured for the merchant to sit. The ground was hard and plain, nothing like the cushioned chairs the merchant was accustomed to, but he sat anyway. Around them, the evening settled into stillness. Birds called their last songs before darkness. The air cooled. And in that simple moment, something in the merchant's chest loosened just slightly. "You have been running," the Buddha said, "but you do not know what you are running toward. And so, you can never arrive. You achieve one thing, and immediately your mind tells you it is not enough. You acquire what you thought you wanted, and the wanting simply shifts to something else. This is not because you are broken. This is because you have mistaken the map for the territory. You have mistaken desire for the thing itself." The merchant frowned, trying to understand. "But desire is what drives me. Without it, I would have nothing. I would be no one." "Would you?" the Buddha asked. "Or would you simply be here in this moment without the constant noise of wanting pulling you away from it?" The merchant had no answer. He realized that he could not remember the last time he had simply been somewhere without his mind already reaching toward the next thing. Even now, sitting with the Buddha, part of his mind was calculating what he was missing, what deals might be happening without him, whether this conversation would prove useful or a waste of time. He could not stop evaluating, measuring, comparing. It was like a muscle that had been clenched for so long he had forgotten it was possible to relax it. "Let me tell you something about hunger," the Buddha continued. "There are two kinds. The first kind is real. Your body needs food, water, shelter, rest. These needs are natural and can be satisfied. When you are truly hungry, you eat, and the hunger ends. When you are tired, you sleep, and the exhaustion lifts. This kind of hunger is simple. It arises, it is met, it passes. But there is a second kind of hunger. This hunger cannot be satisfied because it is not really about the thing you think you want. It is about the space inside you that you are trying to fill, and no external thing can fill an internal void." The merchant thought about his warehouses full of goods, his chests full of gold. None of it had filled anything. The emptiness remained, and so the wanting continued. He had been trying to solve an inner problem with outer solutions, and it had never worked. Not once. But he had kept trying anyway, because he did not know what else to do. "You check your accounts at night," the Buddha said, though the merchant had not told him this. "You count your successes and your losses. You compare yourself to others. You lie awake thinking about what you do not yet have. And in doing all of this, you miss the only thing that is actually real this moment, this breath, this life happening right now while you are elsewhere in your mind. The merchant felt something crack open inside him. It was not a pleasant feeling. It was the feeling of a truth you have been avoiding finally catching up with you. He thought about last night. He had lain in his expensive bed in his beautiful home, and he had been thinking about a property across town that he wanted to buy. He had not felt the softness of his bed. He had not noticed the moonlight coming through his window. He had not been present for his own life. He had been lost in the phantom future, chasing a ghost of satisfaction that never materialized. So, what do I do? The merchant asked, and there was a rawness in his voice. Now, a vulnerability he usually kept hidden behind confidence and control. How do I stop? You do not stop the wanting, the Buddha said. You cannot simply command desire to cease. That would be like commanding the wind to stop blowing. But you can learn to see it clearly. You can learn to recognize when desire arises, what feeds it, and what it is actually seeking. Most people never look at their desires. They simply obey them. They feel the pull of wanting and immediately move toward it, like a fish biting a hook without seeing the line. But you can learn to pause. You can learn to see the hook. The Buddha reached down and picked up a small stone from the ground. He held it in his palm. Right now I am holding this stone. Do I want this stone? The merchant shook his head. No. Why not? Because it is just a stone. It has no value. And yet, the Buddha said, if I told you this stone could cure any illness, that kings had fought wars to possess it, that it was the last of its kind in all the world, what would happen in your mind? The merchant felt it instantly. Even knowing it was just an example, his mind began to calculate. How much would such a stone be worth? Who would want it? What could he gain by having it? The wanting arose like smoke from a fire, automatically without his permission. You see, the Buddha said gently, the stone did not change. Your mind changed. And in that change, you created desire where none existed a moment before. This is what your mind does all day, every day. It takes neutral things and assigns them meaning, value, necessity. And then you suffer because you do not have them or because you might lose them. The suffering is not in the things. It is in the story your mind tells about the things. The merchant sat very still. He was beginning to see something he had never seen before, and it frightened him. If desire was just a story his mind told, if the things he chased were not inherently valuable, but only valuable because he believed they were, then what did that say about his entire life? What did that say about everything he had built, everything he had sacrificed, everyone he had neglected in pursuit of his goals? Had it all been a story? Had he been chasing shadows? I see what you are thinking, the Buddha said, reading the distress on the merchant's face. You think this means your life has been wasted, but that is not what this teaching means. Your life has brought you here to this moment, to this question. That is not waste, that is arrival. Most people never arrive at this question. They chase until they die, never once stopping to ask what they are truly hungry for. You are fortunate. You are exhausted enough to stop. You are suffering enough to seek. And in that suffering, you have found your way to the beginning of freedom. The merchant felt tears again, but this time they were different. They were not tears of exhaustion. They were tears of recognition. He was seeing himself clearly for the first time in years, perhaps in his entire life. And what he saw was not a successful merchant. What he saw was a scared human being who had been trying desperately to prove his worth through accumulation. who had been trying to build walls of wealth high enough that he could finally feel safe, who had been running from an unnamed fear that no amount of success had ever soothed. "What am I afraid of?" the merchant asked, speaking more to himself than to the Buddha. "What do you think?" the Buddha asked gently. The merchant closed his eyes. He let himself feel what he had been running from, and there it was, underneath all the wanting, all the striving, all the midnight calculations. He was afraid of being nothing, of having no value, of being forgotten, of being ordinary. He had built an empire not because he loved building, but because he was terrified of what he would be without it. And no matter how much he built, the fear remained, because the fear was not about what he had. It was about who he was, and who he was had never changed regardless of his accomplishments. "I am afraid," the merchant said slowly, "that if I stop wanting, if I stop striving, I will disappear, that I will become invisible, that I will not matter." "And so you chase visibility," the Buddha said. "You chase mattering. But tell me, in all your chasing, have you ever felt like you truly matter? Have you ever felt seen?" The merchant shook his head. The more visible he became in the world, the more invisible he felt to himself. The more people knew his name, the less anyone knew who he actually was. He had built a life that looked impressive from the outside and felt hollow from the inside, and he had no idea how to bridge that gap. "There is a practice I want to teach you," the Buddha said. "It is very simple, but it is not easy. I call it the hunger recognition method. Whenever you feel desire arise, whenever you feel that pull towards something you do not have, I want you to stop for just a moment. Do not act on the desire. Do not push it away. Simply stop and ask yourself 3 questions. The Buddha held up one finger. "First, what do I think I want right now? Name it specifically, not just more. But what specifically are you reaching for in this moment?" He held up a second finger. "Second, what do I believe having that will give me, not the thing itself, but the feeling you think the thing will provide? Security, happiness, worth, validation, peace." He held up a third finger. "Third, is there any way to access that feeling right now without the thing? Can you feel secure or worthy or at peace for even a moment exactly as you are?" The merchant looked at the 3 fingers, and they seemed both absurdly simple and impossibly difficult. His entire life had been built on the assumption that feelings came from getting things. The idea that he could feel something without first acquiring what he thought he needed, it seemed backward. It seemed impossible. "Try it now," the Buddha said. "What is something you want?" The merchant thought of the property he had been obsessing about. "There is a plot of land near the river, prime location. If I do not buy it soon, my competitor will." "Good. So you want the land. Now, second question, what do you believe having that land will give you?" The merchant considered. "It will give me an advantage, security, proof that I'm still sharp, still capable of winning." "And the third question is there any way to feel secure or capable, or like you have won right now without the land?" The merchant started to say no automatically, but then he stopped. He sat there in the grove in the cooling evening air with the Buddha watching him with infinite patience, and he realized something startling. Right now, in this moment, he was not losing. He was not failing. He was sitting with a wise teacher having a conversation that was changing his understanding of his entire life. If he could pause his obsession with the land, for just this moment, could he access a sense of his own capability right here? Could he recognize that he was enough even without the next acquisition? He tried. He took a breath. He felt his body sitting on the ground. He noticed that his heart was racing less than it had been. He looked at the Buddha's peaceful face and realized he was in the presence of something real, something that no amount of gold could buy. And for just a flicker of a moment, the wanting stopped. For just an instant, he was here. He was present. He was enough. Then his mind jumped immediately back to the land. The moment passed. But it had happened. He had felt it. A tiny gap in the constant current of desire. You felt it, the Buddha said, and it was not a question. That moment of enough. It was brief, but it was real. That is what you have been seeking all along. Not the land, not the gold, not the respect. That moment of peace, that moment of presence, that feeling of being complete exactly as you are. And here is what you must understand, that feeling is always available. It does not require any external condition, but desire covers it up. Desire keeps telling you that peace is one more thing away, one more achievement away, one more acquisition away. And so you never stop moving long enough to discover that what you seek is already here. The merchant felt dizzy, as if the ground beneath him had shifted. His entire worldview was reorganizing itself. He had spent decades believing that peace was something you earned through success, that rest was something you achieved through accomplishment, that you had to build yourself into someone worthy before you could finally relax. But what if it was the opposite? What if the constant building, the constant striving, the constant wanting was precisely what kept peace away? What if he could rest first and build from there? The idea seemed radical, impossible, and yet sitting here with the Buddha, having just experienced that flicker of enoughness, he could not deny that something had shifted. But how do I live? The merchant asked. I have a business. I have responsibilities. I have people who depend on me. I cannot just sit under a tree and stop wanting things. The world does not work that way. No one is asking you to stop living, the Buddha said with a slight smile. I am not telling you to abandon your business or your responsibilities. I am telling you to change your relationship with them. Right now, you do not run your business. Your business runs you. Your desires control you. You are a servant to your own wanting. But what if you could work and build and engage with the world without the desperate clinging? What if you could pursue goals without believing your worth depends on achieving them? What if you could fail without it destroying you and succeed without it inflating you? The merchant tried to imagine this, working without the constant anxiety, pursuing goals without the desperate attachment to outcomes. It sounded like a fantasy, but then again, so did the moment of peace he had just experienced until he experienced it. Let me tell you what happens when you practice the hunger recognition method consistently, the Buddha continued. At first you will forget. You will feel desire and immediately chase it just as you always have. That is normal, but then maybe hours later you will remember. You will realize you acted on wanting without even recognizing it was happening. That awareness itself is progress. Then over time, you will start to catch the desire a little sooner. Maybe not before you act, but while you are acting. You will notice in the middle of a transaction that your heart is racing and your jaw is clenched, and you are not present for what you are doing because you are too focused on the outcome. That awareness creates space, and in that space, you can breathe. You can choose. You can ask the 3 questions. The Buddha leaned forward slightly. Eventually, with practice, you will begin to catch desire before it controls you. You will feel that familiar pull, that sense of, I need that, and you will pause. You will recognize it for what it is, not truth, but a story your mind is telling. And in recognizing it as a story, you rob it of some of its power. It no longer commands you absolutely. You can feel the desire and choose whether to follow it or not. This is freedom. Not the absence of desire, but the ability to see it clearly and choose your response. The merchant absorbed this. It made sense intellectually, but he had no idea if he could actually do it. His patterns of wanting were so old, so deeply grooved into his mind. They felt like part of his identity. He was a man who wanted things. He was a man who achieved. Without that drive, who would he be? You will still be you, the Buddha said again, seeming to read his thoughts. But you will be a version of yourself that is no longer imprisoned by your own mind. Right now, your thoughts about what you need are like bars on a cage. You think they are protecting you, keeping you safe, motivating you forward, but they are actually trapping you. You cannot rest because the bars are always there, always demanding more. The practice I am offering you is a way to see the bars clearly. And once you see them clearly, you realize they were never solid. They were always just thoughts, just stories. And stories can be changed. The merchant sat with this for a long moment. The sky had darkened fully now. Stars were beginning to appear. Somewhere in the distance he could hear the sounds of the city voices, wheels on stone, the everyday noise of commerce and life. His life. The life he would return to. But something had changed. He could not unsee what he had just seen. He could not unknow what he now knew. The bars of his cage were visible now, and that visibility changed everything. "I will try," the merchant said finally. "I will practice what you have taught me. But I confess, I am afraid. I am afraid that if I stop chasing, I will lose everything. My competitors will overtake me. My business will fail. I will become irrelevant." "Perhaps," the Buddha said simply, "or perhaps you will discover that you accomplish more with less suffering. Perhaps you will find that when you are not exhausted by constant wanting, you actually see opportunities more clearly. Perhaps you will build something even more successful, but this time from a place of presence rather than fear. Or perhaps your business will shrink, and you will discover that you are more at peace with less than you ever were with more. I cannot tell you what will happen, but I can tell you this: the life you are living now is not sustainable. You are exhausted. You cannot sleep. You have everything and feel empty. So what truly do you have to lose by trying something different?" The merchant had no answer to that. The Buddha was right. His current path led only to more of the same, more sleepless nights, more anxiety, more hollow victories. What he had been doing was not working. It had never worked. He had just been too busy doing it to notice. "There is one more thing I want you to understand," the Buddha said, his voice soft in the darkness. "When you begin to see your desires clearly, when you start to practice the hunger recognition method, you may discover something uncomfortable. You may discover that much of what you thought you wanted, you do not actually want at all. You may discover that you have been chasing things because others told you they were valuable, or because you thought they would make you worthy, or because you were afraid of what would happen if you stopped chasing. And when you realize this, you may feel grief. You may mourn the years spent pursuing things that were never truly yours to want. This grief is part of the path. Do not avoid it. Let it move through you. It is the price of waking up." The merchant felt that grief already beginning a dull ache in his chest. How many years had he lost to wanting? How many moments with his family had he missed because his mind was elsewhere, calculating and scheming? How many sunsets had passed unseen because he was too busy planning tomorrow? How many times had someone spoken to him and he had not really listened because he was already thinking about the next transaction? The losses were incalculable, and yet here was the Buddha telling him that seeing those losses was itself a kind of freedom. Tomorrow morning, the Buddha continued, you will wake up and your mind will immediately begin its usual routine. It will start generating lists of what needs to be done, what needs to be acquired, what needs to be controlled. This is normal, but tomorrow morning, I want you to try something. Before you get out of bed, before you check on your business, before you let the day pull you forward, I want you to lie there for just 3 breaths. Just 3. And with each breath, I want you to notice one thing that is already enough. The softness of your bed, the fact that you are alive, the light coming through your window. Just 3 breaths, 3 small recognitions of sufficiency. That is all. Can you do that? The merchant nodded. 3 breaths. It seemed impossibly small and impossibly large at the same time. 3 breaths of noticing what was already here instead of reaching for what was not. 3 breaths of enough before the day of wanting began. And during your day, the Buddha said, whenever you feel overwhelmed, whenever you feel that familiar tightness in your chest that tells you you are losing control, come back to the 3 questions. What do I think I want? What do I believe it will give me? Can I access that feeling now without the thing? You will forget many times. You will get swept up in the current of desire and only remember hours later. That is the nature of practice. But each time you remember, even if it is too late to change what you did, you are training your mind. You are creating new grooves. And over time, those new grooves will become as deep as the old ones. Over time, the pause will become natural. Over time, you will discover that you can live fully engaged completely, work diligently, and yet remain free. Not free from desire, but free within it. The merchant bowed his head. He felt humbled and exhausted and strangely hopeful. For the first time in as long as he could remember, he felt like there might be a path forward that did not involve more striving, more accumulation, more exhaustion. He did not know if he could walk that path successfully, but he knew he had to try. The alternative, continuing as he had been, was no longer bearable. "Thank you," the merchant said, and his voice was thick with emotion. "I came here expecting techniques and instructions. I expected you to teach me how to meditate or how to quiet my mind. But instead, you have shown me something I did not know I needed to see. You have shown me that I have been looking in the wrong direction. I have been trying to find peace out there in my accomplishments and possessions when it was here all along. Or at least it could be here if I stopped disturbing it with my constant wanting." "Yes," the Buddha said simply. "Now go home, rest, and tomorrow begin again. Not as someone who has everything figured out, but as someone who is willing to see clearly. That willingness is enough. That willingness is everything." The merchant stood. His legs were stiff from sitting so long on the hard ground, but he did not mind. He bowed deeply to the Buddha, then turned and walked back toward the city. The stars were bright above him. The air was cool on his face, and for the first time in years, he was not thinking about tomorrow. He was here in this moment, walking this path, breathing this air. It would not last. He knew that. His mind would soon start its familiar spinning. But for now, for these few steps, he was present. He was enough, and that was more valuable than anything he had ever bought. That night, when the merchant finally lay in his bed, he remembered the Buddha's instruction: 3 breaths, 3 recognitions of enough. He closed his eyes and took the first breath. He noticed the softness of the pillow beneath his head. It was soft, It was comfortable. It was enough. Second breath. He noticed the quiet of his home, the absence of noise and demand. It was peaceful. It was enough. Third breath. He noticed his own heartbeat, steady and strong. He was alive. He was here. It was enough. And then for the first time in longer than he could remember, the merchant fell asleep without his mind racing ahead into tomorrow's worries. He simply slept. And in that sleep, there was a kind of peace he had forgotten existed. In the weeks that followed, the merchant practiced. Some days he remembered the 3 questions. Some days he forgot completely and only recalled them when he was lying awake at midnight, jaw-clenched, running scenarios in his mind. But slowly, something began to shift. The pattern was not broken, but cracks were appearing in it. He would catch himself mid-transaction, heart racing, and realize he was not present. He was somewhere in an imagined future, either celebrating a victory that had not happened yet, or catastrophizing a loss that might never come. And in that realization, there would be a moment, just a moment, where he could breathe, where he could come back to now. His business did not collapse as he had feared. In fact, some things improved. He found that when he was not constantly anxious about outcomes, he negotiated better. When he was not desperate to win every deal, he could walk away from bad ones. When he was not exhausted from sleepless nights, he thought more clearly. But more importantly, something changed inside him. The accomplishments still came, but they no longer defined him. The losses still happened, but they no longer destroyed him. He was learning to hold his life more lightly, not carelessly, but without the desperate clinging that had made everything so heavy. And sometimes late at night, when his mind would start its old routine of wanting and worrying, he would remember the Buddha's words, "What are you truly hungry for?" And he would realize that what he had been hungry for all along was not out there in the world. It was here. It was the ability to rest in his own life, to be present for his own existence, to feel like enough exactly as he was. That hunger could not be fed by gold or land or respect. It could only be fed by stopping long enough to notice that he already had everything he truly needed. Not everything he wanted, but everything he needed. And in that distinction lay all the difference. In that distinction lay freedom. As the merchant discovered the difference between wanting and needing, between desire and true fulfillment, he began to taste freedom for the first time. But his journey was just beginning. For there are many forms that desire takes, many disguises it wears. And one of the most deceptive is the desire for spiritual achievement itself. In the next chapter, you will meet a young monk who learned this truth the hard way, discovering that even the pursuit of peace can become another prison when approached with the wrong understanding. Rest now and let these teachings settle into your awareness like snow, falling on still water. Story 2. The Student Who Chased Enlightenment. A Buddhist tale about seeking and letting go. There was a young monk named Ananda who came to the monastery with fire in his heart. He had left behind a comfortable life, a family that loved him, a path that would have led to security and respect in the world. He left it all because he had heard the Buddha's teachings and felt something shift inside him. He wanted what the Buddha had. He wanted that unshakable peace, that clarity, that freedom from suffering. He wanted enlightenment, and he wanted it desperately. From his first day at the monastery, Ananda threw himself into practice with an intensity that made the other monks uncomfortable. He woke before dawn and sat in meditation until his legs went numb. He studied the scriptures until his eyes burned. He followed every rule with perfect precision, never missing a single observance, never allowing himself a moment of relaxation or ease. When the other monks rested in the afternoon heat, Ananda continued his practice. When they laughed together over simple meals, Ananda ate in silence, his mind focused on his spiritual progress. He was convinced that enlightenment was something you earned through effort, something you achieved through discipline, something you won through sheer force of will. Perhaps you recognize this pattern. Maybe you have come to meditation or mindfulness or spiritual practice with the same intensity. You download the apps, you read the books, you set your alarm early for morning meditation, you track your progress, you compare yourself to others who seem further along the path, you attend the workshops and retreats, you collect teachings like someone collecting credentials. And underneath it all is that same desperate hunger, the belief that if you just practice hard enough, follow the instructions perfectly enough, accumulate enough wisdom, you will finally arrive at peace. You will finally be the enlightened version of yourself. You imagine the calm and centered person who never gets triggered, never feels anxious, never struggles. You are chasing spiritual achievement the way the merchant chased wealth. Different goal, same mechanism, same suffering. 3 years passed this way for Ananda. 3 years of relentless practice. 3 years of studying, sitting, striving. And he did make progress in a sense. He could sit for longer periods. He could recite more sutras. He could explain the teachings with clarity and precision. The other monks looked to him as an example of dedication. But something was wrong. Ananda knew it even if no one else did. Despite all his effort, despite all his achievements, peace eluded him. In fact, the harder he chased it, the further away it seemed to move. He would have moments in meditation where everything felt clear and open, and his heart would leap with excitement. This is it. I am getting close. But then the moment would pass, and he would be left grasping at its memory, trying desperately to recreate it, and the grasping itself would destroy any possibility of the experience returning. He became frustrated, then angry, then desperate. He was doing everything right. He was following all the instructions. Why was enlightenment not coming? What was he doing wrong? One evening, unable to contain his confusion any longer, he went to his teacher, an old monk named Mahakasyapa, who rarely spoke, but whose presence carried a depth that words could not capture. Ananda found him sitting by the river, watching the water flow past in the fading light. "Teacher," Ananda said, trying to keep the frustration out of his voice and failing, "I have practiced for 3 years with complete dedication. I have not wavered. I have not faltered. And yet I feel no closer to enlightenment than the day I arrived. What am I doing wrong? What am I missing?" Mahakasyapa looked at him for a long moment, and Ananda felt uncomfortably seen, as if the old monk could perceive all the desperate striving, all the hidden pride in his discipline, all the spiritual ambition he tried to disguise as devotion. "Come," Mahakasyapa said, standing slowly. "I want to show you something." He led Ananda down to the edge of the river, where the water ran clear and smooth over stones. The moon was just rising, and its reflection appeared on the surface of the water, perfect and luminous. "Do you see the moon?" Mahakasyapa asked. "Yes," Ananda said, wondering what this had to do with his question. "Catch it for me." Ananda stared at his teacher, confused. "Catch the moon." "Yes. Reach down and catch the moon's reflection. Bring it to me." Ananda hesitated, feeling foolish. But his teacher stood there waiting, patient and immovable. So Ananda knelt by the water and reached toward the bright reflection. His hand broke the surface, and the image shattered into 1,000 dancing fragments. He pulled his hand back, and the reflection reformed. He tried again, more carefully this time, moving slowly, trying to cup the light in his palms. But the moment his hand touched the water, the moon disappeared. Again and again, he tried using different techniques, different approaches, growing more and more frustrated with each attempt. Finally, he sat back on his heels, wet and defeated. "I cannot catch it. It is impossible. It is just a reflection." "Yes," Mahakashyapa said quietly. "You cannot grasp what is already everywhere." The words landed in Ananda's chest like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples through everything he thought he knew. He looked up at his teacher, and then up at the sky, where the real moon hung serene and whole, illuminating everything, without effort, without grasping, without trying. The moon in the water was beautiful, but it was not the moon itself. It was only a reflection, and he had been trying to catch the reflection instead of looking up at the source. Enlightenment is not something you achieve, Mahakashyapa said, sitting down beside him on the riverbank. It is not a prize you win through effort. It is not a state you reach by climbing some invisible ladder of spiritual accomplishment. It is already here. It has always been here. It is the nature of awareness itself, but you cannot grasp it because in the very act of grasping, you create separation. You create a you who does not have it, and an it that must be obtained. And in that creation, you move away from the truth you seek. Ananda felt his entire understanding beginning to crack. Everything he had been doing for 3 years was based on a fundamental misunderstanding. He had approached enlightenment the way one approaches any worldly goal: identify what you want, work hard, overcome obstacles, achieve the result. But enlightenment was not like that. It could not be approached that way. It was not something to be added to who you are. It was what remained when you stopped adding, stopped striving, stopped trying to become something other than what you already were. "But teacher," Ananda said, his voice small, now vulnerable, "if enlightenment is already here, why do I not experience it? Why do I still suffer? Why do I still feel lost?" "Because you are too busy looking for it," Mahakashyapa said simply. "You are so focused on the reflection you are trying to catch that you never look up at the real moon. You are so busy practicing, achieving, progressing, that you never simply stop and see what is already present. Tell me right now, in this moment, are you suffering?" Ananda paused. He checked inside himself. Right now, sitting by this river with the moonlight on the water and his teacher beside him, was he suffering? No. In this moment, there was only presence, only awareness, only the simple fact of being here, alive, awake. The suffering existed in his thoughts about the past and future, in his story about being a seeker who had not yet found, in his belief that he was incomplete and needed to become complete. But right here, right now, before the story began, there was just this. And this was enough. "No," Ananda whispered. "Right now, I am not suffering." Then what is different between this moment and the moments when you sit in meditation, desperately trying to achieve some state, some experience, some proof that you are making progress? Ananda saw it clearly now. The difference was the trying itself. The difference was the belief that this moment was insufficient, that he needed to get somewhere else, be someone else, achieve some other state. In meditation, he was always reaching for the next moment, the better moment, the enlightened moment. But this moment, this utterly ordinary moment by the river, was free of that reaching. And in that freedom, there was peace, not because anything special was happening, but because he had stopped demanding that something special happen. The trying is what creates the problem, Ananda said, slowly testing the words as he spoke them. My effort to reach enlightenment is what keeps me from it. Not exactly, Mahakashyapa said, and there was kindness in his correction. Effort has its place, practice has its purpose. Discipline creates the conditions for clarity to arise, but you have been practicing with the wrong understanding. You have been practicing as if enlightenment is somewhere else, something to be attained. And so your practice has become another form of desire, another form of grasping. You are spiritually ambitious. You want to be enlightened the way others want to be wealthy, or powerful, or famous. You have simply substituted one form of craving for another. The truth of this hit Ananda like a physical blow. He saw himself clearly now, the pride he took in his discipline, the way he compared himself to other monks, and felt superior when he practiced longer or harder, the way he fantasized about being recognized as enlightened, about being the teacher instead of the student. His spiritual practice had been contaminated by the same ego, the same desire for recognition and achievement that drove people in the worldly life he thought he had left behind. He had not transcended desire. He had just redirected it towards spiritual goals, and spiritual desire was still desire. It still created suffering. It still separated him from the peace he sought. I am no different from the merchant chasing wealth, Ananda said, and there was grief in his voice now, the grief of seeing your own delusion clearly. You are exactly the same, Mahakashyapa agreed. Except the merchant knew he was chasing something. You thought you were letting go, but you were simply chasing in a more subtle way. This is one of the great traps of the spiritual path. People come to practice because they are tired of suffering. They want peace, but then they turn peace into another goal, another achievement, another thing to grasp. And in that grasping, they perpetuate the very pattern they are trying to escape. Ananda felt tears on his face. 3 years. 3 years of intense practice, and he'd been moving in the wrong direction the entire time. Or not wrong exactly, Mahakashyapa had said effort had its place but misguided. He had been using the tools of the path to serve the same old hunger for achievement and validation. He had been trying to become someone worthy of enlightenment, not realizing that the trying itself was the obstacle. So what do I do? Ananda asked, and this time there was no agenda in the question, no grasping for an answer he could implement. He was truly asking, truly open, truly not knowing. Stop trying to catch the reflection, Mahakashyapa said. Look at the moon. But how? Ananda asked, and he could hear the desperation creeping back into his voice. If I stop trying, if I stop practicing, won't I just become lazy? Won't I lose whatever progress I have made? Mahakashyapa smiled, a rare expression that softened his weathered face. You are doing it again. You are trying to grasp the answer. You are trying to turn what I am saying into a new technique, a new method, a new thing to achieve. Stop trying becomes another instruction to follow perfectly. Do you see, your mind is so trained in the language of effort and achievement that it cannot hear anything else. It translates everything into doing. Ananda saw it. His mind had immediately taken look at the moon and tried to figure out how to do that, what steps to take, what practice to implement. He could not simply receive the teaching. He had to operationalize it, strategize it, turn it into something he could control and measure and perfect. The moon is already in the sky. Mahakashyapa continued. You do not need to put it there. You do not need to make it shine. You do not need to earn the right to see it. You only need to stop staring at the water and look up. But your mind says, How do I look up? What is the technique for looking up? How long should I look? How will I know if I am looking correctly? These questions are the water. They keep you bent over, staring down, trying to catch something uncatchable. The old monk stood and gestured for Ananda to stand as well. They stood together on the riverbank, and Mahakasyapa pointed at the sky. Look at the moon. Ananda looked up. The moon was there, full and bright and beautiful. He was looking at it. That was all. There was no technique, there was no method. There was just the simple act of looking. And yet, even as he looked, his mind began its commentary. Am I looking correctly? Is this what he means? Should I feel something special? Other monks probably see more than I do. I should look harder. I should... Stop, Mahakasyapa said softly. Do you see what your mind is doing? Even now, as you look at the moon, it is turning the experience into a performance, into something that can be done well or poorly. It cannot simply look. It must evaluate the looking, compare the looking, turn the looking into evidence of progress or failure. Ananda let his breath out in a long exhale. His mind was exhausting. It would not stop. Even when he tried to stop it, the trying was just doing more effort, more grasping. This is what you must understand, Mahakasyapa said. You cannot force your mind to stop. You cannot achieve cessation through will. That would be like trying to calm water by stirring it. But you can stop adding to the disturbance. You can stop feeding the patterns. Every time you notice your mind turning experience into achievement, you can simply notice. You do not fight it. You do not judge yourself for it. You simply see it clearly. And in that clear seeing, something naturally begins to relax. Ananda stood there looking at the moon, and he tried to simply let his mind do what it was doing without fighting it or following it. Thoughts came. I am looking at the moon. This is the teaching. Am I getting it? I should feel more peaceful. Why don't I feel more peaceful? And instead of engaging with those thoughts, instead of trying to stop them or believing them, he just let them pass, like clouds moving across the face of that moon. They came, they went. The moon remained. There, Mahakasyapa said, that, what you are doing right now, that is practice, not the striving, not the effort to achieve some special state, just the simple seeing, the allowing, the not adding to the disturbance. This is what the Buddha taught. Not a method for becoming enlightened, but a way of seeing that you already are the awareness in which all experience arises and passes. The thoughts come and go. The feelings come and go. The achievements and failures come and go. But awareness itself, the knowing that is prior to all content that never comes or goes. That is what you are. That is what has always been looking through your eyes. You cannot achieve it because you cannot be other than it. You can only forget it and then remember. Something in Ananda's chest broke open. Not dramatically, not in some explosive moment of realization, but quietly, like ice melting in spring. He had been trying so hard to become what he already was. He had been seeking what was already here, the awareness that was noticing his thoughts, that was experiencing his frustration, that was seeing the moon and hearing his teacher's words. That awareness was not something he needed to create or develop or perfect. It was already whole. It was already free. It was already enlightened, if such a word even applied. He had just been so busy looking for it that he never noticed he was looking from it. I have been looking for my own eyes, Ananda said quietly. Yes, Mahakasyapa said. And the tragedy is that millions of seekers are doing the same thing. They come to the spiritual path with the same mindset they brought to their worldly pursuits. They want to collect enlightenment the way others collect wealth or status. They want to add it to their identity. I am enlightened. I am awakened. I am advanced on the path. But enlightenment is not an addition. It is a subtraction. It is what remains when you stop adding, when you stop trying to be special, when you stop trying to be anything at all. Ananda thought about the past 3 years, all that effort, all that striving. Had it been wasted? Had he been foolish? Your practice was not wasted. Mahakashyapa said, reading the question on his face. You needed to exhaust yourself. You needed to try every technique, follow every instruction, give everything you had. Only by going to the limit of effort could you discover its limitation. Only by trying to grasp could you discover that what you seek cannot be grasped. The path is not linear. It does not move from ignorance to knowledge in a straight line. It spirals. It loops back on itself. It takes you through the same places again and again each time with a little more understanding. You are not the same person who arrived 3 years ago, even if you feel like you have gotten nowhere. You have built the capacity to see. Now you must learn to stop interfering with that seeing. So what does practice look like now? Ananda asked. If I am not trying to achieve enlightenment, if I am not striving to become someone different, what am I doing when I sit in meditation? What is the point? Mahakashyapa picked up a small stone from the riverbank and tossed it into the water. They watched the ripples spread outward in perfect circles, disturbing the moon's reflection momentarily, before it reformed steady and whole. You sit, the old monk said, not to get somewhere, but to be where you already are. You sit not to create peace, but to stop disturbing it. You sit not to become aware, but to notice that you already are awareness. The point is not to achieve a future state. The point is to see clearly this present moment exactly as it is without the overlay of wanting it to be different. He turned to face Ananda fully now, and his gaze was penetrating. This is the practice I want to teach you. It is called the reflection practice, and it is both the simplest and most difficult thing you will ever do. Every morning before you begin your formal meditation, I want you to sit for just 5 minutes and watch your own mind with complete honesty. Do not try to meditate. Do not try to be peaceful or centered or spiritual. Simply watch what your mind does. Watch how it creates goals. Watch how it turns even sitting still into something that can be done well or poorly. Watch how it compares this moment to other moments. Watch how it generates stories about who you are and where you should be. Just watch. Do not judge what you see. Do not try to fix it. Simply see it clearly. Ananda nodded slowly. And after those 5 minutes, then you meditate however you have been meditating, but you carry that observation with you. You notice when meditation becomes striving. You notice when sitting becomes performing. You notice when practice becomes spiritual ambition. And every time you notice, you gently return to simply being here, simply sitting, simply breathing without the agenda, to become someone different. That is all, Ananda asked, and he could hear the skepticism in his own voice, the part of him that still wanted something more complex, more impressive, more worthy of his effort. That is everything, Mahakashyapa said. The reflection practice is not about adding something new. It is about seeing clearly what is already happening. Most people practice in a kind of fog. They follow instructions, repeat techniques, accumulate experiences, but they never actually look at what their mind is doing beneath all that activity. They never see the mechanism of their own seeking. And so they practice for years, even decades, without fundamental change. They become better at sitting still, better at concentrating, better at appearing peaceful. But the core pattern, the belief that they are incomplete and need to become complete, never gets questioned. It just finds more subtle ways to express itself. Ananda felt the truth of this in his bones. He had become very good at looking like a serious practitioner. But beneath that appearance, the same hunger remained. The same need to prove himself. The same fear that he was not enough. He had just transferred those patterns from the worldly realm to the spiritual realm. There is a second part to the practice. Mahakasyapa continued. Once you have spent time watching your mind create its goals and strategies, I want you to experiment with letting them go. Not forcing them away, but simply asking, what is here when I am not trying to get anywhere? What is present when I stop reaching for the next moment? What remains when the seeking stops? And what if the answer is nothing? Ananda asked. What if when I stop trying there is just emptiness and boredom? Then you will meet the fear that drives all seeking, Mahakasyapa said. The fear that without your achieving, without your becoming, without your progress, you are nothing. This is the fear that keeps people running their entire lives. They are terrified to stop because they believe their worth comes from their movement, their growth, their accomplishments. But this fear is based on a false belief. You are not nothing. You are awareness itself. You are the space in which all experience happens, and that space does not need to prove itself. It does not need to become anything. It simply is eternal and complete, whether you recognize it or not. Ananda looked out at the river, at the way it flowed endlessly without effort, without trying to be a better river, without comparing itself to other rivers. It simply flowed because that was its nature. And as it flowed, it reflected the moon perfectly, not because it tried to, but because its nature was to reflect what was above it. I think I am beginning to understand, Ananda said quietly. But I can already feel my mind trying to turn this understanding into something I can grasp and keep. I want to hold on to this clarity to make sure I do not lose it. And that wanting is the water disturbing the reflection again, Mahakasyapa said with a slight smile. Do you see even understanding becomes something to possess, something to lose, something to protect? This is why I say the practice is simple but not easy. Your mind will do this 1,000 times. 1,000 times. It will turn every insight into an achievement, every moment of clarity into evidence of progress, every glimpse of truth into something to build an identity around. And each time you must simply see it without judgment, see it without disappointment. See it with the same clear awareness you would bring to watching leaves fall from a tree. A question formed in Ananda's mind, and he almost did not ask it, because he could already sense that his teacher would turn it back on him. But he asked anyway. How long does this take? How long before the pattern breaks and I stop creating the seeking mind? Mahakasyapa laughed a genuine laugh that seemed to come from deep in his belly. There you go again. How long when will I arrive? How much more practice until I am there? Do you hear yourself? You just took the teaching about not seeking and immediately turned it into a new goal with a timeline. This is what the mind does. This is what you must watch over and over and over, with patience and humor and compassion. Ananda could not help but laugh too, recognizing the absurdity of his own question. Here he was, having just understood that seeking was the problem, immediately asking when he would finish seeking. The pattern was so deeply ingrained that it operated automatically below his conscious awareness. The pattern breaks, Mahakasyapa said, when you stop trying to break it. It dissolves when you stop fighting it. It releases when you simply see it so clearly, so completely, that it can no longer fool you. And this happens not through time, not through accumulation of practice hours or years, but through the quality of your seeing. You could practice for 30 years and never see it. Or you could see it in a single moment and everything shifts. Time is not the variable. Clarity is the variable. The two monks sat in silence for a long time. The river flowed past them, indifferent to their struggles and insights. The moon continued its slow arc across the sky. And Ananda felt something settling inside him, something that had been agitated for 3 years beginning to find its natural level. It was not enlightenment, it was not some special state. It was simply the first real moment of honesty he had allowed himself since arriving at the monastery. The honesty to see that his practice had been driven by the same ego he thought he was transcending. The honesty to admit that he did not know, and perhaps did not need to know when or if he would ever reach some destination. The honesty to be exactly where he was, a confused seeker sitting by a river with a patient teacher, and to let that be enough. There is one more thing, Mahakashyapa said, breaking the silence. As you practice the reflection practice, as you learn to see your seeking mind clearly, you will discover something profound. You will discover that the awareness that watches your thoughts is not touched by them. The awareness that notices your spiritual ambition is not ambitious. The awareness that sees your striving is not striving. There is a dimension of you that is always already free, always already at peace, always already complete. Not because it achieved something, but because it is prior to the whole game of achievement and failure. This awareness is what the Buddha called your true nature. And recognizing it is what some call enlightenment, though even that word is misleading, because it makes it sound like something happens, some event occurs, some state is attained. But nothing happens. You simply stop overlooking what was always here. Ananda absorbed these words slowly, letting them sink beneath the surface of his understanding. He could feel their truth, even if he could not fully grasp their meaning. There was something in him that was watching all of this, watching his confusion, watching his hope, watching his disappointment, watching his understanding. And that something was not confused or hopeful or disappointed or understanding. It was simply aware, simply present, simply here. How do I recognize this awareness? Ananda asked, then caught himself. No, wait. That is another seeking question, is it not? I am asking how to achieve recognition, how to get to awareness as if it is somewhere I am not. Yes, Mahakashyapa said, and there was warmth in his approval. You are learning. The question itself reveals the pattern. You cannot get to awareness because you are awareness. You cannot recognize it as an object because it is the subject that recognizes all objects. You cannot find it because it is what is doing the finding. So what do? Nothing. You stop doing. You stop seeking. You rest as the awareness you already are. And even that instruction, rest as awareness, can become another doing, another trying. So ultimately, there are no instructions. There is only this invitation: stop for a moment and notice what is already noticing. Stop for a moment and be what you already are. Ananda sat very still. He let his eyes close. And instead of meditating, instead of practicing, instead of trying to do anything at all, he simply noticed. He noticed the sounds of the river. He noticed the feeling of the ground beneath him. He noticed the thoughts arising in his mind. And he noticed the noticing itself. There was a quality of awareness that was constant, unchanging, present with every experience, but not changed by any experience. It was like the space in a room. The furniture could be rearranged, removed, replaced, but the space remained. His thoughts and feelings and sensations were like furniture in the space of awareness. They came and went, but the space itself never came or went. It was simply here. It had always been here, and it would always be here, regardless of what appeared in it. He opened his eyes and looked at his teacher. "It is so obvious," he said, and there was wonder in his voice. "How did I miss it for 3 years?" "Because you were too busy looking for it," Mahakashapa said. "Because you were convinced it was something special, something you did not yet have, something you needed to earn. Because you believed the story that you were a seeker on a path toward a destination. And that story, while useful at first, eventually becomes the obstacle. The path brings you to the pathless. The seeking brings you to the recognition that what you seek is what is seeking. And then the whole game collapses, not in defeat, but in laughter. You see that you have been chasing your own shadow, running from your own presence, seeking what you have never been separate from." Ananda felt tears again, but they were different from the tears of earlier. These were not tears of frustration or grief. They were tears of relief. The exhausting burden of becoming someone different, someone better, someone enlightened. It was not required. It had never been required. He could simply be. He could simply exist. He could simply live his life practice when it was time to practice rest, when it was time to rest without the constant background anxiety that he was not doing it right, not progressing fast enough, not measuring up to some imagined standard. "So what now?" Ananda asked. "What does my practice look like tomorrow and the day after and the day after that?" "Exactly the same as it looked before," Mahakashapa said, "and completely different. Externally, nothing changes. You still wake early. You still sit. You still study. You still follow the schedule and the discipline. But internally, everything is different. You are no longer practicing to become someone else. You are practicing to see clearly what is already here. You are no longer meditating to achieve enlightenment. You are meditating because meditation is the natural expression of awareness meeting awareness. You are no longer following the path to get somewhere. You are following the path because the path itself is the destination, each step complete in itself, each moment sufficient unto itself." The old monk stood and stretched his joints, creaking slightly. "It is late. We should return. But I want you to remember something. The insight you touch tonight, it will fade. Tomorrow, perhaps even by the time you reach your sleeping mat, your seeking mind will return. You will forget what you saw here. You will fall back into the old patterns of striving and comparing and evaluating. This is normal. This is part of the process. Do not be discouraged when it happens. Simply practice the reflection practice I taught you. Watch the seeking mind arise. See it clearly. And in that seeing, return to what is prior to seeking, again and again, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, until the return becomes so natural that it is no longer a return, but simply how you are. They walked back through the darkness toward the monastery. Ananda's mind was quieter than it had been in 3 years, but already he could feel the edges of seeking beginning to form again. Questions were arising. Had he finally understood? Would this insight last? Should he tell the other monks? Was he now advanced on the path? And each time a question arose, he practiced what his teacher had taught him. He noticed the question. He saw it as a movement of the seeking mind, and he gently returned to the simple awareness that was here before the question, during the question, and after the question passed. It was not easy. His mind had momentum like a wheel that has been spinning for 3 years and cannot stop instantly. But now he could see the spinning. He could see that he was not the spinning wheel. He was the awareness in which the wheel spun. And that awareness was never agitated, never confused, never inadequate. It simply was watching the whole show with gentle, compassionate presence. The young monk's journey taught him what so many seekers must learn, that the spiritual path can become just another form of grasping when approached with the wrong understanding. Enlightenment is not a trophy to be won, but a recognition of what has always been present. Yet if this is true, if peace is already here and desire is the only obstacle, then we must ask, why does desire arise at all? What is its nature? Why does the mind create wanting in the first place? In the next chapter, you will discover the answer through one of the Buddha's most powerful teachings, a teaching that compares desire to something both essential and dangerous, something that must be understood before it can be truly released. Story 3. The Nature of Fire. A Buddhist tale about anger and transformation. One evening, as the sun descended behind the hills and cast long shadows across the monastery courtyard, the Buddha gathered his disciples around him. They had been practicing for months, some for years, and many of them had questions about desire. They understood intellectually that craving caused suffering. They knew they were supposed to let go of attachment. But knowing something and being able to do it are very different things. Their minds still reached for pleasure and recoiled from pain. Their hearts still wanted things to be different than they were. And beneath their disciplined exteriors, many of them felt like failures, unable to master the desires that continued to arise despite all their efforts. The Buddha sat quietly for a moment, looking at each of them with that gaze that seemed to see not just their present confusion, but the entire arc of their journey. Then he pointed to a small oil lamp burning near where he sat. "Tell me," he said, "what is the nature of fire?" The disciples looked at each other uncertain. It seemed like a simple question, perhaps too simple. One of the younger monks spoke up. "Fire is hot, teacher. It burns. It consumes." "Yes," the Buddha said. "And what does fire need?" "Fuel." Another disciple answered. "Wood or oil or something to burn." "Exactly," the Buddha said, leaning forward slightly. "Fire needs fuel. Without fuel, it cannot exist. With abundant fuel, it grows large and hot. With little fuel, it flickers and dims. And when the fuel is gone completely, what happens to the fire?" "It goes out," several disciples answered together. "It goes out," the Buddha repeated. "Not because you killed it, not because you fought it or suppressed it or forced it away, but simply because there was nothing left for it to consume. Now tell me, what is the nature of desire?" There was a long pause. Then one of the older monks, a woman named Kisa Gotami, who had lost her child and come to the monastery in her grief, spoke quietly. "Desire is the same. It needs fuel. It feeds on things." "Yes," the Buddha said, and his voice carried both approval and something deeper, a recognition that she had spoken from experience, not just theory. "Desire is exactly like fire. It is not evil. It is not wrong. It is simply a force, a natural phenomenon of the mind. Just as your body has hunger for food, your mind has hunger for experience, for pleasure, for security, for meaning. This is not a flaw in your design. This is how you are made. But here is what you must understand. Desire, like fire, consumes. It feeds. It grows when given fuel. And it causes suffering not because it exists, but because we do not understand its nature. Perhaps you are sitting with this teaching right now, wherever you are, and you are thinking about your own desires. The relationship you want but do not have. The body you wish you had instead of the one you inhabit. The career achievement that keeps eluding you. The peace of mind that seems just out of reach. The validation you crave from people who will not give it. Or maybe it is something smaller, more immediate, the desire to stop feeling anxious, to fall asleep, to not think about what happened today, or worry about what happens tomorrow. These desires feel so personal, so specific to your life and your circumstances, but they are all expressions of the same fire. They all follow the same patterns, and they all respond to the same principles the Buddha was teaching that evening, so many centuries ago. Let me tell you a story. The Buddha continued, settling back into his seat. There were once two villages on opposite sides of a mountain. Both villages used fire for cooking, for warmth, for light, but they had very different relationships with it. In the first village, the people were afraid of fire. They had seen it burn out of control, consuming homes and forests. So they tried to eliminate it completely. They forbade anyone from lighting fires. They punished anyone caught with even a spark. And what happened? The people froze in winter. They could not cook their food. They lived in darkness when the sun set. Their fear of fire made their lives cold and miserable. And still, despite all their rules and punishments, fires would occasionally break out, because fire is part of nature, and nature cannot be completely controlled. When these forbidden fires appeared, they burned even more dangerously, because no one in the village knew how to tend them properly. The disciples listened, recognizing themselves in this story. How many of them had tried to eliminate desire completely? How many had treated their wanting as something shameful, something to be crushed and denied? And how many had discovered that suppressed desire only seemed to grow stronger, bursting out in unexpected ways? In the second village, the Buddha continued. The people also knew that fire could be dangerous, but instead of trying to eliminate it, they learned to understand it. They studied how fire behaved. They learned what fed it and what contained it. They built hearths to keep cooking fires safe. They cleared spaces around their homes so wildfires could not spread. They taught their children how to respect fire, how to use it, how to extinguish it when necessary. And what happened in this village? The people were warm. They could cook. They had light. Fire served them instead of destroying them. Not because they eliminated it, but because they understood its nature and worked with it skillfully. The Buddha let this image settle before continuing. Desire is the same. You cannot eliminate it through force of will. You cannot simply decide to stop wanting and have it be so. That would be like the first village trying to forbid fire from existing. The wanting will continue to arise because it is part of your nature as a human being. But you can learn to understand it. You can learn what fuels it. You can learn to tend it skillfully so it serves you rather than controls you. This is not suppression. This is not denial. This is wisdom. A young monk raised his hand tentatively. But teacher, if desire is natural, if it is simply part of being human, then why do the teachings say it is the cause of suffering? Why do we practice letting go? An excellent question, the Buddha said, nodding. Listen carefully, because this is where most people misunderstand the teaching. I do not say that desire itself is suffering. I say that clinging to desire, that being controlled by it, that feeding it unconsciously, this is what causes suffering. There is a difference between the arising of wanting and the attachment to wanting. There is a difference between noticing, I would prefer things to be different, and desperately grasping at making them different. The fire of desire arises naturally. but you are the one who decides what fuel to add to it. He gestured to the lamp again. Watch this flame. Right now, it burns steadily because it has just enough oil. Not too much, not too little. If I were to pour more oil onto it right now, what would happen? The flame would grow larger, someone said. It might even become dangerous. Yes, and if I constantly pour oil, constantly feed the flame, what happens? It would consume everything. It would burn out of control. Exactly, the Buddha said. This is what most people do with their desires. They feel a wanting arise, perhaps a small preference, a minor craving, and then they feed it with their attention. They think about it constantly. They fantasize about having it. They compare themselves to others who have it. They imagine how much better their life would be if they got it. They scroll through their phones looking at images of it. They replay conversations about it. They tell stories about why they deserve it, why they need it, why they cannot be happy without it. And with each of these thoughts, each of these actions, they are pouring oil on the fire. The small wanting becomes an obsession. The preference becomes a desperate need. The desire grows until it consumes them. Kisagotami spoke again, her voice carrying the weight of someone who had learned this lesson through devastating experience. When my child died, I could not accept it. The desire for him to return, the wanting to undo what had happened, it was small at first, just a natural wish that things were different. But I fed it. I fed it with my thoughts, my grief, my refusal to accept reality, and it grew until I was mad with it. I carried my dead child from house to house, begging for medicine that could bring him back to life. The desire consumed me completely. I could see nothing else. I could think of nothing else. The Buddha looked at her with infinite compassion. And what happened when you stopped feeding that desire? When you finally accepted what had occurred? The fire went out, she said quietly. Not the love for my child, that remains, not the sadness, that comes and goes like waves, but the desperate wanting, the clinging to what could not be that finally released. And in that release, I could breathe again. I could live again. The suffering ended, not because my child returned, but because I stopped pouring oil on the fire of my wanting him to return. There was a profound silence in the courtyard. Every person there understood on some level what she was describing. They had all fed fires of desire that consumed them. They had all poured oil on wants and wishes until those wants became unbearable needs. This is what I want you to understand. The Buddha said, his voice gentle but firm. The fire of desire is not your enemy. It is a natural part of being alive, but you must learn to see what fuels it. You must learn to recognize when you are adding oil, when you are making a small wanting into a desperate need. And you must learn that you have a choice. You do not have to feed every fire that arises. One of the disciples, a former merchant who had struggled greatly with letting go of his attachment to wealth and status, asked, "But teacher, how do we know which desires to feed and which to let die? Surely some wanting is healthy, some ambition is necessary. How do we tell the difference?" The Buddha smiled. Another excellent question. And the answer is simpler than you think. Ask yourself, does this desire serve life? Or does it serve only my ego? Does this wanting connect me to others and to reality? Or does it separate me? Does it bring me into the present moment? Or does it pull me into fantasy about the future? Does it enhance my capacity to be present and compassionate? Or does it make me more contracted and self-absorbed? He held up his hand, counting on his fingers. For example, the desire to eat when you are hungry. This serves life. It is natural and healthy. But the desire to eat, to avoid feeling an uncomfortable emotion, or to eat in order to post an image on social media, or to eat because you are comparing yourself to others who have fancier food, this serves only ego. It is adding oil to a fire that does not need feeding. The desire to rest when you are tired, this serves life. The desire to sleep so you can avoid dealing with a problem, or to prove you are taking care of yourself better than someone else, or to escape from reality, this serves only ego and avoidance. The Buddha lowered his hand. The same action can come from very different desires. Two people can both want a successful career. One wants it because they genuinely love the work, because it allows them to contribute something meaningful, because it engages their natural talents. This desire is aligned with reality. It serves life. The other wants success to prove their worth, to gain admiration, to compensate for a deep feeling of inadequacy. This desire is misaligned. It serves only the endless hunger of the ego, which can never be satisfied. Do you see the difference? The merchant nodded slowly. So we must examine our desires. We must look beneath the surface, want to see what is actually driving it. Yes, the Buddha said. This is what I call the fuel awareness technique. It is very simple, but it requires ruthless honesty with yourself. Whenever you notice a desire arising, and I mean truly notice it, not just act on it, automatically pause for a moment and ask, what is fueling this? What am I actually hungry for beneath the surface want? He ticked off examples on his fingers. Are you hungry because your body needs food, or because you are stressed and food is how you soothe yourself? Do you want that new possession because it genuinely serves a purpose in your life, or because you saw someone else have it and now you feel inadequate? Do you want approval from that person because you genuinely value their wisdom, or because their approval would temporarily quiet your own self-doubt? Are you scrolling through your phone because you are genuinely interested in connecting, or because you are avoiding being alone with your own thoughts? Every desire has fuel beneath it, the Buddha continued. And that fuel is usually one of a few things: fear, boredom, comparison, avoidance, or the belief that you are not enough as you are. When you can see what is actually fueling the fire, you gain the power to choose. You can say, I see. I am not actually hungry for food. I am anxious about tomorrow's meeting, and I am trying to soothe that anxiety with eating. Now that I see this clearly, do I still want to eat? Or might there be a more direct way to address the anxiety? A nun who had been silent until now spoke up, her voice hesitant. But teacher, even when I see what is fueling my desire, even when I recognize that I am reaching for something to avoid discomfort or fill an inner void, the desire does not go away. I still want the thing. I still feel the pull. Seeing it clearly does not make it disappear. No, it does not. The Buddha agreed. And this is crucial to understand. Awareness does not magically eliminate desire. The fire does not go out simply because you see it. But awareness changes your relationship to the desire. When you see clearly what is fueling it, the desire loses some of its compelling power. It no longer controls you absolutely. You can feel the wanting and choose not to act on it. You can let the fire burn without adding more fuel. And here is what happens when you do this. The fire naturally begins to dim. Not because you fought it, but because you stopped feeding it. He looked around at all of them. This is what most of you have been getting wrong in your practice. You have been trying to eliminate desire through will. You sit in meditation and a thought of wanting arises. Maybe you want the meditation to go better. Maybe you want to feel more peaceful. Maybe you want the discomfort in your legs to stop, and immediately you judge yourself. I should not want this. I am supposed to be beyond desire. What is wrong with me? And in that judgment, you create more suffering. You create a second fire on top of the first fire. Now you have the original desire, plus the desire to not have that desire. Now you are burning twice as hot. There was uncomfortable laughter from several of the disciples. They recognized themselves in this description perfectly. Instead, the Buddha said, when a desire arises in meditation, simply notice it. There is wanting. There is the mind reaching for something different than what is. You do not judge it. You do not add to it. You do not create a story about what it means about you. You simply see it clearly the way you would watch a leaf floating down a stream. The leaf appears, you notice it, and it passes. The desire arises, you notice it, and it passes. But this only happens when you stop adding fuel. When you stop thinking about the desire, elaborating on it, justifying it, or fighting against it. All of these actions are fuel. All of them make the fire larger. The Buddha stood and walked over to the oil lamp. He adjusted the wick, and the flame grew brighter for a moment, then settled back to its steady glow. In your daily life, you are constantly adjusting the wicks of your desires. Most of the time you do this unconsciously. You wake up and immediately check your phone, feeding the fire of comparison and FOMO, the fear of missing out. You lie in bed at night, replaying conversations, feeding the fire of resentment or regret. You scroll through images of lives that are not yours, feeding the fire of inadequacy. You think about what you do not have, feeding the fire of lack. You worry about the future, feeding the fire of anxiety. You are constantly pouring oil. He returned to his seat. The fuel awareness technique asks you to become conscious of this process. Throughout your day, notice when you are feeding a fire. You feel a small irritation with someone that is a tiny flame. If you then spend the next hour thinking about all the ways they have wronged you, all the things you should have said, all the reasons you are right and they are wrong, you are pouring oil. The irritation grows into anger. The anger grows into resentment. The resentment grows into a grudge that you carry for years, all because you kept feeding it. A disciple asked, so we should just ignore our feelings, suppress our reactions? No, the Buddha said firmly. I am not teaching suppression. I am teaching awareness. Feel the irritation, acknowledge it. Yes, I feel irritated right now, but then do not elaborate on it. Do not build a story around it. Do not justify it or inflate it or rehearse it. Let it be what it is, a momentary reaction, and let it pass. This is very different from suppression. Suppression says, I should not feel this, therefore I will pretend I do not. Awareness says, I feel this, I see it clearly, and I'm choosing not to feed it. One creates tension and buried emotion. The other creates space and natural release. Kisagotami spoke again. When I finally understood this, when I stopped feeding my desire for my child to return, people thought I had stopped loving him. They thought I had become cold or indifferent. But it was the opposite. When I stopped consuming myself with impossible wanting, I could finally feel the love purely. I could remember him with tenderness instead of desperation. I could honor his life instead of being destroyed by his death. The fire of desperate desire went out, but the warmth of love remained. Yes, the Buddha said, his voice full of approval. This is the paradox that confuses people. They think that letting go of desire means letting go of love, letting go of care, letting go of engagement with life, but it is the opposite. When you release desperate wanting, what remains is pure engagement, pure presence, pure love uncorrupted by need. You can care deeply without clinging. You can work toward goals without being attached to outcomes. You can love without needing to possess. This is freedom. Not the absence of feeling, but the absence of the desperate grasping that turns feeling into suffering. The Buddha looked at each of them in turn. I want you to practice the fuel awareness technique for the next week. Every time you notice a desire arising, and you will notice many because they arise constantly, pause and ask, what is fueling this? What am I actually hungry for? Am I trying to fill a void? Am I trying to avoid discomfort? Am I comparing myself to someone? Am I seeking validation? Am I running from fear? Just ask the question. Just see clearly. You do not have to do anything about it. You do not have to immediately change your behavior. Just see what is true. And here is what you will discover. The Buddha continued his voice, taking on a quality of deep knowing. You will discover that most of your desires are not about the thing you think you want. The person scrolling through their phone at midnight is not really hungry for information. They are hungry for connection or distraction from loneliness, or proof that they matter, or escape from the silence of their own mind. The person obsessed with their appearance is not really hungry for beauty. They are hungry for acceptance, for worth, for the feeling that they are enough. The person chasing success is rarely hungry for the work itself. They are hungry for security, for significance, for the moment when they can finally stop proving themselves and just rest. He leaned forward, his eyes intense. Once you see what you are truly hungry for, you can ask the next question. Is there a way to meet this hunger directly without the thing I think I need? If I'm hungry for connection, can I call a friend instead of scrolling? If I'm hungry for worth, can I recognize my inherent value instead of chasing external validation? If I am hungry for peace, can I be still right now instead of believing peace will come when I finally achieve that goal? The former merchant shook his head, struggling. But teacher, this seems impossible. You are asking us to somehow give ourselves the very things we have been seeking our whole lives. If I could just feel worthy without achievement, I would have done it already. If I could just feel secure without money, I would not have spent my life accumulating it. You could not do it before, the Buddha said gently, because you did not see clearly. You believed the story that worth comes from achievement, that security comes from accumulation, that peace comes from getting what you want. But now I am asking you to question that story, to test it against your own experience. Has any achievement ever made you feel permanently worthy? Has any amount of money ever made you feel completely secure? Has getting what you want ever brought lasting peace? The merchant's face showed the pain of recognition. No, never. There is always a moment of satisfaction, and then the wanting starts again. The goalposts keep moving. Exactly, the Buddha said, because you are trying to solve an internal problem with external solutions. You are trying to fill a void that cannot be filled from the outside. And the tragedy is that you do this not just with material things, but with everything. You try to fill the void with relationships, hoping another person will make you feel complete. You try to fill it with experiences, hoping the right adventure will make you feel alive. You try to fill it with spiritual achievement, hoping enlightenment will finally make you feel enough. But the void is not real. It is a story you tell yourself. It is a belief you carry, and beliefs can be seen through. He stood and walked among them, his footsteps soft on the ground. The void, you feel the sense that something is missing, the belief that you are not enough. This is the primary fuel for almost all your desires. And here is the secret: the void exists only because you believe in it. The moment you stop believing in it, the moment you see clearly that you are already whole, already complete, already enough. Exactly as you are in that moment, the void disappears. Not because you filled it, but because you saw that it was never real in the first place. A young nun raised her hand, her voice trembling slightly. "But teacher, how can I see that I am enough when everything in the world tells me I am not? When I look in the mirror and see a body that does not match the ideal? When I compare my progress to others and see how far behind I am? When I try to meditate and my mind is chaos while others seem so peaceful? How can I believe I am enough when all the evidence says otherwise?" The Buddha returned to his seat and looked at her with great tenderness. "You are doing it right now. You are feeding the fire. You are taking neutral facts. Your body looks a certain way, your mind behaves a certain way, you are at a certain stage in your practice, and you are adding meaning to them. You are saying these facts mean you are not enough. But do they? Or is that just a story you learned, a belief you absorbed from a world that profits from your sense of lack?" He paused, letting the question settle. "Your body is exactly what it is, not good or bad, just what it is. Your mind is exactly what it is, not advanced or behind, just what it is. You are exactly where you are on the path, not wrong or right, just where you are. The suffering comes not from these facts, but from the story you tell about them. And that story is fuel. Every time you think, I am not enough, you are pouring oil on the fire. Every time you compare yourself to an imagined ideal, you are adding wood. Every time you believe that you need to be different than you are in order to be acceptable, you are feeding the flames." The nun was crying now, quiet tears running down her face. "So how do I stop believing the story? The same way you stop believing anything," the Buddha said. "You see clearly that it is not true. You test it against reality. Right now in this moment, before the story begins, are you enough? You are breathing, your heart is beating, you are aware, you are alive, you are here. Is that enough? Or does there need to be something more for you to have permission to exist, to be at peace, to be worthy of kindness?" The courtyard was silent except for the sound of the oil lamp flickering and the distant call of night birds. Every person there was testing this question against their own experience. In this moment, before the comparisons and judgments and stories began, were they enough? "This is not a belief I am asking you to adopt," the Buddha said. "I am not asking you to replace one story, I am not enough, with another story, I am enough. I am asking you to see directly before all stories what is actually true. And what is actually true is that you are here, you are aware, you are alive, and that is not insufficient, that is not lacking, that is not wrong. It simply is. The sense of not enoughness is something you add. It is fuel you pour, and you can stop pouring it." He looked at the oil lamp one more time. "The fire of desire will continue to arise. You cannot prevent this, but you can learn to see what fuels it. You can learn to recognize when you are feeding it unconsciously, and you can learn to let many fires simply burn out on their own, not through suppression or force, but through the simple wisdom of not adding more fuel. Some desires you will feed consciously and skillfully because they serve life. Others you will let die, not because they are bad, but because you see clearly that they lead nowhere, that they promise what they cannot deliver, that they are fueled by beliefs that are not true." He raised his hand in a gesture of blessing. "Practice the fuel awareness technique this week. Watch your desires arise. Ask what fuels them. See if you can catch yourself in the act of pouring oil, ruminating, comparing, fantasizing, catastrophizing, rehearsing. And when you catch yourself, simply stop. Do not judge yourself for having been pouring oil. Do not create a new fire of self-criticism. Just stop pouring and watch what happens. Watch how the fire naturally dims when it is not being fed. Watch how desires that seemed overwhelming can actually dissolve quite quickly when you stop elaborating on them. And watch how beneath all the fires of wanting, there is a natural state of sufficiency that was there all along, waiting to be noticed. The disciples sat in the deepening darkness, each of them contemplating what they had heard. The teaching was both simple and profound. Stop feeding the fires of desire. But to do that, they first had to see the fires clearly. They had to recognize what fueled them. They had to become conscious of all the unconscious ways they poured oil throughout the day with their thoughts, their comparisons, their stories about not being enough. One of the older monks stood and bowed. "Teacher, I have one more question. You say we can choose which desires to feed and which to let die. But what about desire itself? What about the desire to be free of desire? Is that not also a fire? Am I not pouring oil even now as I sit here wanting to understand your teachings, wanting to make progress, wanting to reach some state of peace?" The Buddha smiled a genuine smile of delight. "Now you are seeing clearly. Yes. Even the desire for freedom is a desire. Even the wanting to not want is wanting. This is the trap that catches every sincere seeker. You come to the path because you are suffering and you want the suffering to end. But that wanting, even though it seems noble, even though it points toward freedom, is still wanting. It is still a fire. And if you feed it unconsciously, if you turn it into desperate spiritual ambition, it will consume you just as surely as any worldly desire." He looked at Ananda, who was sitting quietly at the edge of the group. "Some of you have already learned this lesson. You have discovered that you cannot chase enlightenment the way you chase other goals. You have discovered that the spiritual path becomes an obstacle when approached with the wrong understanding. And this is where the teaching becomes subtle, where wisdom is required." The Buddha stood and stretched his movements slow and deliberate. "You do not eliminate the desire for freedom, but you hold it lightly. You let it guide you without letting it consume you. You practice, you study, you sit, you cultivate awareness, but not with the desperate energy of, 'I must get somewhere.' Rather with the energy of, 'I am exploring what is true. I am learning to see clearly. I am tending the fire skillfully.' There is a difference. One is grasping, the other is gardening." He began to walk slowly around the courtyard as he spoke, his voice carrying in the still air. A gardener plants seeds and tends them. She waters, she weeds, she provides good soil. But she does not stand over the seeds, pulling them up to make them grow faster. She does not berate the seeds for not being plants yet. She understands that growth has its own timing, its own process. She does her part, and then she allows. This is how you must approach your practice. You do your part, you meditate, you study, you watch your mind, you practice the techniques I teach you. But then you allow. You trust the process. You do not grasp at results. You do not turn practice into another achievement project. You tend the garden, but you do not try to force the flowers to bloom. Kisa Gotami nodded slowly. "So we practice without attachment to the fruits of practice." "Yes," the Buddha said. "You practice because practice is the natural response to seeing suffering. You practice because it aligns you with reality. You practice because it is how you tend your own consciousness skillfully. But you do not practice in order to get something, to become someone to achieve a result. The moment you practice in order to get something, you are pouring oil on the fire of spiritual desire, and that fire will burn just as painfully as any other." The former merchant spoke up again. But teacher, is it not natural to want the suffering to end? Is it not natural to want peace? How can we practice without wanting the results of practice? It is completely natural, the Buddha agreed. And I am not asking you to pretend you do not want peace. I am asking you to see that peace is not a future destination. Peace is available right now in this moment when you stop feeding the fires of wanting. So yes, want peace, but recognize that the peace you want is not somewhere else, sometime else. It is here, obscured only by all the fires you are currently feeding. Your practice is not to create peace. Your practice is to stop disturbing the peace that is already present. He returned to his seat and looked at each of them. This is what you will discover as you practice the fuel awareness technique. You will see how much energy you spend feeding fires, how much of your mental and emotional life is devoted to pouring oil on wants and worries and comparisons and stories. And you will begin to see what happens when you stop, not by force, not by suppression, but simply by recognizing, I am feeding this fire. What if I just stopped? And in those moments of stopping, you will taste what peace actually is. Not some special state you achieve through years of practice. Just the natural state of consciousness when it is not being disturbed by constant wanting. The oil lamp flickered and dimmed. One of the monks moved to add more oil, but the Buddha raised his hand. No, let it burn out. Let us sit in the darkness for a moment and see what remains when the light is gone. They sat as the flame grew smaller and smaller until finally it went out completely. The courtyard was dark now, lit only by starlight and the faint glow of the moon rising over the eastern hills. And in that darkness there was a profound stillness. No one spoke. No one moved. They simply sat, feeling what it was like to be here, in the absence of striving, in the absence of the need for light, in the absence of the fires they usually kept burning. After a long time, the Buddha's voice came soft through the darkness. This is what I want you to understand. The fires of desire are not your enemies. They served a purpose. They gave you light. They kept you warm. They protected you from the cold darkness of not knowing, of not having, of not being enough. But at some point, you must be willing to sit in the darkness without immediately lighting another fire. You must be willing to discover what is here when the flames go out. And what you will find is not the terrible void you feared. What you will find is presence, awareness, the simple fact of being which needs no fire to justify it, no light to prove it, no warmth to make it acceptable. You will find that you are already here, already whole, already enough. And that recognition is what some call freedom. They sat together in the darkness until one by one they rose and made their way to their sleeping quarters. The teaching was complete. The fire had gone out, and in the darkness, each of them carried a question. What fires am I feeding, and what would remain if I let them burn out? You have learned now about the nature of desire, how it burns like fire, how it needs fuel to exist, and how much of your suffering comes from unconsciously feeding flames that promise warmth but deliver only consumption. But there is something deeper still to understand. For even when you see the fires clearly, even when you recognize the fuel, the suffering continues. Why? Because you are not just feeding desire, you are projecting desire onto everything you see. You are painting meaning onto neutral reality, creating snakes, where there are only ropes filling empty experiences with the weight of your own wanting. Rest now, and in the next story you will meet a mirror, a perfect mirror that became consumed by the very wanting you have been learning to release. Through its journey, you will discover what it means to want nothing, not through denial or suppression, but through the recognition of completeness, that needs nothing added to it. You will learn that true perfection lies not in becoming something more, but in being completely what you are, without the distortion of desire. The mirror will teach you what the fire cannot. That peace is not the absence of experience, but the absence of grasping at experience. That freedom is not in having nothing, but in wanting nothing. That your true nature, like the mirror's surface, is already complete, needing only to be recognized, not achieved. Story 4. The Two Arrows. A Buddhist tale about pain and wisdom. In a small village at the edge of the kingdom, there lived a farmer named Devadatta. He was a good man, hard-working and honest, known throughout the region for the quality of his rice and the care he took with his land. He had worked his fields for 20 years, building them slowly from nothing into something abundant. His crops fed not just his family, but many families in the surrounding villages. His fields were his pride, his livelihood, his legacy. Then came the year of the great drought. The rains that usually arrived in the spring never came. Week after week, Devadatta watched the sky waiting for clouds that did not appear. He did everything he could. He carried water from the distant river bucket by bucket until his back ached and his hands bled. He prayed to every deity he knew. He made offerings at the temple. He stayed awake at night, willing the rains to come through sheer force of his desire. But the sky remained clear and merciless. The sun beat down day after day, and slowly, inevitably, his crops withered and died. When the harvest season came, there was nothing to harvest. An entire year of work, an entire year of income gone. The first arrow had struck. The loss was real, undeniable, devastating. Devadatta stood in his barren field and felt the pain of it, the fear of how he would feed his family, the grief of watching his crops die, the worry about the coming winter. This pain was natural. It was appropriate. It was the first arrow, and there was no avoiding it. Life had delivered a wound. But then came the second arrow, and this one, Devadatta shot himself. He began to replay the year in his mind over and over. What if he had prepared differently? What if he had dug the irrigation channels deeper? What if he had planted a different variety of rice, one more resistant to drought? The what-ifs consumed him. He lay awake at night, running through scenarios that could not be changed, imagining versions of the year where he had been smarter, more prepared, more capable. He compared himself to a neighbor whose well had not run dry and felt the bitter taste of his own inadequacy. Why had his neighbor been spared and not him? What had he done wrong? Was he being punished for something? The bitterness grew. He became angry at the sky, at the gods, at his own limitations. He snapped at his wife when she tried to comfort him. He avoided his children because their needs reminded him of his failure to provide. He stopped going to the village gatherings because he could not bear the sympathetic looks, the well-meaning questions. Every conversation became an opportunity to rehearse his grievances, to explain in detail everything that had gone wrong, to build a monument to his suffering. Weeks became months. The drought ended, the rains returned. It was time to plant again, to begin the new year. But Devadatta could not move forward. He was trapped in the past, endlessly reliving the loss, endlessly punishing himself for not preventing it. His neighbors planted their fields. The seasons turned. But Devadatta remained frozen, shooting the second arrow again and again into his own heart. Perhaps you recognize this pattern in yourself. Something happens, you do not get the job, the relationship ends, you make a mistake, you receive criticism, your body develops a limitation, someone you love makes a choice you cannot understand. The first arrow strikes and it hurts. This is unavoidable. Life includes loss, disappointment, pain, change. No one escapes the first arrow, but then your mind begins its work. You replay the event endlessly, examining it from every angle. You imagine what you should have said, what you should have done differently. You compare yourself to others who did not experience this loss. You tell yourself stories about what this event means about you, that you are inadequate, unlucky, cursed, fundamentally flawed. You project into the future, catastrophizing about all the terrible things that will now happen, because this one thing went wrong. You lie awake at night, your jaw clenched, your stomach tight, your mind running the same loops over and over. You are shooting the second arrow, and often the pain of the second arrow far exceeds the pain of the first. One day, a traveling teacher came through Devadatta's village. People spoke of this teacher. Some said he was the Buddha himself. Others said he was one of the Buddha's senior disciples. Whoever he was, he carried with him a quality of peace that was palpable even from a distance. Devadatta's wife worried about her husband's descent into bitterness, and paralysis convinced him to go hear this teacher speak. Devadatta went reluctantly, sitting at the back of the gathering with his arms crossed, his face hard. The teacher sat quietly for a moment, looking at the assembled villagers with eyes that seemed to see past their polite masks into the suffering each of them carried. "I want to tell you about the 2 arrows. The teacher began, his voice calm and clear. Imagine you are walking through the forest and suddenly an arrow strikes you from nowhere. Perhaps a hunter shot carelessly, or perhaps you simply walked into a trap set for animals. The arrow pierces your flesh. It hurts. This is the first arrow. It is the pain that life delivers: loss, illness, disappointment, aging, death. No one escapes the first arrow. If you are alive, you will be struck." He paused, letting this truth settle. Now, as you stand there with an arrow in your flesh, you have a choice. You can attend to the wound. You can carefully remove the arrow, clean the injury, bandage it, and allow it to heal. The pain will still be there, but you are not adding to it. You are simply letting the natural process of healing occur. The teacher's voice grew slightly more intense. Or, and this is what most people do, you can take a second arrow and shoot yourself with it. You stand there and say, "Why did this happen to me? What did I do to deserve this? If only I had been more careful. If only I had taken a different path. That person over there did not get shot. Why am I the one suffering? This is terrible. This is the worst thing that could happen. My life is ruined. I will never recover from this." And with each of these thoughts, you are shooting another arrow into the same wound. The first arrow caused pain, but the second arrow, the one you shoot yourself, causes suffering. Devadatta felt something crack open in his chest. He was seeing himself clearly for the first time in months. The drought had been the first arrow. It had hurt, genuinely hurt. But he had shot himself with 1,000 second arrows since then. Every bitter thought, every replay of what he should have done differently, every comparison to his more fortunate neighbors, every story about his own inadequacy. These were all arrows he had shot into his own heart again and again. "The first arrow is pain," the teacher continued. "And pain is unavoidable. But the second arrow is suffering. And suffering is optional. It is what we add to pain through our resistance, our rumination, our stories, our refusal to accept what has already happened. Do you understand the difference?" A woman in the crowd raised her hand tentatively. "But teacher, are you saying we should not care when bad things happen? That we should just accept everything without feeling?" "No," the teacher said gently. "I am not teaching indifference. Feel the pain of the first arrow. Grieve when there is loss. Feel sad when something ends. Feel afraid when there is danger. These feelings are natural and appropriate. They are part of being human. The first arrow includes the full range of difficult emotions. But there is a difference between feeling grief and endlessly rehearsing your grief, between feeling fear and catastrophizing endlessly about imagined futures, between feeling disappointment and building an entire identity around your victimhood. He looked around at all of them. The second arrow is not the feeling itself. The second arrow is what you do with the feeling. It is the story you build around it. It is the meaning you assign to it. It is the way you use it to confirm your worst beliefs about yourself and your life. Another villager, an older man, spoke up. I lost my son 2 years ago. Are you telling me I should just stop grieving? That I should accept his death and move on? The teacher's face softened with compassion. The death of your son is a terrible arrow. The grief you feel is the natural response to that arrow. I am not asking you to stop feeling it, but tell me, in the 2 years since his death, have you been feeling your grief, or have you been thinking about your grief? Have you allowed yourself to simply cry when the tears come? Or have you been telling yourself stories about why this happened, what it means, whether you could have prevented it, whether you will ever be happy again? The old man was silent for a long moment, his eyes filling with tears. I think about it constantly, he finally said. Every day I replay the circumstances of his death. I imagine what I could have done differently. I torture myself with questions that have no answers. And yes, I tell myself I will never be happy again. That my life ended when his ended. Those thoughts, the teacher said gently, those are second arrows, and they keep the wound open. They prevent healing. They turn a terrible loss into an eternal suffering. Your son died, that is the first arrow, and it was devastating. But you are still dying every day because you keep shooting yourself with the second arrow. You are turning grief, which is natural, and will move through you in waves if you let it into a permanent identity. You are becoming the man whose son died, instead of remaining a father who has lost a son and still loves him and still lives. Devadatta found himself nodding. He had done the same thing. He had become the farmer whose crops failed, instead of remaining a farmer who experienced a drought and will plant again. The loss had become his identity. The second arrows had become so constant that he no longer noticed he was shooting them. Let me teach you something practical, the teacher said, standing and walking among the gathered villagers. This is a practice you can use whenever you notice yourself shooting second arrows. It is very simple. When something painful happens, when the first arrow strikes you, pause and you ask yourself 3 questions. He held up one finger. First, what actually happened? Not the story about what happened, not what it means or who is to blame or what might happen next, just the bare facts. What is the first arrow? A second finger. Second. What stories am I telling myself about what happened? What am I adding to the facts? What second arrows am I shooting? Am I catastrophizing? Am I replaying the past? Am I comparing myself to others? Am I making this mean something about my worth or my future? A third finger. Third, can I let the second arrows go even for a moment? Can I come back to the simple truth of the first arrow? This thing happened, it hurts, and that is all. Can I feel the pain without adding the suffering? Let me give you an example from daily life, the teacher said, sitting back down. You send a message to a friend and they do not respond. The first arrow is small. You feel a slight twinge of uncertainty or concern. That is natural. But then your mind begins, they are ignoring me. They must be angry. I must have said something wrong in our last conversation. They probably do not want to be friends anymore. I always do this. I say the wrong thing and push people away. No one really likes me. I am going to be alone forever. Do you see what happened? The first arrow was tiny, a moment of not knowing why they have not responded. But you shot yourself with dozens of second arrows, and now you are in agony over something that might simply mean your friend has been busy. The crowd murmured with recognition. Everyone had done this. Or another example. The teacher continued. You make a mistake at work. The first arrow is the natural discomfort of having aired perhaps some embarrassment. But then, everyone thinks I am incompetent. My employer is going to fire me. I am going to lose everything. I always fail at important moments. This proves I do not deserve success. My life is falling apart. Second arrows, second arrows, second arrows. The actual event, a simple mistake that everyone makes, becomes a catastrophe entirely in your own mind. Devadatta thought about his drought. What was the first arrow? His crops had died due to weather he could not control. He had lost income for a year. These were facts. They were painful facts, yes, but they were limited in scope. What were the second arrows? Everything else. The endless self-blame, the bitter comparisons, the stories about being cursed or inadequate, the refusal to accept what had happened, the paralysis that prevented him from moving forward, the isolation he had created through his bitterness. All of these were optional. All of these were arrows he had shot himself. But teacher, a younger woman asked, how do we actually stop shooting the second arrows? I understand what you are saying, but when I am in the middle of it, when my mind is spiraling, I cannot seem to stop it. The thoughts just come automatically. Yes, the teacher agreed. The thoughts do come automatically at first. Your mind has been trained to shoot second arrows. It has practiced this pattern for years, perhaps for your entire life. So you cannot simply decide to stop and have the pattern disappear. But you can begin to create space between the thought and your belief in the thought. You can begin to see the second arrows as they are being shot, rather than only noticing them hours or days later. He gestured to a young tree growing nearby. When this tree was a seedling, it could easily be pulled up by hand. But now that it has grown, and its roots have deepened, you cannot simply yank it out. You must dig carefully, patiently, working around the roots. The pattern of shooting second arrows is like that tree. It has deep roots in your mind, but you can begin to work with it. And the way you work with it is through awareness. The teacher's voice became very precise, very practical. When the first arrow strikes, when something painful or difficult happens, you will notice that your mind immediately begins generating second arrow thoughts. This is terrible. This should not have happened. This means something bad about me. What if this leads to more disaster? These thoughts will come, but here is what you practice. Instead of immediately believing these thoughts and following them down their spiral, you pause. You take a breath. And you label what is happening. Second arrow. My mind is shooting a second arrow. He looked around at them. Just that recognition creates space. It interrupts the automatic pattern. You are no longer completely identified with the thought. You are the awareness that notices the thought. And from that place of awareness, you can ask, is this thought true? Is it helpful? Is it based on facts or on fear? Am I reliving the past or catastrophizing about the future? And most importantly, am I willing to put down this arrow, even though my mind insists I need to keep shooting it? A middle-aged man spoke up, his voice heavy with frustration. But what if the thoughts are true? What if I really did cause the problem through my own mistakes? What if my catastrophizing is actually realistic preparation? What if the person really is angry with me and I really am going to lose my job? Excellent questions, the teacher said. Let us separate them. First, yes, sometimes the first arrow includes your own mistakes. You did something unskillful, and there are real consequences. That is still the first arrow. The second arrow is the endless self-flagellation. The stories about being a terrible person. The refusal to forgive yourself. The belief that this mistake defines you forever. You can acknowledge a mistake, learn from it, make amends if possible, and commit to doing better, all without shooting second arrows. He held up a second finger. Second, the difference between realistic preparation and catastrophizing. Realistic preparation says, this might happen, so let me take these specific practical steps to address it. Catastrophizing says, this might happen, and if it does, everything will fall apart, and my life will be ruined, and there is nothing I can do. One leads to action, the other leads to paralysis and suffering. One stays grounded in the present, the other spirals into imagined futures. A third finger. Third, the person might actually be angry, or you might actually lose your job. These would be first arrows if they happen. But right now, in this moment, they have not happened. They are possibilities, and you are shooting second arrows by treating possibilities as certainties, by suffering today for things that might occur tomorrow. When and if the first arrow actually strikes, you can deal with it then. Right now, you are creating unnecessary suffering by living in an imagined painful future instead of the actual present. Devadatta felt the teaching landing in his body. He had spent months suffering over a drought that was already over. He had been living in the past, endlessly reliving something that could not be changed instead of living in the present, where new possibilities existed. The drought had been the first arrow. Everything since then had been second arrows. Let me tell you what happened to a farmer very much like some of you here, the teacher said, and Devadatta had the eerie feeling the teacher was speaking directly to him. This farmer lost his entire harvest to drought. The first arrow struck hard. He was devastated. He felt fear, grief, worry, all natural responses. But then he made a choice. He said to himself, "This happened. It is painful. But I will not make it worse by dwelling endlessly on what I cannot change. I will feel what I feel, and then I will turn my attention to what I can do now." The teacher's voice grew warmer. So he allowed himself to grieve. He sat with his losses without trying to push the feelings away. He let himself cry. He talked to his wife about his fears. He acknowledged the difficulty without running from it or getting lost in it. And then when the rains returned, he planted again. He did not let the drought of 1 year define the rest of his life. He experienced the first arrow fully, but he refused to keep shooting second arrows. And because of this, he was able to move forward. The loss remained a loss, but it did not become his identity. It did not destroy his future. Devadatta felt tears streaming down his face. This was exactly what he needed to hear. He had been given a teaching in the form of his own story reflected back to him so he could see it clearly. The teacher was right. The drought had happened. It was over. But he had been keeping it alive through his constant rumination, his bitterness, his refusal to accept what could not be changed. He had been living in last year while this year passed him by. There is a meditation I want to teach all of you. The teacher said, his voice gentle now, almost intimate. It is called the 2-arrow meditation, and it is one of the most practical tools you will ever learn. You can practice it whenever you notice yourself suffering, whenever you feel caught in a spiral of difficult thoughts and emotions. He settled into his seat, demonstrating the posture. Sit comfortably, close your eyes, and bring to mind something that is causing you suffering right now. Not the worst thing, not the most traumatic. Choose something moderate, something you can work with without being overwhelmed. The villagers closed their eyes. Devadatta brought to mind his failed harvest, but this time he tried to hold it differently with some space around it. Now, the teacher continued, ask yourself, what is the first arrow here? What actually happened? What are the bare facts stripped of all story and interpretation? Perhaps someone said something that hurt you. Perhaps you lost something you valued. Perhaps your body is in pain. Perhaps you did not get something you wanted. Name the first arrow. See it clearly. And notice when you see just the first arrow without all the elaboration, it has boundaries. It is painful, but it is not infinite. It is specific. It is what it is. Devadatta saw it. The crops died. That was the first arrow, just that. Not I am a failure, not I am cursed, not I will never recover. Just the crops died due to drought. Now the teacher said, notice all the second arrows. Notice all the thoughts that have arisen around the first arrow. The stories about what it means. The comparisons to others. The replaying of what you should have done differently. The catastrophizing about the future. The judgments about yourself. Just notice them all. Do not judge yourself for having these thoughts. Simply see them as what they are. Second arrows. Your mind trying to make sense of pain by creating stories about it. Devadatta saw them clearly now, all the months of bitter rumination, all the comparisons to his neighbors, all the self-blame, all the stories about being inadequate. Second arrows, second arrows, second arrows. He had been shooting them constantly without even realizing it. Now comes the practice, the teacher said. See if you can just for this moment let the second arrows go, not by forcing them away, but by simply choosing not to pick them up. Let the thoughts be there if they want to be there, but do not engage with them. Do not follow them. Do not believe them. Just let them pass like clouds. And come back to the simple truth of the first arrow. This thing happened. It hurts. And right now, in this moment, I am here. I am breathing. I am alive. The past cannot be changed. The future has not arrived. Right now, there is just this moment, and in this moment, what is actually true. Devadatta breathed. He let go just for a moment of all his stories about the drought, and what he found was surprising. Yes, he had lost his crops. Yes, it had been difficult. But right now, in this moment, he was sitting here. His wife loved him. His children were healthy. The rains had returned. The earth was ready to receive seeds again. When he stopped shooting second arrows, when he stopped dwelling in the painful past, he could see that the present moment held possibilities. It held life. It was not ruined beyond repair. This is what you practice, the teacher said softly. Again and again. Every time you notice second arrows, you practice putting them down. Not forever the thoughts will come back, but for this moment, for this breath. You practice returning to what is actually true right now, instead of dwelling in painful stories about what happened before or might happen later. And over time, with practice, you will find that the second arrows lose their grip. They still arise, but they do not consume you. They pass more quickly. You suffer less, not because painful things stop happening, but because you stop making them worse with your own mind. The teacher opened his eyes and looked at them all with great compassion. I know this is not easy. I know that when you are in the grip of second arrow thinking, it feels absolutely real and absolutely necessary. It feels like you need to figure it out, need to understand why it happened, need to prevent it from happening again. But most of that thinking is not productive. It is just suffering disguised as problem solving. Real problem solving is calm, practical, present focused. What can I actually do right now to address this situation? Second arrow thinking spirals endlessly without producing solutions. It keeps you trapped in the past or lost in imagined futures. He stood and began to walk among them again. Let me give you some ways to recognize when you are shooting second arrows so you can catch yourself in the act. If you notice yourself thinking the same thoughts over and over without them leading anywhere new, second arrows. If you are replaying conversations or events that already happened, imagining what you should have said or done differently, second arrows. If you are comparing your situation to others' situations and feeling bitter or inadequate, second arrows. If you are catastrophizing, imagining worst-case scenarios, spiraling into anxiety about things that have not happened yet, second arrows. If you're using words like always or never or everything or nothing, I always fail, nothing ever works out, everyone has it better than me, these are second arrows. A woman raised her hand. What if recognizing the second arrows just makes me feel worse? What if I start judging myself for shooting them, and then that becomes another arrow? The teacher laughed warmly. Ah, yes, the meta arrow. The arrow you shoot because you shot an arrow. I should not be thinking these thoughts. What is wrong with me? I have been taught better. Why can I not stop? Yes, this is very common. And when you notice it happening, you do exactly what you do with any other second arrow. You see it, you label it, I am now shooting arrows about shooting arrows, and you gently return to the present moment. No judgment, just awareness and return, again and again. He returned to his seat one final time. The practice of recognizing second arrows is a practice of compassion toward yourself. You are not trying to be perfect. You are not trying to never have difficult thoughts. You are simply learning to see the difference between pain, which is inevitable, and suffering, which is optional. You are learning that you do not have to believe every thought your mind produces. You are learning that you have more choice than you realized about where you place your attention and which stories you tell yourself. The teacher looked directly at Devadatta now, and Devadatta felt truly seen. Some of you came here today carrying burdens that are months or even years old. You have been shooting second arrows for so long that you have forgotten what the first arrow even was. You have built entire identities around your suffering, and I am here to tell you you can put it down, not all at once, not perfectly, but you can begin. You can start to separate what happened from the story you have been telling about what happened. You can start to distinguish between appropriate grief and endless rumination. You can start to live in this moment instead of in the painful past or the fearful future. Here is your practice for this week. The teacher said, his voice taking on the quality of a blessing. Every day, sit quietly for a few minutes and review your day. Notice the places where first arrows struck, the disappointments, the frustrations, the physical discomforts, the difficult interactions. See them clearly. Acknowledge them without minimizing them. These are the real pains of being alive. Then notice all the second arrows you shot. Notice how often you turned a small difficulty into a catastrophe through your thinking. Notice how much of your suffering was self-inflicted, created by the stories you told, rather than by what actually happened. He raised a finger. But do this with gentleness. You are not trying to berate yourself for shooting second arrows. You are simply learning to see the pattern. And as you see it more clearly, you will naturally begin to do it less. Awareness itself is transformative. You do not need to fight against second arrows. You simply need to see them for what they are: optional additions to necessary pain. And once you see that they are optional, that they are not required, that you can experience the first arrow without compounding it with second arrows, that recognition itself begins to set you free. The gathering was winding down. People were beginning to stir, to whisper to each other, to absorb what they had heard. But Devadatta sat very still, feeling something shift in his chest like ice breaking up after a long winter. The teacher stood to leave, but Devadatta called out, his voice rough with emotion. "Teacher, wait. I am the farmer. I am the one whose crops failed. I have been shooting second arrows for months. I have been trapped in the past, bitter and paralyzed. And hearing this teaching, I see it now. I see what I have been doing to myself. But I have one question." The teacher turned and looked at him with such kindness that Devadatta almost could not continue. "How do I forgive myself? How do I forgive myself for all the time I have wasted, for all the suffering I have caused my family through my bitterness, for all the second arrows I have shot?" The teacher walked over to where Devadatta sat and placed a hand on his shoulder. That question itself, how do I forgive myself? Do you hear the second arrow in it? You experienced a drought. That was painful. Then you responded to that pain in the only way you knew how at the time. That response created more suffering, yes, but now you see it. Now you understand, and you are asking how to forgive yourself for not having understood sooner. Can you see how this is another form of self-punishment, another way of shooting arrows? Devadatta felt the truth of it, even as it was hard to accept. "So what do I do?" "You start now," the teacher said simply. "You do not waste any more time punishing yourself for the time you already wasted. You do not create new suffering about the old suffering. You simply say, I see what I was doing. I understand now. And from this moment forward, I choose differently." That is all. No elaborate forgiveness ritual. No extended period of self-flagellation to prove you have learned your lesson. Just I see, I understand, I choose differently now. The teacher squeezed his shoulder gently. "And then you go home. You talk to your wife. You hold your children. You look at your fields and you see them not as the place where your crops failed, but as the place where your crops will grow again. You plant. You tend. You live. The drought happened. It is part of your story now. But it does not have to be the ending of your story. It can be the middle, the difficult chapter that taught you something essential about the difference between pain and suffering, between what life does to you and what you do to yourself." Devadatta nodded, tears flowing freely now. Not tears of bitterness, but tears of release. He had been carrying a weight for so long that he had forgotten what it felt like to be without it. And now, in this moment, he was beginning to put it down. The teacher addressed the whole group one final time. "All of you remember this. The first arrow will strike. Again and again throughout your life, painful things will happen. You will lose things you love. You will fail at things that matter. You will be misunderstood. You will experience physical pain and limitation. You will watch people you care about make choices you cannot support. You will face illness and aging and eventually death. These are the first arrows, and they are part of the contract of being alive." His voice grew softer, but somehow more powerful. "But the second arrows, these are optional. The endless rumination, the bitter comparisons, the catastrophizing, the self-blame, the stories that turn pain into identity, these you can learn to put down. Not perfectly, not all at once, but gradually with practice, you can learn to experience the first arrow without multiplying it into 1,000 second arrows. And in that learning, you will discover a kind of freedom you may not have known was possible. Not freedom from pain that is not available in a human life, but freedom within pain. The ability to hurt without being destroyed. The ability to face difficulty without collapsing into it. The ability to remain present even when the present moment is painful. He bowed to them all. Practice the 2-arrow meditation. Learn to distinguish between what life does to you and what you do to yourself. And may you find in that distinction the beginning of peace. The teacher left, walking slowly down the path out of the village. People dispersed gradually, speaking quietly among themselves, their faces thoughtful. But Devadatta sat for a long time, just breathing, just being with what he had learned. Finally, he stood. His body felt lighter somehow, as if he had been carrying something heavy and had just set it down. He walked home through his village, seeing it with new eyes. The same houses, the same trees, the same paths, but he was different. He was no longer the man defined by his loss. He was a man who had experienced loss and was learning to live again. When he reached his home, his wife was in the garden. She looked up as he approached, and he saw the worry in her eyes, the concern she had carried for him all these months. He walked to her and took her hands. "I am sorry," he said, "for all the second arrows, for shooting myself again and again when you tried to help, for living in the past when you were here in the present waiting for me to return." She looked at him, not quite understanding his words, but understanding something essential in his tone, in the way he was meeting her eyes for the first time in months. "You are back," she said softly. "Yes," he said, "I am back, and tomorrow we plant again." That night, Devadatta practiced the 2-arrow meditation. He sat quietly and brought to mind his failed harvest. He saw it clearly, the crops had died. That was the first arrow. It had been painful. It had been frightening. It had been a real loss. He let himself feel all of that without pushing it away. And then he saw all the second arrows, the months of bitterness, the self-blame, the comparisons, the stories about being cursed. He saw them not with judgment, but with clear recognition. These had been optional. These had been choices even if he had not realized he was choosing, and then he practiced letting them go. Not forever, he knew they would return, but for this moment, for this breath, he put them down. He came back to what was actually true right now. He was alive. He was sitting in his home. His family was safe. The earth was ready for seeds. The past was past. The future was not yet here. Right now, in this moment, there was just this. And this, when he stopped adding to it, was enough. He opened his eyes and felt something he had not felt in a very long time. Hope. Not the desperate hope that clings to specific outcomes, but the simple hope that comes from recognizing you are not as trapped as you thought, that you have more agency than you realized. That suffering is not an inevitability, but a choice you can learn to make differently. You have learned now about the 2 arrows, how life delivers pain, but we create suffering through our resistance and rumination. You understand that the first arrow is unavoidable, but the second arrow is optional. Yet even with this understanding, even when you see the second arrows clearly, there remains a question: why do they seem so necessary? Why does your mind insist on adding stories, on creating meaning, on turning simple pain into complex suffering? The answer lies in understanding how perception itself works, how your mind creates what you see, and how desire distorts that vision. In the next chapter, you will learn about the rope and the snake, about how we mistake our projections for reality, and how that mistake creates a lifetime of unnecessary fear and wanting. Rest now and let the teaching of the 2 arrows settle into your bones. Story 5. The Rope and the Snake. A Buddhist tale about fear and perception. There was once a traveler who set out on a long journey through unfamiliar territory. He had been walking all day, and as the sun began to set, he realized he had misjudged the distance to the next village. Darkness fell quickly, as it does in the forest, and soon he found himself walking a narrow path with only the faint light of a crescent moon to guide him. He was tired and anxious, worried about wild animals, about losing his way, about having to spend the night exposed to the elements. His mind was already full of fear when suddenly there on the path directly in front of him, coiled and still, he saw a snake. His heart seized. He stopped instantly, his breath caught in his throat. It was a cobra, he was certain of it. He could see the distinctive hood, the way it lay coiled and ready to strike. His body flooded with terror. He began to shake. His mind raced with images of what would happen if he moved wrong, if he startled it, if it struck him. He would die here alone on this path, far from anyone who could help him. His children would grow up without a father. His wife would never know what happened to him. He stood frozen for what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. His legs ached. His heart pounded so hard he thought it might burst. The snake did not move. It simply lay there, coiled and menacing in the dim light. Finally unable to stand the tension any longer, he slowly, carefully backed away. He spent the entire night a safe distance from the path, cold and terrified, barely sleeping, convinced that death had nearly claimed him. When dawn came and light returned to the forest, the traveler cautiously approached the path again. He needed to continue his journey, but he had to pass that spot where the cobra waited. He picked up a long stick to defend himself and crept forward, his whole body tense with fear. And then he saw it clearly. It was not a snake. It had never been a snake. It was a rope, just an old piece of rope coiled on the path left there by some previous traveler, or perhaps used to mark the trail. In the darkness, his fearful mind had seen a cobra. It had created every detail, the hood, the menacing stillness, the danger. None of it had been real. He had spent the entire night in terror, suffering genuinely, his body producing real stress hormones, his heart actually racing, his mind truly convinced he was in mortal danger. All of it based on a rope. Perhaps you have never mistaken a rope for a snake, but you have done something similar. You have taken a neutral reality and projected meaning onto it, and then suffered because of the meaning you created. You have seen danger where there was none. You have seen rejection where there was only distraction. You have seen failure where there was only a temporary setback. You have seen inadequacy where there was only difference. And having created these projections, having painted them onto reality with the brush of your fears and desires, you have suffered as if they were real. This is what the human mind does. It does not simply perceive reality, it interprets reality. It adds layers of meaning, association, memory, and expectation onto raw experience. And then it mistakes those layers for the experience itself. It sees the rope through the lens of fear and creates a snake. And the snake, though never real, produces real suffering. The Buddha taught this parable to his disciples one evening after a young monk came to him in distress. The monk had been certain that his teacher, a senior monk named Sariputta, was disappointed in him. He had seen it in the way Sariputta looked at him during meditation. He had heard it in the tone of a brief instruction Sariputta had given him. He had felt it in the silence when he had expected praise for completing a difficult task. For weeks, this certainty had eaten at him. He could not sleep. He could not concentrate on his practice. He replayed every interaction, searching for what he had done wrong, trying to understand how he had failed so completely that even his revered teacher had given up on him. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he went to the Buddha and confessed his anguish. The Buddha listened with his characteristic patience and then asked a simple question. Have you spoken to Sariputta about this? The young monk looked confused. No, teacher. I could not. I was too ashamed of having disappointed him. So, you do not know if he is actually disappointed? Well, no, but I could see it. I could feel it. The signs were clear. The Buddha smiled gently. Tell me, when you look at Sariputta during meditation, what expression does his face usually carry? The monk thought for a moment. He is very still, very concentrated. His face is neutral, I suppose. Peaceful. And when he gives instructions, what tone does he usually use? Brief, direct. He does not waste words. And when you complete tasks, does he often give praise? The monk paused. No, I suppose he rarely praises anyone directly. He is not demonstrative in that way. So, the Buddha said, leaning forward slightly, everything you interpreted as disappointment in you, the neutral face, the brief tone, the absence of praise, these are actually just Sariputta being Sariputta. They are his normal way of being, but you looked at this rope and saw a snake. You took neutral behaviors and projected your own fears onto them. And then you genuinely suffered because of the snake you created. The young monk felt his face flush with recognition and embarrassment. You are saying I imagined it all? Not exactly, the Buddha said. The behaviors were real. Sariputta did look at you with a neutral face. He did speak briefly. He did not praise you. These are the actual facts of what happened. But the disappointment, the judgment, the meaning you assign to these facts, these are the snake. You created them from your own fears and insecurities. And once you created them, they became real to you. Your body responded as if you were actually being rejected. Your mind suffered as if you were actually being judged. The snake you created had real power over you, even though it was never there. The young monk sat with this for a long moment. So how do I know what is real? How do I know when I am seeing clearly and when I am projecting? That the Buddha said is one of the most important questions you can ask. And the answer is both simple and difficult. You see clearly when you see what is actually there before your mind adds interpretation. You see clearly when you separate the rope from the snake. But this requires tremendous honesty and awareness, because most of the time you see the snake so vividly that you forget the rope is underneath. He gestured for the young monk to sit. Let me teach you about desire and how it distorts perception. Because this is not just about fear, as in the traveler's story. It is also about wanting. When you desire something desperately, a relationship, an achievement, an experience, your mind begins to project qualities onto it that may not actually be there. You see not the thing itself, but the thing as you need it to be. The young monk nodded slowly, beginning to understand. There was once a woman, the Buddha continued, who longed desperately for a partner. She had been alone for many years, and the loneliness had become a constant ache. She told herself that if she could only find the right person, someone who understood her, someone who loved her, then she would finally be happy. Her whole life became organized around this search. The Buddha's voice took on the rhythm of storytelling. Then one day she met someone, and within hours of meeting them, she was convinced this is the one. This is the person I have been waiting for. She saw in them everything she had been looking for: kindness, wisdom, humor, depth. She imagined conversations they would have, a life they would build together, the happiness that would finally be hers. Her desire painted such a vivid picture that she could see it more clearly than she could see the actual person in front of her. Several of the disciples leaned in, recognizing something of themselves in this story. She pursued this person, the Buddha continued. She shaped herself to fit what she thought they wanted. She ignored signs that they might not be as interested as she was. She interpreted neutral friendliness as special connection. She saw what she wanted to see because her desire was so strong. And when eventually the person made it clear they did not share her feelings, she was devastated. Not just disappointed, devastated. Because she had not lost what she actually had, which was a brief acquaintance with someone pleasant. She had lost what she had imagined she had, which was the solution to her loneliness, the answer to her longing, the key to her happiness. The Buddha paused, letting this settle. The person was the rope, but her desire had painted a snake onto that rope, or rather painted a beautiful fantasy onto it. And when the fantasy dissolved, when she finally had to see the rope as it actually was, the loss felt enormous. But what had she actually lost? Only the projection, only the snake. The rope had never been what she thought it was. One of the female disciples spoke up, her voice quiet but clear. "Teacher, I have done this, not just with people, but with many things. I have wanted something so desperately that I convinced myself it would change everything, solve everything. And when I got it, or did not get it, I discovered it was never what I thought it was." Yes, the Buddha said. This is perhaps the most common way that desire distorts perception. You take something neutral, a job, a possession, a relationship, a place, an achievement, and you project onto it the fulfillment of all your deepest needs. You tell yourself, when I get that job, I will finally feel confident. When I find that relationship, I will finally feel whole. When I live in that place, I will finally feel at peace. When I achieve that goal, I will finally feel worthy. And because you believe this so strongly, you organize your entire life around getting the thing. It becomes the snake that either promises salvation or threatens destruction. But here is what you must understand. The Buddha continued his voice, taking on a quality of gentle urgency. The job is just a job. The relationship is just a relationship between two imperfect humans. The place is just a location with its own weather and challenges. The achievement is just a moment that passes. These are the ropes. They are what they are, no more, no less. But your desire has painted elaborate fantasies onto them. You have projected your own inner needs and wounds onto external things, and then convinced yourself that getting those things will heal the wounds and meet the needs. This is the fundamental delusion that keeps you in perpetual seeking. He looked around at all of them. Every person here has done this countless times. You have looked at your life and thought, I will be happy when, I will be at peace when, I will finally feel enough when, and you have filled in that blank with something external, something out there that you do not yet have. And in doing so, you have turned a simple rope into a snake that controls your entire life. The young monk who had started this teaching spoke again. So you are saying that nothing external can actually give us what we seek, that everything we desire is just a rope? Not quite, the Buddha said, and there was important nuance in his voice. External things have their value and their place. A good relationship can bring joy and companionship. Meaningful work can bring satisfaction and purpose. A comfortable home can bring ease. These are real goods, but they are limited goods. They are ropes, useful, pleasant perhaps, but just ropes. They cannot carry the weight of meaning you try to place on them. They cannot fill the void you feel inside. They cannot make you fundamentally different than you are. They cannot solve the existential questions of your life. He stood and walked among them. The problem is not desire itself. The problem is that desire makes you see things not as they are, but as you need them to be. And when you finally get the thing you desired, one of two things happens. Either you are disappointed because the thing does not deliver what you projected onto it. The rope is just a rope after all. Or you get a brief moment of satisfaction, and then your desire immediately finds a new object to project onto. The mechanism does not stop. It just redirects. A disciple asked, "How do we break this pattern? How do we stop projecting our needs onto things that cannot fulfill them?" "Through the practice I am about to teach you," the Buddha said. "It is called the reality check practice, and it is designed to help you see the rope before your mind paints the snake onto it, to perceive what is actually there before desire or fear distorts it." The disciples leaned forward, ready to receive the teaching. The practice has 3 parts. The Buddha said, holding up 3 fingers. First, whenever you notice yourself strongly wanting something or strongly fearing something, you pause. You do not act immediately. You do not follow the desire or the fear automatically. You pause and you ask, what am I actually looking at? What are the facts stripped of my interpretation? He lowered 1 finger. For example, the young monk who came to me worried about Sariputta's disappointment. The reality check practice would have him pause and ask, what did I actually observe? Sariputta had a neutral expression during meditation. Sariputta gave brief instructions. Sariputta did not offer praise. These are the facts. These are the rope. Just the rope, nothing more. A 2nd finger lowered. Second, once you have identified the rope, the bare facts, you ask, what am I adding to this? What interpretation am I layering on? What meaning am I creating? What story am I telling myself about what these facts mean? For the young monk, the answer would be, I am interpreting the neutral expression as disappointment. I am telling myself that the brief instructions mean I have failed. I am creating a story that the absence of praise means my teacher has given up on me. These are the snakes. These are the projections. The 3rd finger lowered. And third, you ask, what would be true if I removed the projection? What is actually here if I see only the rope and not the snake? For the young monk, the answer might be, if I remove my projection, what is actually here is a teacher behaving normally in his characteristic way, giving me the same treatment he gives everyone else. There is no rejection happening. There is no judgment happening. There is just Sariputta being Sariputta and me adding meaning that is not there. The Buddha sat back down. This practice seems simple, but it is revolutionary, because most of the time you never separate the rope from the snake. You see your projection and you think you are seeing reality. The woman who desired a partner saw her fantasy and thought she was seeing an actual person. The traveler saw a cobra and thought he was seeing an actual snake. You see inadequacy or rejection or failure or salvation, and you think you are seeing what is actually there, but you are seeing your own mind's creation. He paused to let this penetrate. Think about how much of your suffering is based on projections. Think about how many times you have been devastated by something that was never actually there. How many times you have pursued something that was never what you thought it was. How many times you have feared something that was only your own mind's creation. How many times you have lived in a world of snakes when there were only ropes. The young monk felt tears forming. He was seeing not just his situation with Sariputta, but pattern after pattern in his life. The friend he was certain had betrayed him, but had he actually? Or had he projected betrayal onto normal human imperfection? The opportunity he was certain he had ruined, but had he? Or had he projected catastrophe onto a small mistake? the spiritual inadequacy he felt, was it real? Or was he projecting his own harsh judgments onto a normal learning process? "I have been living in a world I created," the young monk said quietly. "I thought I was responding to reality, but I was responding to my own projections." "Yes," the Buddha said, "and this is true for almost everyone almost all the time. You are living in a world heavily filtered and distorted by your desires and fears. You are living in a world of snakes that you create rather than a world of ropes that actually exist. And this is why you suffer so much. Because you are fighting battles against enemies that are not there and pursuing prizes that do not exist." A senior disciple, a woman who had been practicing for many years, spoke up. "Teacher, I understand what you are saying, but how do we know when we are seeing clearly and when we are projecting? Sometimes it feels impossible to tell the difference. Sometimes the snake seems absolutely real." "Excellent question," the Buddha said. "And you are right, the snake does seem absolutely real. That is why the practice requires such honesty and courage. But there are signs you can learn to recognize. Signs that tell you when you are likely projecting rather than perceiving clearly." He began to count them on his fingers. First, intensity that seems disproportionate to the situation. When your emotional response is much larger than the actual event warrants, you are probably adding projections. The young monk's weeks of anguish over a neutral facial expression, the intensity was a clue that he was seeing a snake, not a rope. A second finger. Second, certainty about things you cannot actually know. When you are absolutely convinced of someone else's thoughts, feelings, or intentions without having asked them directly. When you know exactly what something means or what will happen, even though you have no real evidence. This certainty is usually projection. The woman who was certain she had met her soulmate after one meeting, that certainty was a clue that she was projecting rather than seeing. A third finger. Third, your reaction fits an old pattern rather than the current situation. When your response is familiar, when you have felt this exact way before in different circumstances, you are probably replaying an old wound rather than responding to what is actually happening now. If you always feel rejected, always feel inadequate, always feel abandoned, these patterns suggest you are carrying a snake with you and placing it onto every rope you encounter. A fourth finger. Fourth, you find yourself adding elaborate interpretations to simple events. Someone does not respond to your message, and you create an entire narrative about what it means. Your body has a sensation, and you immediately jump to catastrophic medical conclusions. A simple rope becomes a complex snake through the addition of story after story after story. The Buddha lowered his hand. When you notice these signs, disproportionate intensity, unfounded certainty, old patterns, elaborate interpretations, these are your signals to practice the reality check. To pause and ask, what is the rope here? What am I adding? What would be true if I removed my projection? He looked at the young monk directly. So let us practice right now. You came to me certain of Sariputta's disappointment. Let us apply the reality check practice. First, what is the rope? What did you actually observe? The young monk took a breath. I observed that during meditation, Sariputta's face was still and neutral. I observed that when he gave me an instruction about my posture, his words were brief and direct. I observed that after I completed a task he had given me, he simply nodded and moved on to other matters. Good, the Buddha said. Those are ropes, facts, observations. Now what did you add? What interpretations did you layer on? The young monk felt his shame rising but pushed through it. I interpreted his neutral face as disappointment in me specifically. I interpreted his brief instruction as impatience with my slow progress. I interpreted his nod as cold dismissal, as evidence that nothing I do is ever good enough for him. I created a whole story that he regrets taking me as a student, that he sees me as a failure, that I have wasted his time. Yes, the Buddha said gently. Those are snakes, projections. Now the third part, what would be true if you removed those projections? What is actually here if you see only the rope? The young monk closed his eyes, trying to see clearly. If I remove my projections, Sariputta is simply being himself. He is naturally reserved. He teaches through minimal intervention. He believes students learn more through their own effort than through constant praise. His behavior towards me is not different than his behavior toward anyone else. There is no special disappointment. There is no judgment. There is just a teacher teaching in his own style. And how does that feel different than the snake you were seeing? The young monk opened his eyes and there was wonder in his voice. It feels completely different. The snake was terrifying and shameful and made me want to give up. The rope is just neutral, maybe even kind in its own way. He is treating me like everyone else. He is giving me space to learn. There is no disaster here, just a student learning from a reserved teacher. Yes, the Buddha said, the rope and the snake create entirely different experiences, entirely different worlds to live in. And the choice of which one you inhabit is largely yours. Not completely. Sometimes there really are snakes, real dangers, real rejections. But far more often than you realize, you are seeing snakes that you created. He addressed the whole group again. Now let me tell you something else about this practice. When you begin to use the reality check practice regularly, you will make a disturbing discovery. You will realize how much of your life has been spent chasing snakes or running from snakes that were never there. You will see all the relationships you damaged because you were responding to projections rather than to the actual person. All the opportunities you missed because you were certain of failure before you even tried. All the suffering you created by living in imagined futures rather than actual presence. The Buddha's voice grew softer, more compassionate. This realization can bring grief. You may mourn all the energy wasted, all the years spent fighting shadows. Allow that grief. It is appropriate, but do not turn it into another snake. Do not create a new projection. I have wasted my whole life. I am foolish. I can never recover from this. That would be creating a new snake from the recognition of old ones. Instead, simply see clearly, feel the natural grief, and then turn your attention to now, to this moment where you finally have the tools to see ropes as ropes. A young woman who had been silent throughout the teaching finally spoke, her voice trembling. Teacher, I think I have been doing this with my whole spiritual path. I have been projecting onto enlightenment, onto awakening, onto peace. I have created a snake out of these concepts, imagining that if I could just reach them, everything would be perfect. I would be perfect. All my problems would disappear. And so I've been chasing this snake for years, getting frustrated that I cannot catch it, feeling like a failure because I have not arrived. Am I doing the same thing? Is enlightenment just another rope I am painting snakes onto? The Buddha looked at her with profound compassion. Yes and no. Enlightenment, awakening, liberation. These point to something real. They are not just concepts, but the way you have been understanding them, the way you have been projecting onto them, this is very much a snake. You have taken the rope of a clear understanding of reality and freedom from unnecessary suffering, and you have painted onto it a snake of a perfect state where I will finally be worthy and special and never have problems again. Do you see the difference?" The young woman nodded slowly, her eyes wide with recognition. "I have been making awakening into another achievement, another trophy that will prove I am enough. Another external thing that will fix my internal sense of lack." "Exactly," the Buddha said. "And this is perhaps the most subtle and dangerous projection of all. Because unlike projecting onto a relationship or a job, where eventually reality will show you the rope, spiritual projections can persist for decades. You can spend your entire life chasing an imagined enlightenment, never realizing that what you are chasing is your own fantasy, not the actual liberation the teachings point toward." He leaned forward, his voice intense with compassion. "True awakening is not the snake you have been imagining. It is not a state where you become perfect, where you never feel difficult emotions, where you transcend all human limitations and become some kind of spiritual superhero. That is a fantasy. That is a snake painted by desire and ego onto the simple rope of clear seeing." "Then what is the rope?" she asked. "What is awakening actually, if not what I have been imagining?" "The rope," the Buddha said, "is simply this: seeing clearly without the distortion of projection. Experiencing reality as it is not as you wish it to be or fear it might be. Responding to what is actually here rather than to the snakes you create. Living in the present moment rather than in imagined pasts and futures. This is not dramatic, it is not superhuman. It is actually very ordinary, but it is also profoundly free because you are no longer imprisoned by your own projections." He gestured around them. "Right now in this moment you are sitting here. The ground is beneath you. The air is moving across your skin. Sounds are happening. Your body has various sensations. These are ropes, simple, direct experiences. But your mind is rarely with these ropes. Instead, it is off chasing snakes or running from snakes. It is thinking about what someone meant by what they said earlier. It is worrying about what might happen tomorrow. It is comparing this moment to other moments and finding it lacking. It is creating elaborate fantasies about who you will be when you finally achieve your goals. Snakes, snakes, snakes. And because you are living with all these snakes, you miss the actual rope of this moment, this breath, this life." The Buddha stood and walked to where a simple clay cup sat on a rock. He picked it up and held it before them. "This is a cup. That is the rope. But watch what happens when I ask, is this a good cup or a bad cup? Is it beautiful or ugly? Is it valuable or worthless? Does it make me look sophisticated to drink from this cup? Or does it make me look poor?" He smiled. Suddenly, the simple rope of "this is a cup" becomes covered in snakes. Snakes of judgment, comparison, status, identity. And if I believe these snakes, if I think they are real, then my experience of this cup becomes complicated. I might desire it if I decide it is valuable. I might reject it if I decide it is beneath me. I might feel proud or ashamed depending on who sees me with it. All of this suffering, all of this complication, layered onto a simple cup. The cup has not changed, but my projection has turned it into something that can now hurt me or save me. He set the cup down. This is what you do with everything in your life. You take simple ropes, people, objects, situations, experiences, and you paint elaborate snakes onto them through your desires, fears, memories, and expectations. And then you wonder why life is so complicated, why nothing ever satisfies you, why you are always chasing or running. It is because you are living in a world of your own creation, a world of snakes, rather than in the actual world of ropes. One of the older monks spoke, his voice carrying the weight of long practice. "Teacher, I have been practicing for many years, and I notice that even though I understand this teaching intellectually, Even though I can see my projections after the fact, in the moment, I still create them. My wife speaks in a certain tone, and immediately I feel criticized, even though I know logically that she might just be tired or distracted. My body has a pain, and immediately I catastrophize, even though I know most pains are temporary and harmless. The snakes appear so quickly, so automatically. How do we change this? You have identified the key challenge, the Buddha said, nodding with approval. The pattern of projection is deeply ingrained. You have been doing it your entire life since you were a small child, learning to make sense of a confusing world. You cannot simply decide to stop and have it stop, but you can begin to catch it more quickly. You can begin to recognize the signs that you are projecting. And most importantly, you can learn to hold your projections more lightly, to recognize them as projections rather than as truth. He returned to his seat. Here is what I want you to practice for the next week. Every day, choose one area of your life where you know you tend to project heavily. Perhaps it is your work. You tend to project fears about failure onto normal feedback. Perhaps it is your relationships. You tend to project rejection onto normal human complexity. Perhaps it is your body. You tend to project catastrophe onto normal sensations. Whatever area you choose, pay close attention to it. The Buddha's voice became very specific, very practical. When something happens in this area, when your boss gives you feedback, when your partner seems distant, when your body feels uncomfortable, immediately pause and ask the 3 reality check questions. 1. What is the rope? What actually happened in bare factual terms? 2. What am I adding? What interpretation? What story? What meaning am I layering on? 3. What would be true if I remove the projection? What is actually here if I see only what is actually here? He looked at each of them. At first, you will only catch yourself hours or days later. You will realize long after the fact that you created a snake and suffered from it. This is fine. This is progress. Simply seeing the pattern, even retroactively, begins to loosen its grip. Then gradually you will catch yourself sooner. Maybe not before you create the snake, but while you are in the middle of suffering from it. You will think, wait, am I seeing clearly right now, or am I projecting? And in that moment of questioning, space appears. The snake does not disappear, but you are no longer completely identified with it. And eventually, the Buddha continued, if you practice diligently, you will begin to catch the snake as it is being created. You will feel your mind starting to add interpretation, starting to create story, and you will pause before you believe it. You will think, here is my mind about to project fear onto this situation. Let me check if the fear is warranted, or if I am painting a snake onto a rope. This is mastery of the practice. Not eliminating projection that may not be fully possible while you are human, but catching it, questioning it, and choosing whether to believe it. The senior monk nodded slowly. So we are not trying to achieve some perfect state of never projecting. We are simply trying to see our projections clearly and hold them lightly. Yes, the Buddha said, because here is the paradox: the desire to never project is itself a projection. It is painting a snake of perfect perception onto the rope of being a human being with a mind that interprets experience. You will project. Your mind will create snakes. This is part of how human consciousness works. But you do not have to believe every snake. You do not have to organize your life around snakes. You do not have to suffer from snakes that you created. He stood once more and looked out at the darkening sky. Let me tell you what happens when you practice this consistently. You begin to live in a simpler world. Not because the world itself becomes simpler, but because you stop adding so much complexity to it. You see things more as they are and less as you fear they might be or wish they could be. And this brings a tremendous peace. The Buddha's voice grew warm, almost intimate. You stop exhausting yourself, chasing fantasies that were never real. You stop terrifying yourself with dangers that were never there. You stop suffering from rejections that never happened and failures that were only in your imagination. You begin to respond to what is actually in front of you rather than to the elaborate fiction your mind has constructed around it. He paused, letting this vision settle. And here is the most beautiful part: when you see the rope clearly, when you stop projecting your needs and fears onto it, you can actually appreciate it for what it is. The cup is just a cup, but in its simple cupness, it has its own integrity, its own purpose. The person is just a person, but when you stop projecting your fantasies of salvation or your fears of rejection onto them, you can actually see them, their unique humanity, their own struggles and gifts. The moment is just a moment, but when you stop comparing it to other moments or wishing it were different, you can actually be present for it. The young monk who had started this teaching session spoke again, his voice quiet but clear. So the practice is about seeing what is actually here, rather than living in the world we create through our projections. Yes, the Buddha said, but understand you will still have preferences. You will still desire some things and wish to avoid others. This is natural. The practice is not about eliminating preference or desire. It is about not letting preference and desire distort your perception so completely that you can no longer see what is actually real. It is about wanting something while still seeing it clearly, rather than wanting something so desperately that you can only see your projection of it. A nun raised her hand tentatively. Teacher, what about positive projections? Sometimes I project goodness onto things, or hope or possibility. Are these also snakes? Wonderful question, the Buddha said, his eyes lighting up. Yes, positive projections are also snakes. They are still distortions of reality, and they still lead to suffering, just in different ways. When you project perfect happiness onto a future event, when you imagine that getting that thing will solve all your problems, when you create a fantasy of how wonderful something will be, these are snakes. And when the reality does not match your positive projection, you suffer disappointment. The thing might actually be good, but because it is not as perfect as the snake you created, you feel let down. He walked among them as he spoke. Or even more subtle, when you project spiritual qualities onto a teacher, making them into a perfect, enlightened being who never struggles or doubts, you create a snake. And then, when the teacher shows their humanity when they get sick or tired or occasionally irritable, you feel betrayed. But the betrayal is not from the teacher. The betrayal is from your own projection, failing to match reality. The Buddha smiled. Some people spend their entire lives bouncing between positive and negative snakes. They project paradise onto something, pursue it desperately, get it, discover it is just a rope, feel disappointed, and then project paradise onto the next thing. Or they project catastrophe, avoid it desperately, only to discover it was just a rope. Back and forth, never seeing the ropes, clearly always living in a world of snakes. He returned to his seat one final time. So here is your practice for this week. Use the reality check practice whenever you notice strong emotion, whether positive or negative. Strong desire. Check, am I seeing this clearly, or am I projecting strong fear? Check, is this danger real, or am I seeing a snake where there is only a rope? Strong disappointment. Check, what was the actual rope and what was my projection? Strong excitement. Check, am I seeing this opportunity clearly, or am I painting fantasies onto it? The Buddha's voice took on a tone of benediction. And be patient with yourself. You have been creating snakes your entire life. This is a deeply conditioned pattern. It will not disappear overnight. But each time you catch yourself, each time you separate the rope from the snake, each time you choose to see clearly rather than to project, you weaken the pattern. You create new pathways in your mind. You train yourself in clarity. And slowly, gradually, you begin to live more in the world as it is, and less in the world as you fear or fantasize it to be. The young monk bowed deeply. Thank you, teacher. I will speak to Sariputta tomorrow. I will ask him directly if he is disappointed in me, rather than continuing to torture myself with projections. Good, the Buddha said, smiling. And when you ask him, practice seeing his actual response clearly. If he says he is not disappointed, do not immediately create a new snake. He is just being kind. He does not want to hurt me, but he really is disappointed. See his words as words. See his face as a face. See the rope as a rope. This will require courage and honesty, but it is how you free yourself from the prison of your own projections. The teaching ended as the last light faded from the sky. The disciples sat in silence for a long moment, each of them contemplating the snakes they had been living with, the ropes they had been failing to see. And one by one they stood and walked to their quarters, carrying with them the intention to see more clearly, to question their certainty, to separate what is actually there from what they add to it. The young monk found Sariputta the next morning, his heart pounding with anxiety. "Teacher, may I speak with you?" Sariputta turned his face neutral as always. "Of course. I have been worried that you are disappointed in me, that I am not progressing as I should, that I have failed you somehow." Sariputta's expression shifted slightly, and for the first time, the young monk saw something there he had never noticed before: genuine surprise and then concern. "Disappointed, my dear student, I am not disappointed at all. Your practice is developing well. You are patient and sincere. Why would you think otherwise?" The young monk felt tears of relief. Because I was seeing snakes where there were only ropes. I was projecting my own fears onto your normal teaching style. Sariputta nodded slowly, understanding. "Ah, yes, I have been told I can seem severe. But my reserve is not judgment. It is simply how I am. I trust students to find their own way, so I offer little interference. But I see I should have been clearer with you. You are doing well. Please continue as you are." The young monk bowed his whole body lighter. The snake had dissolved. The rope was just a rope. And it was so much simpler, so much kinder than what he had been living with. You have learned now how desire and fear paint snakes onto ropes, how your mind creates elaborate projections and then suffers from them as if they were real. You understand that most of your suffering comes not from what is actually happening, but from the meanings you layer onto what is happening. Yet even with this knowledge, a question remains. If so much of what you chase is projection, if so many of your desires are snakes painted onto ropes, then what is actually worth pursuing? What remains when all the projections dissolve? The next chapter will show you that the answer is not nothing, but it is also not what you expected. It is not out there at all. It has been here all along, obscured only by your constant reaching for something more. Rest now and prepare to discover the difference between the empty boats you have been chasing and the true home you have never left. Story 6. The Empty Boat. A Buddhist tale about ego and emptiness. On a wide river in the eastern province, a man sat alone in his small boat, fishing in the early morning mist. The water was calm, the air was cool, and he was enjoying the solitude After a week of noise and obligation in the city, his mind was finally quiet. His body was finally at rest. For the first time in days, he felt something approaching peace. Then, out of the mist, another boat came drifting toward him. He saw it from the corner of his eye, moving directly toward his boat on a collision course. He turned to look, preparing to call out a warning to the other boater to tell them to steer away. But the boat kept coming faster, now pushed by the current. "Watch out!" he shouted. "You're gonna hit me!" No response. The boat kept coming. His peace evaporated instantly, replaced by a surge of anger. What kind of careless fool was this? Could they not see him? Were they not paying attention? The river was wide. There was no reason to crash into him. His entire body tensed with indignation. The boat struck his with a solid thump, rocking him in his seat. His fishing line tangled. His carefully arranged equipment shifted, and his anger exploded. "What is wrong with you?" he yelled, turning to confront the other boater with the full force of his rage. "Are you blind? Are you drunk? You could have..." He stopped mid-sentence. The boat was empty. There was no one in it. It had broken loose from its moorings somewhere upriver and was simply drifting with the current. There was no careless boater to yell at. There was no fool to blame. There was just an empty boat moved by forces beyond anyone's control, bumping into his boat the way driftwood might bump into a rock. And in that instant, his anger disappeared completely. How could he be angry at an empty boat? How could he rage at something that had no intention, no malice, no awareness? The collision was the same. His fishing line was still tangled, his equipment still disrupted, but without someone to blame, the anger simply evaporated. What remained was just the practical matter of untangling his line and steadying his boat. He sat there for a long moment feeling foolish. His entire emotional explosion, the indignation, the readiness to fight the story about the careless fool who had ruined his peaceful morning, all of it had been based on an assumption that proved false. He had created an enemy out of thin air. He had painted a snake onto a rope. And he had suffered real anger, real agitation, real upset, all directed at something that was not there. Perhaps you have never been struck by an empty boat on a river, but you have been struck by empty boats of other kinds. You have suffered because of things that had no intention behind them, no malice, no personal meaning, yet you assigned them intention and malice and personal meaning anyway. And having assigned these qualities, you suffered as if they were real. Someone cuts you off in traffic and you rage at their rudeness, their disrespect, their thoughtlessness, never knowing that they were rushing to the hospital, that they did not even see you, that their mind was elsewhere entirely. An empty boat, but you filled it with malice. A friend does not invite you to an event and you feel rejected, excluded, hurt, never knowing that they assumed you would be busy, or that the guest list was limited, or that they thought of you but forgot to send the invitation in their own overwhelm. An empty boat, but you filled it with intentional rejection. Your boss gives you critical feedback and you hear, "You are not good enough. You are failing. You are disappointing me," never knowing that they are under pressure from their own superiors, that they are doing their best to help you improve, that the feedback has nothing to do with your worth as a person. An empty boat, but you filled it with judgment and condemnation. Someone on social media disagrees with your post and you feel attacked, dismissed, disrespected, never knowing that they are not even thinking about you personally, that they are responding from their own wounds and beliefs, that their comment has far more to do with them than with you. An empty boat, but you filled it with personal attack. The Buddha taught about empty boats to a group of merchants who had come to him full of complaints about their competitors, their customers, and the world's unfairness. They sat before him one after another, telling stories of being wronged, being cheated, being disrespected. Each story was told with great passion and conviction. Each story proved in the teller's mind that the world was full of people trying to harm them, trying to take advantage of them, trying to keep them down. The Buddha listened patiently to all of them. Then he told them the story of the man in the boat. When he finished, there was silence. The merchants looked at each other, beginning to understand what he was showing them. "How many of the boats that strike you," the Buddha asked gently, "are actually empty? How many of the things you interpret as attacks are simply events happening with no personal intention behind them? How many of the people you think are trying to hurt you are simply living their own lives, pursuing their own needs, unaware of or unconcerned with their impact on you?" One merchant, a man who had been particularly bitter about a competitor who had undercut his prices, spoke up defensively. "But teacher, some boats are not empty. Some people really do try to harm others. Some actions really are malicious. Are you saying we should just accept everything, assume everyone means well?" "No," the Buddha said firmly. "I am not teaching naivety. Some boats do have hostile occupants. Some actions are intentionally harmful, but most, far more than you realize, are empty boats. And you waste tremendous energy. You create tremendous suffering by treating every bump and collision as if it were a personal attack." He leaned forward, his gaze moving from face to face. "Think about how much of your anger, your resentment, your sense of being wronged is based on stories you tell about other people's intentions. Someone does something that affects you negatively, and immediately you create a narrative. They did this on purpose. They knew it would hurt me. They don't care. They're selfish. They're trying to get ahead at my expense." And with each element you add to this narrative, you fill the empty boat. You turn a simple event, someone pursuing their own interests, someone making a choice based on their own needs, into a personal assault. The Buddha's voice grew softer, but more intense. "And the tragedy is this: even when the boat is not empty, even when someone does intend harm, your rage at them achieves nothing except your own suffering. The person who cut your prices to gain market share, whether they did it to harm you specifically or simply to benefit themselves, your anger at them does not change the situation. It only disturbs your own peace. Your bitterness does not affect them. It only poisons you." Another merchant, an older woman, nodded slowly. "So you are saying that we should treat all boats as empty, even when we know someone meant to harm us?" "Not exactly," the Buddha said. "I am saying that you should separate the action from the story about the action. Someone cuts your prices, that is the action. That is real. You must respond to it practically. Perhaps you innovate your product. Perhaps you find a different market. Perhaps you cut your own costs. These are practical responses to a real situation. But the story, they did this to destroy me, they hate me, the world is full of enemies. This story is optional. This story is what fills the empty boat. And this story is what creates the suffering." He stood and walked among them. "Let me show you what I mean. Imagine two merchants face the exact same situation. A competitor undercuts their prices. The first merchant creates a filled boat. He tells himself, they are trying to ruin me. They are jealous of my success. They want to see me fail. This is a personal attack. The world is unfair. People are cruel. And with these thoughts, he fills himself with bitterness and anger. He lies awake at night replaying the injustice. He becomes obsessed with revenge. His health suffers. His other relationships suffer because he cannot stop talking about this wrong. He has been struck by a boat, and he has filled it so completely that it now dominates his entire life. The Buddha turned to look at them. The second merchant faces the same situation, but he treats it as an empty boat. He thinks, my competitor made a business decision. They are trying to gain market share. This is inconvenient for me, but it is not personal. It is simply what happens in competitive markets. Now, what is my response? He feels some frustration, perhaps some disappointment, but he does not add the story of betrayal and malice and unfairness. He does not fill the boat, and because he does not fill it, he can respond clearly and practically. He is not consumed by bitterness. He can still sleep. He can still enjoy his life. The situation is the same for both merchants. The only difference is the story they tell about it. The merchants sat with this, and several of them looked uncomfortable recognizing themselves in the first merchant's response. But how do we stop filling the boats? Asked a younger merchant. When something bad happens, when someone's action hurts us, the story comes immediately. The feeling of being wronged, the anger, the sense of unfairness, it all arises before we can think about it. Yes, the Buddha agreed. The initial reaction is often automatic, but you do not have to believe it. You do not have to feed it. You do not have to build your life around it. When you feel struck by a boat, when something happens that affects you negatively, you can practice what I call empty boat recognition. He held up one finger. First, when you feel anger or hurt or resentment arising, pause and ask what actually happened. Strip away all interpretation and story. What is the bare fact of the action? A second finger. Second, ask, what story am I telling myself about why it happened? What intentions am I assigning to the other person? What narrative am I creating about their motives, their character, their feelings toward me? A third finger. Third, ask, is this boat actually full, or am I filling it myself? Do I actually know their intentions, or am I assuming, is this definitely a personal attack? Or could it be an empty boat? Someone acting from their own needs and circumstances with no particular awareness of or malice toward me. He lowered his hand. And here is the crucial part, even if you are not sure, even if the boat might be partially full, choose to treat it as empty whenever possible. Not because you are naive or weak, but because filling boats creates suffering for you. Your peace of mind is more valuable than your righteous indignation. The older merchant woman spoke again. Teacher, I can see the wisdom in this for business matters, but what about personal relationships? What about when someone you love hurts you? Surely those boats are not empty. Surely the people closest to us know when their actions will cause pain. The Buddha's face softened with compassion. Ah, now you are touching on the most difficult application of this teaching. Because yes, in intimate relationships, the boats sometimes do have occupants who are aware of you. But even here, especially here, most boats are emptier than you think. He sat back down and gestured for them to come closer, as if sharing something more intimate. Your partner snaps at you in the morning and you feel hurt. You tell yourself they are angry with me, they are being mean, they don't care about my feelings. But the reality, they slept poorly. They are worried about something at work. They are carrying stress that has nothing to do with you, and it leaked out in that moment. The boat was empty. It bumped into you and it hurt, but it was not aimed at you. The Buddha's voice became very gentle. Your child ignores your advice and you feel disrespected, rejected. You tell yourself they don't value me. They think I'm foolish. They don't appreciate everything I've done for them. But the reality, they are young and trying to establish their own identity. They are so focused on figuring out who they are that they cannot fully see you. They are not trying to hurt you. They are simply being absorbed in their own developmental journey. The boat was empty. He paused, letting them feel the weight of these examples. Your friend forgets your birthday, and you feel abandoned, unimportant. You tell yourself, I don't matter to them. Our friendship is one-sided. They would remember if they really cared. But the reality, they are overwhelmed with their own life, a sick parent, a difficult project, their own struggles. They care about you, but in their overwhelm, they forgot. The boat was empty. One of the merchants, a man whose face showed the marks of old pain, spoke quietly. But teacher, what about when someone deliberately hurts you, when you know they meant to cause pain? What about betrayal or cruelty or intentional harm? Those boats are not empty. No, the Buddha agreed. Sometimes boats are genuinely full. Sometimes people do act with intention to harm. But even then, perhaps especially then, the teaching still applies. Because here is what you must understand, even when someone deliberately tries to hurt you. Their action has more to do with them than with you. They strike out from their own pain, their own fear, their own inadequacy. You happen to be the target, but you are not the cause. The boat has an occupant, but that occupant is steering from their own wounds, not from anything true about your worth. He looked directly at the man who had asked. Someone betrays you. It is devastating. It is real harm. But their betrayal tells you about their character, their fears, their capacity for integrity, not about your value. You were struck by a boat that had someone in it, yes. But that person was navigating from their own brokenness. You can acknowledge the harm without making it mean something about you. You can feel the pain without filling the boat even fuller with stories about what it proves about your unworthiness or the world's cruelty. The Buddha's voice intensified. This is the liberating truth of the empty boat, teaching other people's actions toward you are almost never primarily about you. They are about them, their needs, their fears, their wounds, their circumstances, their level of consciousness. You are just the river they are floating through. And when you understand this, when you really see it, you take so much less personally. You suffer so much less, not because you do not care, but because you do not confuse their actions with your worth. He stood again and began to pace slowly. Let me tell you about a man I knew who mastered this teaching. His name was Sumedha, and he had spent his life building a reputation as a scholar and a teacher. Then one day, a rival began spreading false rumors about him, claiming he had stolen ideas, that his scholarship was fraudulent, that he was a charlatan. The rumors spread widely. Sumedha lost students, lost respect, lost opportunities. The merchants leaned in, invested in the story. When Sumedha first learned of these rumors, his initial response was rage. How dare someone lie about him? How dare they try to destroy what he had built? He lay awake at night, planning how to expose the rival's lies, imagining confrontations, rehearsing defenses. He was filling the boat so completely that it consumed him. The Buddha paused in his pacing, but then he remembered the teaching of the empty boat, and he asked himself, what is actually happening here? A person is spreading false information about me. That is the action. Now, what story am I telling? I am telling myself that this person hates me, that they are evil, that they are trying to destroy me, that this is a personal assault on my worth. I am filling the boat with malice and intentionality. So he practiced the third question. Is this boat actually full, or am I filling it? And when he looked closely, he saw something he had not seen before. His rival was deeply insecure, desperately trying to build his own reputation, threatened by anyone who seemed more accomplished. The lies were not really about Sumedha at all. They were about the rival's own desperate attempt to feel significant, to elevate himself by tearing someone else down. The boat, had an occupant, yes. But that occupant was steering from fear and inadequacy, not from anything true about Sumedha. The Buddha sat back down. Once Sumedha saw this clearly, his rage dissolved. Not because he approved of the lies, not because the situation did not matter, but because he saw that he was not actually being attacked. He was simply in the path of someone else's desperate flailing. The boat was essentially empty of anything truly personal, and seeing this, he could respond wisely rather than reactively. "What did he do?" one of the merchants asked. "He responded practically," the Buddha said. "He calmly corrected the false information where it was important to do so. He demonstrated his integrity through his continued work. He did not engage in public battles or try to destroy his rival in return. He simply continued being who he was. And over time, the truth became evident. But more importantly, he did not suffer the way he would have if he had continued filling the boat. He did not poison himself with bitterness. He remained at peace, even in the midst of a difficult situation." The Buddha looked at all of them. This is what the empty boat teaching offers you, not a naive belief that everyone means well, but a wise understanding that even when they do not, their actions are not primarily about you. They are about them. And this understanding frees you from taking everything personally, from filling every difficulty with stories of persecution and malice, from making yourself the victim of everyone else's unconsciousness. A young merchant who had been silent throughout spoke up, his voice uncertain. "Teacher, I understand the wisdom of this, but doesn't it make us passive? If we treat everything as an empty boat, if we don't take things personally, don't we lose our motivation to stand up for ourselves, to fight injustice, to hold people accountable?" "Another excellent question," the Buddha said, and there was approval in his tone. "And the answer is no, but you must understand the distinction I am making. I am not saying you should not respond to harmful actions. I am not saying you should accept mistreatment or allow injustice to continue. I am saying you should respond from clarity rather than from the suffering that comes from taking everything personally." He held up his hands as if balancing two things. On one hand, you have a merchant who is wronged by a competitor. He fills the boat completely. This is a personal attack. This person hates me. The world is against me. From this place of filled boats and personal suffering, he responds reactively. Perhaps he lashes out ineffectively. Perhaps he becomes consumed with revenge and makes poor decisions. Perhaps he becomes so bitter that he sabotages his own business through his negativity. His response comes from suffering, and it creates more suffering. The Buddha shifted his hands. On the other hand, you have a merchant who is wronged but treats it as an empty boat. This competitor made a choice that affects me negatively. That is a fact. It is not personal, but it is real, and I must respond. From this place of clarity, from this place of not being consumed by personal wounding, he responds strategically. He sees the situation clearly. He makes wise business decisions. He protects his interests without being driven by rage or bitterness. His response comes from wisdom, and it is far more effective. The Buddha lowered his hands. Do you see the empty boat teaching does not make you passive? It makes you powerful, because you are responding to what is actually happening rather than to the story you have created about what is happening. You are acting from clarity rather than from reactivity. You are protecting yourself and your interests without destroying yourself in the process. He began to walk among them again. Think of it this way: when that boat struck the fisherman, when he realized it was empty, did he stop taking care of the practical problem? No. He still untangled his line. He still steadied his boat. He still pushed the empty boat away. But he did all of this calmly efficiently, without the suffering of rage. The empty boat teaching does not eliminate the need for action. It eliminates the suffering that usually accompanies action. The older merchant woman nodded thoughtfully. So, we still set boundaries. We still protect ourselves. We still respond to injustice. But we do it without the emotional devastation that comes from taking everything as a personal attack. Precisely, the Buddha said. And in fact, you can set better boundaries and respond more effectively to injustice when you are not consumed by the feeling of being personally victimized. When you see clearly that someone's harmful behavior is about their own limitations rather than about your worth, you can say no to that behavior without needing to prove anything, without needing revenge, without needing to make them see how wrong they are. You simply protect yourself and move on. He returned to his seat. Let me teach you the empty boat recognition practice in detail so you can use it in your daily lives. This practice has 3 parts and it requires brutal honesty with yourself. The merchant settled in, ready to receive the teaching. Part 1. The Buddha said, is catching yourself filling boats. Throughout your day, notice when you feel angry, hurt, resentful, or offended. These emotions are signals that you are filling a boat. Something happened. Someone said something. Someone did something. Someone did not do something you expected, and you immediately created a story about their intentions, their feelings toward you, their character. Your first task is simply to notice this happening. I am filling a boat right now. I am taking this personally. I am creating a story about what this means about me or about them. He held up a second finger. Part 2 is asking yourself, what is the actual action stripped of interpretation? Someone did not return your message. That is the action. They hate me. They are avoiding me. I did something wrong. These are the interpretations, the filling of the boat. Someone criticized your work. That is the action. They think I am incompetent. They do not respect me. They are trying to undermine me. These are interpretations. Separate the rope from the snake. Separate the action from the story. A third finger. Part 3 is the crucial shift. Can I treat this as an empty boat? Can I see that this person's action, even if it affects me, even if I do not like it, is probably not primarily about me? They are navigating their own river, pursuing their own needs, responding to their own circumstances. I happen to be affected by their choices, but I am not the center of their world. They are not plotting against me. They are not obsessed with me. They are simply living their own life and their choices bumped into mine. The Buddha's voice became very soft. And here is the most challenging part of the practice. Can I let this boat be empty, even if I am not completely sure it is? Even if there is a chance they did mean harm, even if they might have been thinking of me when they made their choice? Can I choose to treat it as empty anyway, because doing so preserves my peace and allows me to respond more wisely? One of the merchants looked troubled. But teacher, is that not self-deception? If someone really is trying to harm us, should we not acknowledge that? You can acknowledge the possibility, the Buddha said, without living in it. You can say, they might have meant harm, or they might have been thoughtless, or they might have been acting from their own needs without considering me at all. I do not know for certain. But what I do know is this: filling the boat with certainty about their malice does not help me. It only makes me suffer. So I will choose to treat this as an empty boat, respond practically to the actual situation, and preserve my peace. He looked around at all of them. This is not about being naive. This is about being strategic with your own well-being. Your peace of mind is precious. Your mental energy is limited. You cannot afford to fill every boat that bumps into you. You cannot afford to take everything personally. Because if you do, you will spend your entire life in a state of agitation, feeling attacked and wronged by a world that is mostly just happening. People making choices, events unfolding, boats drifting. Very little of it is actually about you. The Buddha stood and walked to the edge of where they sat, looking out at the road where travelers passed by. Let me show you something that happens in every human life. Watch these people passing. Each of them is the center of their own story. Each of them is navigating their own challenges, pursuing their own goals, dealing with their own fears and desires. And in their own stories, you, if you appear at all, are a minor character, perhaps an obstacle, perhaps a resource, perhaps a momentary interaction, but you are not the focus. He turned back to face them. This is not meant to be depressing, it is meant to be liberating, because it means that when these people's actions affect you negatively, it is almost never because they are focused on harming you. You are not important enough to them for that. And I say this not to diminish you, but to free you. You are not the target of most of the negativity you experience. You are just in the path of it. The young merchant who had asked about passivity spoke again. So when my competitor undercut my prices, you are saying he probably was not even thinking about me specifically. He was just pursuing his own advantage. Most likely, yes, the Buddha said. He may have known his action would affect you. He may not have cared. But his primary motivation was probably not, I want to destroy this particular person. His primary motivation was probably, I want more business. Or, you were affected, but you were not the point. The boat was essentially empty of personal malice, even if it was not empty of self-interest. And that distinction matters. It matters enormously, the Buddha said, because when you believe someone is trying to destroy you personally, you create a filled boat, an enemy, a persecution, a personal attack, and that filled boat consumes you. But when you see that they are simply pursuing their own interest with little thought for you at all, the boat is empty. It still bumps into you. You still must respond. But you do not suffer the additional pain of feeling targeted, hated, personally attacked. The Buddha sat back down, his voice growing more intimate. Let me tell you what happened when I truly understood this teaching. I stopped suffering from most of the things that used to devastate me. When someone criticized my teaching, I stopped creating the story that they hated me or wanted to undermine me. I saw instead that they had their own understanding, their own beliefs, their own need to be right, and my teaching simply did not fit into their framework. The boat was empty of personal malice. When people rejected the path I offered, I stopped taking it as a reflection of my inadequacy. I saw instead that they were not ready, or they needed a different approach, or they were too attached to their current way of being. The boat was empty. He looked at each of them. This did not make me passive. I still taught. I still offered the path. I still responded when people misunderstood the teachings. But I did all of it without the suffering that comes from taking rejection personally, without the bitterness that comes from feeling attacked, without the doubt that comes from filling boats with stories about what others' responses mean about my worth. The older merchant woman spoke, and there were tears in her eyes. Teacher, I have spent so much of my life filling boats, taking everything personally, creating enemies where there were probably just people living their own lives, suffering over slights that may have been empty all along. How do I forgive myself for all that wasted energy, all that unnecessary pain? The Buddha's face filled with compassion. You do not need to forgive yourself because there is nothing to forgive. You responded to life with the understanding you had at the time. You filled boats because you did not yet see that they were empty. Now you see. Now you can choose differently. But punishing yourself for not having seen sooner, that is just filling another boat. That is taking your own past actions, personally creating a story that you should have known better that something is wrong with you for having suffered unnecessarily. Can you see even self-blame is a filled boat? She nodded slowly, absorbing this. Here is your practice, the Buddha said, addressing all of them now. For the next week, keep a simple awareness every time you feel hurt, angry, resentful, or offended. Ask yourself these 3 questions. 1. What actually happened? 2. What story am I telling about why it happened? 3. Could this be an empty boat? Someone acting from their own circumstances with no particular intention regarding me? He raised a finger. And then this is crucial practice, treating it as empty, even if you are not sure. Even if there is a chance it was personal, even if they might have meant harm, practice saying, I choose to treat this as an empty boat. I choose to respond practically without suffering personally. I choose to preserve my peace. The Buddha's voice grew stronger. At first, this will feel false. Your mind will insist, no, they definitely meant it personally. This was definitely an attack. Your ego will resist giving up its filled boats, because filled boats make you feel important, make you feel like you matter enough to be targeted. But persist with the practice. Keep choosing to see empty boats. And slowly, you will discover something remarkable. He paused for effect. You will discover that your peace no longer depends on how other people behave. Your sense of worth no longer hinges on whether people treat you well. Your happiness no longer requires that everyone recognize your value and treat you with the respect you deserve. You become free. Not because people stop bumping into you, they will continue to bump into you for your entire life. But because you stop filling every bump with personal meaning. You stop creating enemies from empty boats. One of the merchants asked, does this mean we become indifferent, that we stop caring what people do? No, the Buddha said firmly. You still care. You still have preferences. You still wish people would act more consciously, more kindly, more wisely. But you do not need them to. You do not make your peace conditional on their behavior. You respond to what actually happens rather than to the stories you create about what it means. And from that place of not taking things personally, you can actually be more effective in encouraging better behavior, setting boundaries, and creating positive change. He stood for the final time. This is the gift of the empty boat, teaching you reclaim your peace from other people's hands. You stop giving everyone who bumps into you the power to determine your emotional state. You stop organizing your life around avoiding filled boats or proving yourself to people who probably were not even thinking about you in the first place. The Buddha placed his hand over his heart. And here is the deepest truth. When you stop filling boats, when you stop taking everything personally, you finally have the space to see what is actually here. You are no longer so consumed with defending yourself, proving yourself, avenging yourself, that you cannot simply be yourself. The empty boat teaching leads to the possibility we will explore in our next conversation, that what you have been seeking in all those filled boats, the validation, the worth, the sense of mattering has been here inside you all along. You just could not see it, because you were too busy filling boats with stories about what everyone else's actions meant about you. You have learned now about empty boats, how most of what feels like personal attack is simply the drift of other people's unconsciousness bumping into your life. You understand that taking things personally is optional, that the suffering of filled boats is something you create rather than something that happens to you. Yet with all these teachings about desire and projection and taking things personally, a deeper question emerges. If you stop chasing, Stop projecting. Stop filling boats. What remains? When you release all the seeking, all the defending, all the proving, what is actually here? The next chapter will reveal that what remains is not emptiness or lack, but a sufficiency so complete that you have been overlooking it your entire life. Rest now and prepare to discover the garden of enough that has been growing within you all along. Story 7. The Garden of Enough. A Buddhist tale about contentment and simplicity. There were once two neighbors who lived side by side on a hillside overlooking a valley. Both had modest plots of land. Both tended gardens. Both worked hard. But their experiences of life could not have been more different. The first man, whose name was Rahul, had what most people would consider a beautiful garden. He grew vegetables that fed his family. He had fruit trees that blossomed each spring. Flowers bloomed along the paths. Water flowed from a small spring. Birds nested in the branches. It was by any objective measure a place of abundance and peace. But Rahul rarely saw it. Every morning he would stand at the fence that separated his property from his neighbors, and he would look over at what grew on the other side. His neighbor had planted exotic varieties he did not have. His neighbor's fruit trees seemed taller, fuller. His neighbor's vegetables seemed to grow larger. His neighbor had built a decorative fountain that caught the morning light in a way that made Rahul's simple spring seem plain by comparison. Rahul would stand at that fence comparing. And with each comparison, his own garden diminished in his eyes. What had seemed beautiful moments before now seemed inadequate. What had felt abundant now felt lacking. His tomatoes were smaller. His roses were not as vibrant. His paths were not as carefully laid. And the more he looked over the fence, the less he could see what was actually in his own garden. He began to spend less time tending his own plants, and more time thinking about what he did not have. He researched the exotic varieties his neighbor grew, planning how he might obtain them. He priced materials for building his own fountain. He calculated whether he could afford to expand his orchard. His mind was constantly in the future, in the imagined garden he would have when he finally acquired what his neighbor possessed. Meanwhile, the garden he actually had began to suffer from neglect. The vegetables he already grew became overshadowed by weeds because he was too busy planning for different vegetables. The fruit trees he already had dropped fruit onto the ground unpicked because he was imagining different trees. The flowers already blooming went unnoticed because they were not the varieties his neighbor had. He had stopped being present in his own garden. He lived at the fence, looking over, wanting what he saw there, blind to what was here. His neighbor, a man named Devendra, had a different experience entirely. Devendra's garden was not objectively superior to Rahul's. In fact, in many ways it was quite similar. But Devendra had learned something that Rahul had not: the practice of seeing what is actually here. Each morning, Devendra would walk slowly through his garden, noticing. He would run his hand along the leaves of his plants, feeling their texture. He would taste the herbs, savoring their distinct flavors. He would watch how the light changed as it moved across his land. He would notice which birds visited and what they preferred to eat. He would observe how his vegetables grew from seed to harvest, never rushing them, never wishing they were different, simply tending and watching and appreciating. Devendra knew that Rahul stood at the fence each morning looking over. Sometimes he would see him there and he would feel a pang of sadness. Not because Rahul was observing his garden. Devendra was happy to share what he had learned, but because he could see that Rahul was not present in his own life. He was always somewhere else in some imagined future where he would finally have enough. One day, Devendra walked over to the fence where Rahul stood as he did most mornings, gazing enviously at the neighboring property. "Good morning, friend," Devendra said warmly. "Your tomatoes are looking beautiful this year." Rahul barely glanced at him. "They are small compared to yours." "Are they?" Devendra asked. "I have not measured, but I have tasted yours when you shared them last season and they were delicious, very sweet." "Not as large as the variety you grow," Rahul insisted. Devendra was quiet for a moment. Then he asked gently, "When was the last time you actually walked through your own garden? Not to plan changes or identify deficiencies, but simply to see what is there." Rahul looked confused. "I see it every day. I live here." "Do you?" Devendra asked. "Or do you live at this fence looking at mine?" The question landed like a stone in still water, sending ripples through Rahul's awareness. He opened his mouth to protest, then closed it. When was the last time he had actually looked at his own garden with fresh eyes? When had he last noticed the specific curve of a leaf, the exact shade of a blossom, the particular way the light fell across his own land? He could describe Devendra's garden in detail. He had studied it so carefully. But his own it had become invisible to him, a background he moved through without seeing. "Come," Devendra said, gesturing toward Rahul's gate. "Will you show me your garden? I would like to see it through your eyes." Rahul felt reluctant, almost embarrassed. What was there to show his garden was ordinary, insufficient, nothing special. But Devendra's kindness made refusal seem churlish, so he led his neighbor through his own gate and onto his own land. "Start here," Devendra said, kneeling beside the first bed they came to. "Tell me about these plants." "They are just vegetables," Rahul said dismissively. "Radishes and carrots, nothing remarkable." "May I?" Devendra asked, and when Rahul nodded, he pulled up a radish. The root came up clean and round, perfect in its simplicity. Devendra brushed off the soil and examined it. "Look at this. Look at how perfectly formed it is. See this color, this deep red that transitions to white at the root. This is beautiful. This grew from a tiny seed you planted. You tended the soil, you watered it, and the earth gave you this. Is this not remarkable?" Rahul looked at the radish, really looked at it, and felt something shift inside him. He had grown hundreds of radishes. He had eaten them, shared them, taken them completely for granted. But seeing Devendra hold this one with such attention, such appreciation, he suddenly saw it too. The perfect geometry of it, the vitality in its color, the small miracle that it existed at all. "Come, what else?" Devendra stood and moved deeper into the garden. They walked slowly, and Devendra kept asking Rahul to notice, to actually see what was here. The fruit trees that Rahul had dismissed as ordinary, Devendra pointed out how they provided shade, how their blossoms in spring were a festival of beauty, how the fruit they bore fed not just Rahul's family, but the birds and insects that depended on them. The simple spring that Rahul had compared unfavorably to Devendra's fountain. Devendra cupped his hands and drank from it, savoring the cold, clean water, and asked, "Do you know how rare this is? To have fresh water flowing on your own land, to never worry about thirst." With each observation, Rahul felt layers of dissatisfaction peeling away, revealing something he had not seen in years. His garden was actually beautiful. It was actually abundant. It had always been enough. He had just been unable to see it because he had been too busy looking elsewhere. They came to a patch where flowers grew, not the exotic varieties Devendra cultivated, but simple wildflowers that had seeded themselves and returned each year. Rahul had barely noticed them, had sometimes even considered pulling them up to plant something more intentional, more impressive. Devendra knelt among them, his face lighting up. "Do you know what these are called?" Rahul shook his head. "Neither do I," Devendra said with a laugh. "But does it matter? Look at them. They ask nothing from you. You did not even plant them yet. They return each year to offer their beauty. They feed the bees. They brighten this corner of the world. And they do it without any need for recognition or praise. They simply grow because growing is what they do. Is there not something perfect in that?" Rahul knelt beside his neighbor, and for the first time in longer than he could remember, he simply looked at his own garden. Not comparing it, not evaluating it, not planning how to improve it, just seeing it. And what he saw took his breath away. His garden was enough. It had always been enough. He had simply been unable to see it because he had been standing at the fence looking away. "I have been so foolish," Rahul said quietly, and there were tears in his eyes now. "I have had abundance all along and never saw it. I have been living in lack while surrounded by plenty." Devendra placed a hand on his shoulder. "Not foolish, just human. This is what humans do. We look over the fence. We compare. We believe that what we have is not enough, that we need what someone else has, that satisfaction is always somewhere else. But the truth is simpler and more difficult. Enough is not about having more. Enough is about seeing clearly what is already here." They sat together in the garden among the simple wildflowers, and Devendra began to teach Rahul what he had learned through years of practice. "There is a teaching I follow," Devendra said. "It is called the Garden of Enough. It is not about having a certain amount of things, or achieving a certain level of success, or reaching some external standard. It is about cultivating the ability to see the sufficiency of this moment, this life, this self, exactly as it is." Rahul listened, his heart opening to something he had never quite understood before. "Most people," Devendra continued, "spend their entire lives standing at the fence looking into someone else's garden. They think, when I have what they have, then I will be happy. Then I will be at peace. Then I will feel like enough." But it is a lie. Because even if you get what they have, your mind will simply find a new fence to stand at, a new garden, to envy a new standard of enough that you have not yet met. He picked one of the wildflowers, holding it gently. "I know this because I used to do exactly what you do. I had a garden, but I could not see it. I was always looking at what I did not have, always believing that satisfaction was one more thing away. And then I met a teacher who asked me a very simple question. What if this is already enough? What if you already have everything you need? What if the only thing missing is your ability to see it?" Rahul felt the question penetrate deeply. What if his garden was already enough? What if his life was already enough? What if he was already enough? The idea seemed both impossibly simple and impossibly difficult. "But how?" Rahul asked. "How do you see enough when your mind is constantly showing you what is lacking?" "Through practice," Devendra said. "Through the deliberate cultivation of attention. Your mind has been trained to notice lack. This is how the world teaches us to live, always reaching for more. But you can train it differently. You can teach it to notice sufficiency instead." Devendra stood and gestured for Rahul to walk with him. "Let me teach you what my teacher taught me. It is called the Enough Meditation, and it is very simple, but it requires daily practice. Each morning, before you do anything else, before your mind starts its usual routine of comparing and wanting and planning, you pause. You sit somewhere in your garden, or anywhere really, but I like to sit in my garden, and you name 3 things that are already enough. He held up one finger. Not 3 things you are grateful for, necessarily though gratitude can be part of it, but 3 things that in this moment are sufficient exactly as they are. 3 things that do not need to be improved or changed or added to in order to be acceptable. Rahul tried to think of 3 things, and immediately his mind went to what was lacking. His garden could be better. His house needed repairs. His savings were not as large as he wished. Everything seemed insufficient when he looked at it. "You are doing it again," Devendra said gently, seeing the struggle on Rahul's face. "You are measuring against an imagined standard. Instead, try this right now, in this moment, what is actually fine exactly as it is." Rahul took a breath. He looked down at his body. "I am healthy. My body works. I can walk, I can tend my garden, I can provide for my family. That is enough." "Yes," Devendra encouraged. "What else? I have water." Rahul gestured toward his spring. "Fresh, clean water flowing on my land. I never have to worry about thirst. That is enough." "Good. One more." Rahul looked around his garden, and this time he tried to see it the way Devendra had been seeing it, not compared to anything else, but just as it was. "These flowers," he said, gesturing to the wildflowers they sat among. "They are here. They bloom without any effort from me. They are enough." Devendra smiled. "This is the practice. 3 things every morning. Some days it will feel easy. Some days your mind will resist, will insist that nothing is enough. But you practice anyway. You train your attention to notice sufficiency. And over time, something remarkable happens." "What happens?" Rahul asked. "You begin to see that sufficiency is everywhere. It is not that you have to create it or achieve it or earn it. It is already here, woven into the fabric of your life. You have just been overlooking it because you were trained to notice lack instead." The practice retrains your attention. It teaches you to see what has always been here. Devendra paused, then continued. "And here is the deepest part of the teaching as you practice noticing enough in your external life. Enough water, enough food, enough shelter. Enough beauty, you begin to notice enough in your internal life too. You begin to see that you yourself are enough. Not because you have achieved some standard or reached some goal, but simply because you exist. You are here. You are aware. You are alive. And that is sufficient." Rahul felt tears again. This was the belief he had been running from his whole life, the fear that he himself was not enough, that he needed to be more successful, more accomplished, more impressive to justify his existence. And all his striving in his garden, all his comparing and wanting, had been an attempt to prove his worth through external achievement. "How do you know," Rahul asked, his voice barely a whisper, "that you are enough? When everything in the world tells you that you need to be more, have more, do more, how do you believe that you are already sufficient?" Devendra sat down cross-legged among the wildflowers and gestured for Rahul to join him. This is where the practice becomes most difficult and most important, because the voice that tells you that you are not enough, that voice is louder than any other. It is the voice of your deepest fear. And it has been with you for so long that it feels like truth. He looked directly at Rahul. "But I will tell you what my teacher told me. That voice is a liar. It is not telling you truth. It is telling you the story you learned from your parents, from society, from your own painful experiences about what it takes to be worthy. And that story says you must earn your worth. You must prove you deserve to exist. You must achieve enough, accumulate enough, Become enough before you can rest. Devendra's voice grew softer, but more intense. But worthiness is not something you earn. It is not something you achieve. It is your birthright, simply for being alive. You do not have to justify your existence. You do not have to prove you deserve to take up space in the world. You are here. That is enough. Everything else, all your accomplishments, all your acquisitions, all your striving, these are extras. They are decorations on a foundation that is already complete. Rahul felt something breaking open in his chest, a tight knot he had carried for so long he had forgotten it was there. But if I am already enough, he said, struggling with the implications, then why do anything? Why strive or grow or try to improve? Ah, Devendra said, this is the question everyone asks. And the answer is beautiful. When you know you are already enough, when you are not striving to prove your worth, then you are free to create from joy rather than from lack. You can tend your garden, not because you need it to be impressive to feel valuable, but because you love the act of tending. You can learn and grow, not because you are insufficient and need to become someone else, but because growth is one of the pleasures of being alive. He gestured around them. Look at these flowers. They grow. They reach toward the sun. They develop and change, but they do not grow because they believe they are insufficient as seeds. They grow because growing is their nature. This is how you can live when you know you are enough. You still grow, still change, still create, but you do it from wholeness rather than from lack, from joy rather than from desperation. Rahul sat with this feeling, how different those two orientations were. He had been growing his garden from lack, trying to fill a void, trying to prove something, trying to become someone worthy. What would it be like to tend his garden from the recognition that he was already enough to plant and water and harvest, not to prove anything, but simply because it brought him joy? The practice I want to teach you, Devendra said, has two parts. The first part I already told you every morning. Name 3 things that are enough. This trains your attention to notice sufficiency in your external world. But the second part is more challenging. Once a day, pause and notice yourself exactly as you are in that moment. Not the you that you wish you were, not the you that you think you should be, but the you that is actually here right now. And say to yourself, this is enough. I am enough. Exactly as I am in this moment, I am sufficient. Rahul looked skeptical. But what if I am not enough in that moment? What if I have just been impatient with my children, or lazy in my work, or petty in my thoughts? Am I supposed to pretend that is acceptable? No, Devendra said firmly. You are not pretending anything is acceptable. You are making a crucial distinction. Your behavior in that moment might have been unskillful. You might need to apologize or make amends or commit to acting differently. But your worth as a human being, your fundamental enoughness, is not dependent on your behavior. Do you see the difference? He picked up a stone from the path. This stone is a stone. If I throw it poorly, if I use it in a way that causes harm, the stone's action was unskillful. But the stone itself is not diminished. Its stoneness is not in question. You are the same. Your actions can be skillful or unskillful. You can behave well or poorly. But your fundamental being, your humanness, your worth, your right to exist, these are not dependent on your performance. They are givens. They are enough always. Rahul tried to absorb this. His whole life had been built on the opposite assumption, that his worth was conditional, that he had to earn it through good behavior and achievement, that every mistake diminished him and every success elevated him. What you are describing, Devendra continued, is the difference between your being and your doing. Your doing changes constantly. Sometimes you do well, sometimes you do poorly. Sometimes you are patient, sometimes you are frustrated. Sometimes you are generous, sometimes you are petty. This is the nature of being human. Your doing will always be a mix of skillful and unskillful actions. He set the stone down carefully. But your being, the simple fact that you exist, that you are a conscious being, that you are here, this never changes. This is always whole. This is always enough. And when you can separate these two, when you can hold yourself accountable for your doing, while recognizing the inherent sufficiency of your being, you become free. Free to make mistakes without being destroyed by them. Free to succeed without needing the success to prove your worth. Free to simply be human. Rahul felt dizzy with the implications of this teaching. If it was true, if he was already enough, had always been enough, then what had he been doing all these years? What had all the striving been for? The striving was not wrong, Devendra said, reading the question on his face. It is natural to want to grow, to improve, to create a good life. But when the striving comes from the belief that you are not enough, when it is driven by the fear that you must prove your worth, then it becomes exhausting. It becomes an endless treadmill, because you can never actually arrive at enough. There is always more to achieve, always a higher fence to look over, always someone with a better garden. He placed his hand over his heart. But when you truly know in your bones that you are already enough, then the striving changes quality. It becomes lighter. It becomes playful. It becomes an expression of joy rather than a desperate attempt to escape inadequacy. You can still want a better garden, but you are not attached to needing it to feel worthy. You can still have goals, but failing to reach them does not destroy you. You can still compare yourself to others, but the comparison is curiosity rather than torture. Devendra stood and offered his hand to help Rahul up. Come, let me show you how I practice this in my daily life. They walked through Rahul's garden, and Devendra narrated his own internal experience. When I wake in the morning before my mind starts its planning and worrying, I lie in bed and I notice I am breathing. My heart is beating. I am alive for another day. This is enough. I do not need anything else in that moment to justify my existence. Just this being alive is sufficient. They pass by the vegetable beds. When I work in my garden, I practice noticing when my mind starts comparing or grasping. When I find myself thinking, I wish this plant were larger, or my neighbor's vegetables look better, I pause. I come back to what is actually here, this plant, exactly as it is growing at its own pace. And I say to myself, this is enough. And not as a way to suppress my desire for improvement, but as a way to ground myself in the reality that this moment, this plant, this exact state of things, it is already sufficient. I can work to help the plant grow better, but I do not need it to be different to be at peace. They came to the spring where water flowed clear and cold. Devendra cupped his hands and drank. When I drink water, I practice noticing that I have water. This seems simple, but it is profound. I have clean water. I do not have to walk miles to carry it. I do not have to worry about contamination or scarcity. I have enough water. And in that moment of recognition, I am not taking it for granted. I am not overlooking it while wanting a fountain. I am fully present with the sufficiency of what is here. Rahul tried to do the same, cupping his hands and drinking from his own spring. He had drunk from this spring thousands of times without ever really seeing it, without ever recognizing it as the extraordinary gift it was. But now, with Devendra's teaching fresh in his mind, he tasted the water as if for the first time. Cold, clean, abundant, enough. This is the practice, Devendra said. training your attention to notice enough again and again in small moments throughout the day. And as you do this, as you strengthen this muscle of seeing sufficiency, something begins to happen. The constant gnawing feeling of lack starts to quiet. The voice that says, not enough, never enough, it begins to lose its power. And in the space where that voice used to dominate you, start to hear something else. What? Rahul asked. The quiet truth that was there all along, Devendra said, that you are already home, that you have always been enough, that the garden you have been seeking over the fence was actually the garden you were standing in, that the life you have been waiting to begin has already begun, that the peace you have been trying to achieve through accumulation and improvement is actually available right now, in this breath, in this moment, exactly as you are. Rahul felt tears flowing freely now, a release of something he had been holding tight for so long. I have wasted so much time, he said. So much energy spent chasing what I already had. Not wasted, Devendra said gently. The chasing brought you here to this recognition. And now you know. Now you can choose differently. Every moment is a new opportunity to see the garden you are actually standing in rather than the one you are imagining over the fence. They walked back toward Rahul's house, and at the gate, Devendra paused. Will you practice this every morning, 3 things that are enough? Throughout the day, pausing to notice sufficiency, and once a day acknowledging to yourself, I am enough exactly as I am in this moment. Rahul nodded, knowing the practice would not be easy. His mind had decades of training in seeing lack. But he also felt for the first time in years a spark of hope. Not the hope of someday having enough, but the recognition that he might already have it. Thank you, Rahul said, and the words carried more weight than they ever had before. Thank you for helping me see my own garden. Devendra smiled. Your garden was always beautiful. I just helped you notice it. The next morning, Rahul woke before dawn, as he always did. But instead of immediately rising and beginning his usual routine of planning and worrying, he lay still in his bed. He felt his body against the mattress. He listened to his wife's gentle breathing beside him. He noticed the first birds beginning their morning songs outside the window, and he practiced. I am alive, he whispered to himself. I woke up to another day. This is enough. I have shelter. I am warm and safe. This is enough. I have someone who has chosen to share this life with me. This is enough. It felt strange, almost rebellious to declare these things sufficient. His mind immediately wanted to add qualifications, yes, but you could be healthier. You could have a better house. Your relationship could be closer. The voice of not enough was strong, trained by years of practice. But Rahul breathed through it, coming back to the simple recognition. In this moment, these things are enough. He rose and walked out to his garden in the early morning light. The same garden he had walked through 1,000 times, but now he was trying to see it differently. Not through the lens of comparison or improvement, but through the lens of sufficiency. The radishes he had dismissed as unremarkable, he knelt beside them now and really looked. They were thriving. They were providing food. They were enough. The fruit trees he had considered ordinary, he stood beneath one and looked up into its branches. It gave shade. It would give fruit. It asked so little and offered so much. It was enough. The wildflowers that had seemed like weeds, he sat among them as he had with Devendra the day before, and he let himself simply see their beauty without needing them to be anything other than what they were. They were enough. It was not dramatic. There was no sudden enlightenment, no mystical experience. But there was a subtle shift, a quiet opening. For those few moments, Rahul was not standing at the fence looking away. He was here in his own garden, seeing what was actually present. The practice did not erase his desires. Later that day, he still noticed things he wanted to improve. He still saw areas where his garden could be better tended. But the quality of the wanting had changed. It was no longer desperate. It was no longer driven by a sense of fundamental inadequacy. He could want to plant new varieties without believing that his current vegetables were insufficient. He could imagine improvements without rejecting what was already here. Days passed, then weeks. Each morning, Rahul practiced naming 3 things that were enough. Some mornings it felt true and profound. Other mornings it felt mechanical, his mind insisting that nothing was really enough. But he practiced anyway, trusting what Devendra had taught him, that he was training his attention, creating new pathways, teaching his mind a different way of seeing. And gradually, something did shift. He found himself standing at the fence less often. When he did look over at Devendra's garden, it was with genuine curiosity and appreciation, rather than with envy and comparison. He began to notice moments throughout his day when the voice of not enough would arise. This meal is plain, this task is boring, this conversation is awkward. And he could pause and ask, is it? Or is it simply what it is? And I'm adding the judgment of insufficient one evening about a month into his practice. Rahul sat in his garden watching the sunset. The sky was painted in shades of orange and pink. His children were playing nearby, their laughter drifting through the air. His wife was preparing dinner, and the smell of cooking wafted out from the house. The vegetables in his garden were growing. The spring was flowing. The birds were settling into their nests for the night. And Rahul realized, I am happy. Not because anything had changed. His garden was the same. His house was the same. His life was the same. But he was different. He was here. He was present. He was seeing what was actually in front of him instead of what was missing. And what was in front of him was enough. More than enough. It was abundant. It was beautiful. It was his life happening right now, and he was finally awake to it. Tears came to his eyes, tears of relief, of gratitude, of something like joy. He had spent so many years waiting for his life to begin, waiting for the moment when he would finally have enough to be at peace. And all along his life had been happening. All along he had been standing in the garden of enough. He had just been too busy looking elsewhere to see it. Devendra, working in his own garden on the other side of the fence, saw Rahul sitting there with tears on his face and smiled quietly to himself. He did not interrupt. He simply continued his work, knowing that his neighbor had found what he had been seeking. Not over the fence, but right where he had always been. The Buddha taught this same truth in many different ways, to many different people, because it is perhaps the most difficult truth for humans to accept, that you already have what you are seeking. That the peace, the fulfillment, the sense of being enough, it is not somewhere else in some future achievement or acquisition. It is here. It has always been here. You have just been overlooking it because you were trained to notice lack instead of sufficiency. The garden of enough is not a place you arrive at. It is not something you create through effort. It is something you recognize. It is the garden. You are already standing in the life. You are already living the self. You already are seen, clearly appreciated, fully recognized as sufficient, exactly as it is. This does not mean you stop growing. Flowers grow in the garden of enough. Trees grow. You grow. But the growth is not driven by a desperate need to escape inadequacy. It is the natural expression of life unfolding, of potential, actualizing, of joy expressing itself. This does not mean you stop desiring. You still have preferences. You still work toward goals. But the desires are held lightly pursued without clinging, enjoyed without attachment to outcomes. You can want things without needing them. You can work toward improvement without rejecting what is. This does not mean you accept everything as perfect. You still see problems. You still work to address injustice, to heal wounds, to make things better. But you do it from a foundation of enough rather than from a foundation of lack. You are not trying to fix yourself or the world to make it acceptable. You are working from the recognition that you and the world are already fundamentally okay, and you are participating in the natural process of growth and healing and evolution. The practice is simple, but requires daily commitment. Notice enough. Name it. Acknowledge it. Return to it again and again when your mind drifts into the territory of lack. Train your attention to see the sufficiency that is already here. And slowly, gradually, you will find that you are living in a different garden, not because the garden changed, but because you finally learned to see it. You have learned now about the garden of enough, about how sufficiency is not something to achieve, but something to recognize in what is already here. You understand that the endless seeking comes from overlooking the abundance that surrounds you. Yet a question may arise: if I am already enough, if my life is already sufficient, does this mean I should stop striving? Does contentment mean the end of growth? The next chapter will reveal a profound paradox that true effort arises not from lack, but from fullness, that the most powerful action comes from a place of non-attachment, and that you can pursue your goals with complete commitment while remaining utterly free. Rest now and prepare to discover how the warrior's path and the path of peace are not opposites, but two expressions of the same truth. Story 8. The Warrior's Paradox. A Buddhist tale about courage and surrender. There was once a young warrior named Arjun who came to the Buddha with a question that had been tormenting him for months. He had been a soldier trained from childhood in the arts of combat strategy and discipline. He had been taught to strive relentlessly, to never be satisfied with his current skill level, to push beyond his limits to win at all costs. Victory was everything. Defeat was unacceptable. Every battle was a test of his worth. But then he had encountered the Buddha's teachings, and everything he thought he knew had been thrown into question. The teachings spoke of letting go of non-attachment, of accepting what is, of releasing desire and ambition. They spoke of contentment, of being enough exactly as you are, of finding peace by ceasing to strive. To Arjun, these teachings seemed to contradict everything he had been trained to believe. How could he be a warrior, someone who trains relentlessly to improve, who fights to win, who refuses to accept defeat, while also practicing non-attachment and contentment? How could he strive for excellence while letting go of desire? How could he compete while being at peace with any outcome? The contradiction felt impossible. And so he came to the Buddha, his face troubled, his body tense with the internal conflict. "Teacher," he said, bowing deeply, "I am a warrior. My entire life has been dedicated to discipline and improvement. I train every day to be faster, stronger, more skilled. I study strategy. I push myself beyond what I think I can endure. I compete and I strive to win. This is who I am. This is what I know." He looked up, and there was genuine anguish in his eyes. "But your teachings say to let go of desire, to release attachment, to be content with what is. How can I do both? How can I be a warrior and also follow the path? Am I supposed to stop training, stop striving, stop caring about excellence? Would that not make me weak? Would that not mean giving up everything I am?" The Buddha looked at him with deep compassion, seeing the real conflict in this young man's heart. "Sit," he said gently. "Let us explore this together." Arjun sat, his body still carrying the tension of unresolved contradiction. "Tell me," the Buddha began, "when you train, when you push yourself to improve, why do you do it?" "To become better," Arjun said immediately. "To master my skills, to win in combat." "Yes, but why do you need to become better? Why do you need to win?" Arjun paused, considering. Because if I am not the best, I am nothing. Because defeat means I am worthless. Because if I stop striving, I will become weak and irrelevant. Because my worth depends on my achievements. "Ah," the Buddha said softly. "Now we are at the truth. You do not train because you love the training. You train because you are terrified of what you would be without your achievements. You do not strive for excellence because excellence itself brings you joy. You strive because you believe your worth is conditional, that you must earn it through victory." Arjun felt exposed, seen in a way that was uncomfortable but undeniable. The Buddha was right. Beneath all his discipline and skill was a deep fear, the fear of being ordinary, of being nothing, of having no value if he could not prove himself through achievement. "This kind of striving," the Buddha continued, "is what I teach you to release. Not the training itself, not the pursuit of excellence, but the desperate clinging to outcomes, the belief that your worth depends on your achievements, the fear that drives you to push beyond wisdom, beyond balance, beyond joy. This desperate striving creates suffering. It makes you a slave to your own ambition. It means you can never rest, never be satisfied, never be at peace, because there is always another battle, another challenge, another way you might fail and prove your unworthiness." The Buddha's voice grew gentler. "But there is another way to be a warrior, another way to train and strive and pursue excellence. And this way does not contradict the teachings of non-attachment. In fact, it fulfills them." Arjun leaned forward, desperately wanting to understand. "Imagine two warriors," the Buddha said. "Both are equally skilled. Both train with the same discipline. Both enter the same competition. From the outside, they look identical, but inside, they are completely different." He held up one hand. "The first warrior, let us call him the attached warrior, trains from fear and need. He needs to win to prove his worth. He is terrified of losing because defeat would mean he is inadequate. When he competes, his mind is not present with the actual combat. It is in the future, in the outcome, desperately grasping for victory. If he wins, he feels temporary relief and pride, but immediately his mind moves to the next challenge, the next test of his worth. If he loses, he is devastated. He spirals into self-doubt and shame. His identity is completely dependent on his performance." The Buddha held up his other hand. "The second warrior, the unattached warrior, trains from love and curiosity. He trains because he genuinely enjoys the process of refinement, of discovering what his body and mind can do. He competes because competition is part of his art, a way to test himself and grow. But his worth is not on the line. When he enters combat, he is completely present. His mind is not in the future grasping for victory. It is here responding to what is actually happening moment by moment. If he wins, he acknowledges it and moves on. If he loses, he learns from it and moves on. His identity is not dependent on outcomes. He is free." The Buddha lowered his hands. "Now tell me, Arjun, which warrior do you think performs better? Which one is more present, more responsive, more capable in the moment of actual combat?" Arjun thought about it. The second one, the unattached warrior, because he is not distracted by fear or desperation. He is fully here, fully engaged with what is actually happening. Exactly, the Buddha said. Non-attachment does not make you weaker. It makes you stronger. It makes you more effective. Because when you are not desperate for a particular outcome, when your worth is not dependent on winning, you are free to respond with complete presence and skill to whatever arises. You are not fighting yourself and your fear while also fighting your opponent. You are simply fighting clearly with full commitment and zero clinging. He stood and gestured for Arjun to stand as well. Let me show you something. Strike me. Arjun looked shocked. Teacher, I cannot. Strike me, the Buddha repeated calmly. Use your training. Attack as if this were real combat. Hesitantly, Arjun assumed a fighting stance. He moved forward with a controlled strike, not full force, but with genuine technique. Before his hand could make contact, the Buddha moved not dramatically, not with great effort, but with a simplicity and economy of motion that was breathtaking. He was simply no longer where Arjun's strike was aimed, and in the same motion, he was in a position where he could have easily countered, though he did not. Again, the Buddha said. Arjun tried again, faster this time, with more commitment. Same result. The Buddha was not where the strike landed. His movement was minimal, effortless, perfectly timed. Do you see? The Buddha asked, returning to stillness. I was not trying to win. I was not trying to prove anything. I was not afraid of being hit. I was simply present, watching you responding to what was actually happening. Because I was not attached to any outcome, because I was not defending my ego or my reputation, I could move with complete freedom. My response was not clouded by fear or desire. It was just response, clean, direct, sufficient. Arjun stood there breathing hard, and he understood. His own strikes had been good technically, but they had carried tension. He had been worried about striking a revered teacher, worried about looking foolish, worried about the outcome. That worry had made him less effective, had created tension in his body and mind that slowed his response and clouded his perception. This is what I mean by non-attachment, the Buddha said, sitting back down. It is not passivity. It is not weakness. It is not giving up. It is the supreme skill of being fully committed to the action while completely unattached to the result. You give everything to the process, to the present moment, to the actual doing of the thing, but you do not need any particular outcome for your worth to be intact. He looked at Arjun intently. You can train harder than you ever have. You can push yourself further. You can strive for mastery with complete dedication, but you can do all of this without the desperate clinging that says, I must win or I am worthless. I must be the best or I am nothing. Wung, that clinging is what I teach you to release. Not the training, not the excellence, just the suffering that comes from making your worth conditional on your performance. Arjun sat back down, slowly absorbing this. So, I can still be a warrior. I can still train and compete and strive for excellence. I just do it from a different place, inside, from freedom rather than from fear. Yes, the Buddha said. And I will tell you something more, you will actually become a better warrior this way. Because right now you are fighting with only part of your capacity. A large portion of your energy is consumed by fear, by the need to prove yourself, by the mental torture of, what if I fail? When you release that burden, when you no longer need victory to feel worthy, all that energy becomes available for the actual task at hand. You become more present, more responsive, more capable. The Buddha's voice softened. This is the warrior's paradox. You must care completely about your practice while not caring at all about the outcome. You must give everything to the process while being utterly detached from results. You must train as if your life depends on it while knowing that your worth does not. Arjun shook his head, still struggling with the apparent contradiction. But how? How do I give everything to something while not caring about the outcome? How do I hold both at once? Through practice, the Buddha said. Through the deliberate cultivation of what I call committed non-attachment. Let me teach you how to practice this both in your training and in your life. He settled into teaching mode, his voice becoming more structured. The practice has 3 elements. First, full presence in the process. When you train, be completely there. Notice every sensation in your body. Feel the precise movement of each strike, each block, each step. Be absorbed in the actual experience of training, not in thoughts about how well you are doing or what the training will lead to. The process itself becomes the point, not a means to an end. Arjun nodded, following. Second, release of identity attachment. Before you train, before you compete, pause and remind yourself my worth is not dependent on this outcome. I am enough whether I win or lose, whether I perform well or poorly. This performance is not a test of my fundamental value as a human being. It is just this training, this competition, this moment. By separating your worth from your performance, you free yourself to perform without the weight of your entire identity hanging in the balance. The Buddha held up 3 fingers. Third, cultivation of equanimity with outcomes. After you train, after you compete, practice meeting whatever result arises with the same mind. If you performed well, you acknowledge it without puffing up with pride. If you performed poorly, you acknowledge it without collapsing into shame. You treat success and failure as information, as feedback, as part of the natural variation of performance, not as evidence of your worth or unworthiness. He lowered his hand. This is committed non-attachment, complete dedication to the process, complete detachment from the outcome, complete equanimity with whatever arises. It sounds paradoxical because you have been taught that caring deeply and being attached are the same thing. But they are not. You can care profoundly about your practice while being completely free from the need for any particular result. Arjun was quiet for a long moment, turning this teaching over in his mind. Finally he spoke. Teacher, I think I understand intellectually, but I do not know how to actually do this. When I am in competition, when the outcome matters, how do I stop my mind from grasping at victory? How do I stop the fear of failure from arising? You do not stop it, the Buddha said gently. Not at first. The fear will arise. The grasping will arise. These are deeply conditioned patterns in your mind, but you can learn to see them arising, and you can choose not to follow them. You can notice, there is fear. There is the mind grasping for victory. And having noticed, you can return your attention to what is actually here, this breath, this movement, this moment, rather than following the fear into imagined futures. He leaned forward. Let me give you a specific practice you can use. Before any training session, before any competition, take a few moments to ground yourself. Close your eyes, take 3 deep breaths, and with each breath, you say something to yourself. The Buddha demonstrated his voice calm and steady. First breath. I commit fully to this process. I will give everything I have to this moment. This is your dedication. This is your commitment to excellence. You are not holding back. You are not being passive. You are all in. Second breath. My worth is not dependent on this outcome. I am enough whether I win or lose. No. This is your reminder that you are already whole, already sufficient. This performance is not a test of your value as a human being. Third breath. I accept whatever happens with equanimity. I will learn from success and failure equally. This is your commitment to meeting reality as it is, rather than demanding it be a particular way. The Buddha opened his eyes. 3 breaths, 3 declarations. This creates the mental framework for committed non-attachment. Then you train or compete with full presence, full commitment, and the freedom that comes from not needing any particular outcome. Arjun tried it right there, closing his eyes and breathing. I commit fully to this process. I will give everything I have to this moment. He felt his warrior's discipline responding to this yes, full commitment that he understood. My worth is not dependent on this outcome. I am enough, whether I win or lose. This one was harder. His mind wanted to argue, but he breathed through the resistance, letting the words settle. I accept whatever happens with equanimity. I will learn from success and failure equally. This too felt challenging. His entire training had been about making success and failure mean different things. Success meant he was worthy, failure meant he was not. But he could feel even in this first attempt how liberating it might be to release that weight. He opened his eyes. This feels different. I feel more grounded somehow, less scattered. Yes, the Buddha said, because you are not splitting your energy between the task and your anxiety about the task. You are simply here with the task fully committed but not desperately attached. This is the warrior's way when it is free from suffering. Over the next weeks, Arjun practiced this teaching. Each morning before his training, he would take the 3 breaths, make the 3 declarations. At first it felt mechanical, almost false. His old patterns were strong. The fear would arise. But what if I lose? What if I am not good enough? The grasping would arise. I need to win this. I need to prove myself. But he practiced seeing these patterns arise and choosing not to follow them. He would notice there is the fear again. There is the grasping. And instead of being carried away by these mental movements, he would return to his breath, return to his body, return to the actual sensation of training. And something remarkable began to happen. His training became more enjoyable. When he was not constantly evaluating his performance against some imagined standard, when he was not torturing himself with comparisons to other warriors, he could actually feel the pleasure of movement, the satisfaction of refinement, the joy of discovering what his body could do. The training itself became the reward, not just a means to some future victory. His performance improved. Without the constant tension of needing to prove himself, without the mental energy consumed by fear and grasping, he was more present, more responsive, more fluid. His movements became cleaner. His reactions became faster. His strategy became clearer. The very non-attachment he had feared would weaken him was actually making him stronger. His resilience increased. When he lost a sparring match, which still happened because he was human and still learning, he did not collapse into the old spiral of shame and self-doubt. He could look at what happened, clearly learn from it, and move on. Loss became information rather than identity. Failure became feedback rather than proof of unworthiness. One day, he competed in a tournament against a warrior who was widely acknowledged as superior. The old Arjun would have approached this match with terror and desperate hope. Terror of the humiliation of losing, desperate hope of the glory of an upset victory. but he practiced his 3 breaths before the match. I commit fully to this process. My worth is not dependent on this outcome. I accept whatever happens with equanimity. And then he fought. Not to win, though he certainly tried to win. Not to prove anything, though he used all his skill. He fought simply to fight, to meet this moment fully, to respond to what this opponent presented, to engage completely with what was actually happening, rather than with his fears about what might happen. He lost. The superior warrior was indeed superior, and the match ended in defeat. And Arjun was fine. Not happy about losing, he still preferred to win. Not indifferent, he still cared about his performance, but fine, intact. His worth had not evaporated with the loss. His identity had not collapsed. He could look at what had happened clearly. His opponent had better footwork, faster reactions, more experience. These were facts, information, things he could learn from. They were not statements about his fundamental value as a human being. He bowed to his opponent with genuine respect. He left the arena with his head high, not in false pride, but in the simple dignity of someone who had given their best and accepted the outcome. And for the first time in his life as a warrior, he felt truly free. Later, he returned to the Buddha to share what he had experienced. "Teacher," he said, "I lost today, badly, against a superior opponent. And I discovered something remarkable. I was more present in that losing fight than I have ever been in any victory, because I was not fighting my own fear while also fighting my opponent. I was just fighting, cleanly, fully, with everything I had. And when I lost cleanly too. No drama, no collapse, just I lost, I learned, I moved forward." The Buddha smiled. This is the warrior's paradox. You become most powerful when you stop needing power to prove your worth. You become most effective when you stop being attached to effectiveness. You become freest when you commit most fully, because your commitment is no longer contaminated by desperate need. He gestured for Arjun to sit. What you have discovered is one of the great secrets of mastery in any field. The people who achieve the highest levels of skill are rarely the ones who are most desperately attached to achievement. They are the ones who fall in love with the process itself, who find joy in the practice, who can play with their art even while taking it seriously. The desperation, the grasping the need to prove these create tension that blocks flow. They create fear that clouds perception. They create suffering that drains energy. The Buddha's voice became more expansive, and this teaching applies not just to warriors, but to everyone in every area of life. The artist who creates from the desperate need to be recognized as a great artist produces strained, self-conscious work. The artist who creates from genuine love, of creating from absorption in the process, from commitment, without attachment to how the work is received, this artist produces work that flows, that has life, that touches people. He continued, the parent who raises children from the desperate need to be seen as a good parent to prove their worth through their children's achievements creates suffering for themselves and their children. The parent who raises children from genuine love, from commitment to the process of nurturing, without attachment to specific outcomes, this parent can be present, can respond wisely, can allow their children to be who they are, rather than demanding they be proof of the parent's worth. Arjun nodded, seeing the pattern. The merchant who works from desperate need for wealth to prove their value suffers and makes poor decisions. The merchant who works from genuine engagement with their craft, committed to excellence, but not attached to riches, finds both better results and more peace. Exactly, the Buddha said. This is the pattern in all domains. Committed non-attachment is not just for warriors. It is the way of living that allows you to engage fully with life while not being destroyed by outcomes. You can care deeply without clinging desperately. You can work diligently without making your worth conditional on results. You can love completely without needing the other person to complete you. He stood and walked to where a young tree grew in the courtyard. Look at this tree. It grows with complete commitment. It reaches toward the sun with every fiber of its being. It extends its roots deep into the earth. It produces leaves, flowers, fruit, all with total dedication to the process of being a tree. But is it attached to outcomes? Does it suffer if a branch breaks in a storm? Does it collapse in shame if its fruit falls and is not eaten? Does it demand recognition for its beauty? The Buddha touched the tree gently. No, it simply grows because growing is what trees do. It flowers because flowering is its nature. It gives fruit because that is its expression. And when winter comes and the leaves fall, it releases them without regret. When spring comes and new growth emerges, it does not congratulate itself on its achievement. It simply continues being what it is fully committed to, the process of living completely unattached to outcomes. He turned back to Arjun. This is how humans can live too when they understand the warrior's paradox. You can be fully committed to your training, your work, your relationships, your creative expressions, giving everything, holding nothing back, while simultaneously being completely free, because your worth is not dependent on any particular result. You are like the tree, fully committed to growing completely unattached to outcomes. Arjun felt something settling deep inside him, a truth that was both simple and profound. So, the path of the warrior and the path of peace are not opposites. They are the same path when understood correctly. Yes, the Buddha said. The warrior's discipline, dedication, and commitment to excellence, these are beautiful qualities. The path does not ask you to abandon them. It asks you to purify them, to practice them without the contamination of ego, without the desperate need to prove worth, without the suffering that comes from making achievement the condition of your peace. He sat back down. Let me teach you one more practice. This one is for after performance, after competition, after any effort where results can be measured. It is called the equanimity review, and it trains you to meet all outcomes with the same mind. Arjun leaned in, ready to learn. After you compete, after you perform, after you complete any significant effort, you sit quietly and you review what happened with 3 specific lenses. First, what actually happened. You look at the bare facts stripped of interpretation. I performed this technique successfully. I failed at this other technique. My opponent did this. I responded that way. Just facts, just information, no judgment. The Buddha held up a second finger. Second, what can I learn? You look at the performance's data as feedback about your current skill level and what areas need development. If you succeeded, what contributed to that success that you can replicate? If you failed, what revealed the gaps in your training that you can now address? You are mining the experience for useful information, not for evidence of your worth or unworthiness. A third finger. Third, what remains unchanged? You remind yourself that regardless of this outcome, your fundamental worth is intact. Your value as a human being did not increase with success or decrease with failure. You are the same person you were before this performance, still whole, still sufficient, still worthy of your own respect and compassion. The outcome was just an outcome. It does not define you. The Buddha lowered his hand. When you practice this equanimity review consistently, you train your mind to separate performance from identity. You train yourself to learn from all experiences without being elevated by success or destroyed by failure. You become resilient, stable, unshakable, not because nothing ever affects you, but because you have learned not to make outcomes mean something about your fundamental worth. Arjun nodded slowly. I can see how this would change everything. Not just in combat, but in all of life. Every interaction, every project, every relationship, I could engage fully while staying free. I could care completely while not being desperate. Yes, the Buddha said, this is the liberation that the warrior's paradox offers. You become more engaged with life, not less, more committed, not less, more passionate about excellence, not less, but you do all of it from a place of inner freedom rather than from a place of desperate need. And that changes everything. He looked at Arjun with great warmth. You came here thinking you had to choose between being a warrior and following the path. But now you see the path does not ask you to give up being a warrior. It asks you to become a true warrior, one who has mastered not just external combat, but the internal battle between fear and freedom, between grasping and grace, between the desperate need to prove worth and the quiet confidence of knowing you are already enough. Arjun bowed deeply, feeling a weight lift that he had carried for so long he had forgotten it was there. Thank you, teacher. I thought non-attachment meant weakness, but now I see it is the highest strength. I thought letting go meant giving up, but now I see it is the path to full engagement. I thought I had to earn my worth through victory, but now I see I can train and compete and strive with complete dedication while resting in the knowledge that I am already whole. Go, the Buddha said, blessing him with a gesture. Train with full commitment, compete with total presence, strive for excellence with complete dedication. But do it all from the freedom of knowing that your worth is not on the line. You are already enough. You have always been enough. And every moment of training, every moment of competition, every moment of effort, these are not attempts to become worthy. They are expressions of the worthiness you already possess. Arjun left with his heart lighter than it had been in years. He had come seeking permission to be both a warrior and a follower of the path. He had received something far greater. He had learned how to be fully human, fully committed to growth and excellence, fully free from the suffering of desperate attachment, fully alive in the paradox of caring completely while needing nothing. You have learned the warrior's paradox, that true power comes from non-attachment, that supreme effort arises from freedom rather than fear, that you can give everything while needing nothing. Yet even with this understanding, a question may linger in the quiet spaces of your mind. What is this freedom actually like? What remains when all the striving, all the grasping, all the desperate need falls away? In the next chapter, you will discover the space between breaths, the gap between thoughts, the stillness that has been here all along beneath the noise of wanting. Rest now and prepare to meet the silence that is not empty, but full of a presence so complete that it needs nothing, seeks nothing, and yet contains everything. Story 9. The space between breaths. A Buddhist tale about mindfulness and presence. In a monastery high in the mountains, there lived a woman named Yashodhara, who had come seeking peace after a life of constant motion. She had been successful by every worldly measure, wealthy, accomplished, admired, but inside, she had felt a restlessness that never ceased. Her mind was always moving, always planning, always reaching for the next thing. Even in moments that should have been peaceful, her thoughts raced ahead or circled back, never simply resting in the present. She had come to the monastery hoping to learn meditation, hoping to quiet her mind, hoping to finally experience the peace that had eluded her despite all her achievements. For months, she practiced diligently. She sat for hours each day, following the instructions she had been given. Watch your breath. Notice your thoughts return to the present moment. But peace did not come. Her mind remained a turbulent river, thoughts flowing ceaselessly one after another without pause. She became frustrated. She was doing everything right, following all the instructions, sitting for longer periods than many of the other practitioners. Why was her mind still so chaotic? Why could she not find the stillness she sought? One day, the monastery's eldest teacher, a woman named Mahapajapati, who rarely spoke, but whose presence carried a profound silence, approached Yashodhara as she sat in obvious agitation after another difficult meditation session. "You are trying too hard," Mahapajapati said simply. Yashodhara felt a flash of defensive anger. But the instructions say to practice diligently, to maintain constant awareness, to never stop watching the mind. How can I try too hard when I am simply following what I have been taught? Mahapajapati smiled gently and sat down beside her. Close your eyes, breathe naturally, and tell me what happens between your breaths. Yashodhara closed her eyes and breathed. In, out, in, out. I breathe in and then I breathe out. What do you mean between exactly there? Mahapajapati said. Between the in-breath and the out-breath, between the out-breath and the next in-breath. There is a pause, is there not? A tiny gap, a moment when you are not breathing in and not breathing out. Yashodhara had never noticed it before, but yes, there it was. After she exhaled, before she inhaled again, there was a fraction of a second when breathing simply stopped. Not forced, not held. Just a natural pause in the rhythm. That space, Mahapajapati said, her voice soft as falling snow, is what you have been seeking. That is peace. That is the stillness beneath all the motion. It has been here all along, occurring thousands of times a day, and you have never noticed it because you are too busy trying to create it. Yashodhara opened her eyes, confused. But that space is so brief, so tiny. How can that be peace? How can that be what I am seeking? Because Mahapajapati said, in that space there is no wanting, no grasping, no movement toward anything or away from anything. There is simply presence, simply being. No thoughts arise in that space, no desires, no fears. It is too brief for the mind to fill it with content, and so it remains pure, untouched, exactly what you are beneath all the motion. She gestured to the valley below them where wind moved through the trees. The wind blows constantly, but between gusts, there are moments of complete stillness. The trees do not have to create these moments. They do not have to try to be still. Stillness is what remains when wind ceases. Peace is the same. It is not something you create through effort. It is what remains when effort ceases. And it is always here in the gaps and the spaces between. Yashodhara sat with this teaching feeling both frustrated and intrigued. But teacher, if peace is only in these tiny gaps between breaths, then I will only experience it for brief flickers. What about the rest of the time? What about all the hours of thinking and wanting and planning? Am I doomed to only taste peace in these microseconds between breaths? Mahapajapati's eyes sparkled with something that might have been amusement. You misunderstand. I am not saying peace exists only in the gap between breaths. I am saying that the gap between breaths reveals the nature of peace. It shows you what has always been here beneath and within all your thoughts and desires and movements. The gap is not the only place peace exists. The gap is a doorway that shows you peace has been here all along, even during the breathing, even during the thinking. You just could not see it because you were so identified with the motion that you could not perceive the stillness that holds it. She picked up a bowl that sat nearby. This bowl can hold water, but what allows it to hold water? Yashodhara looked at the bowl, uncertain where this was going. The shape of it, the material, the emptiness, Mahapajapati said, the space inside the bowl. Without that empty space, the bowl could not hold anything. The usefulness of the bowl depends entirely on what is not there, on the emptiness at its center. Your thoughts, your breaths, your experiences. These are like the water. They come and go, they fill and empty. But what holds them? What is the space in which they all occur? Yashodhara began to see what her teacher was pointing to. Awareness consciousness. Yes, Mahapajapati said, but not consciousness as something you possess. Not awareness as a thing you have or do, but awareness as what you are. You are not the thoughts that come and go. You are not the breaths that rise and fall. You are not the emotions that arise and pass. You are the space in which all of these things occur. You are the emptiness that holds everything. And that emptiness, that awareness is always still, always peaceful, always here. It does not come and go. Only the contents come and go. She set the bowl down. The gap between breaths is valuable because it is so brief that your mind cannot fill it. It reveals the space that is always here but usually overlooked because it is covered by constant mental activity. When you notice the gap, you are noticing what you actually are beneath all the doing and thinking and wanting. Yashodhara felt something shifting in her understanding, like a camera adjusting its focus. So I am not trying to create stillness. I am trying to notice the stillness that is already here. Not even trying, Mahapajapati said. Just noticing. Just seeing. When you try, you are already in motion again. You are already doing. But the peace I am pointing to is not the result of doing. It is what is here when doing stops, even for a fraction of a second. Over the following days, Yashodhara began to practice differently. Instead of trying so hard to quiet her mind, she simply began to notice the gaps, the space between breaths, the space between thoughts, the tiny pauses in the constant stream of mental activity. At first, the gaps seemed impossibly brief. A thought would arise, she would notice it, and before she could fully register that there had been a gap before the thought, another thought had already appeared. Her mind moved so quickly that the spaces seemed almost non-existent. But she persisted in just noticing without trying to make the gaps longer or more frequent. And gradually, something remarkable happened. She began to perceive that the gaps were not as rare as she had thought. Between every thought there was space. Between every breath there was stillness. Between every sound there was silence. The gaps had always been there. She had just never noticed them because she was so focused on the content, the thoughts, the breaths, the sounds. And then she noticed something even more profound. The gaps were not just between things. The gaps were underneath things. The stillness was not just between the waves of thought, it was the ocean in which the waves appeared. The silence was not just between sounds, it was the background against which all sound occurred. One morning, sitting in meditation with this new understanding, Yashodhara had an experience that changed everything. A thought arose. I wonder what time it is. She noticed the thought, and then instead of immediately having another thought about that thought, or moving on to the next thought, she simply rested in the awareness. that had noticed the thought. And in that resting, she discovered what Mahapajapati had been pointing to. There was a vast, spacious awareness that was prior to the thought, during the thought, and after the thought. The thought had appeared in this awareness like a bird flying across the sky. The bird came and went, but the sky remained. The thought came and went, but the awareness remained. And that awareness was not turbulent. It was not restless. It was profoundly still, profoundly peaceful, profoundly complete. For a moment, perhaps several moments, she lost track of time. She rested in that awareness, not doing anything with it, not trying to hold on to it, just being it. Just recognizing this is what I actually am, not the thoughts that come and go, but the awareness in which they appear. And in that recognition, there was peace. Not the peace she had been trying to create, but the peace that had been here all along. Not a special state she had achieved, but the natural state of awareness itself, when it was not caught up in identifying with its contents. When thoughts arose again, and they did almost immediately, she found that something had shifted. She was no longer completely identified with them. She could see them as movements in awareness rather than as what she was. And even though the thoughts were still there, even though her mind was still active, there was now a felt sense of the stillness beneath them. The ocean beneath the waves, the sky behind the birds. She opened her eyes and found Mahapajapati sitting nearby, as if she had been waiting. "You found it," the old teacher said. It was not a question. "I found space," Yashodhara said, struggling to put the experience into words. Stillness, but not as something separate from the motion, as what holds the motion, as what I am beneath all the activity. "Yes," Mahapajapati said, "this is the great discovery. You are not your thoughts. You are not your emotions. You are not your sensations or your desires or your plans. You are the awareness in which all of these things appear. And that awareness is always still, always peaceful, always sufficient. It needs nothing because it already contains everything. It seeks nothing because it is already complete." Yashodhara felt tears on her face, though she was not sad. They were tears of relief, of recognition, of finally coming home after a long journey. "I have been trying so hard to find peace," she said. "And all along, peace was what was trying. Peace was what was seeking. I was looking for what I already was." "Yes," Mahapajapati said softly. "This is the cosmic joke that makes the awakened ones laugh. You are what you seek. The seeker is the sought. The one looking for peace is peace itself, temporarily forgetting its own nature." She moved closer to Yashodhara. "But do not think that one glimpse means the work is done. What you have seen is true. You are awareness. You are the space, you are the stillness beneath all motion. But the pattern of identifying with thoughts, with emotions, with the contents of awareness, this pattern is very old, very strong. It will return. You will forget again and again. You will become lost in the content and forget that you are the space." Yashodhara nodded already, feeling how easily she could slip back into identifying with her thoughts, into believing she was the turbulent mind rather than the peaceful awareness. "This is why we practice," Mahapajapati said. "Not to achieve something we do not have, but to remember what we have temporarily forgotten. Not to become peaceful, but to recognize the peace we already are. Again and again we notice the space. Again and again we return to the awareness beneath the content, until the recognition becomes stable, until we can be aware of awareness even in the midst of activity. She stood and gestured for Yashodhara to walk with her. They walked slowly through the monastery grounds, and Mahapajapati began to teach. I will show you a practice called the between breaths awareness. It is very simple, but it can be practiced anywhere, anytime, in any circumstance. You do not need to be sitting in meditation. You can practice it while walking, while working, while talking to someone, while doing anything at all. They stopped beside a small garden where vegetables grew. The practice has 3 elements. First, notice the gap. As you breathe naturally without controlling your breath, simply notice the tiny pause between the out-breath and the in-breath. Do not try to make the pause longer. Do not hold your breath. Just notice that it is there, a moment of stillness in the rhythm of breathing. Yashodhara breathed and noticed. Yes, there it was, after exhaling before inhaling, a brief suspension, a pause, a gap. Second, recognize the quality of the gap. In that space between breaths, notice that there is no wanting happening, no grasping, no movement toward or away from anything. Thoughts may be occurring, but in the gap itself, there is just stillness, just presence. This is your nature. This is what you are when you are not caught up in the content of experience. Yashodhara breathed again, noticing. It was true. In that tiny gap, there was a quality of complete sufficiency. Nothing was lacking. Nothing needed to be added or taken away. It was whole in itself. Third, expand your awareness. Once you can feel the quality of the gap between breaths, begin to notice that same quality in other gaps, the space between thoughts, the silence between sounds, the stillness between movements. And eventually you begin to notice that the gap is not just between things, it is underneath things, around things, within things. It is the fundamental nature of awareness itself. Mahapajapati knelt and touched a tomato plant. This plant grows in space. It moves through space. It is surrounded by space. But the plant is not the space, and the space is not changed by the plant. The space was here before the plant. It is here during the plant's life, and it will be here after the plant dies. Your thoughts and emotions and experiences are like this plant. They arise in the space of awareness. They move through awareness. They are surrounded by awareness, but they are not awareness, and awareness is not changed by them. Awareness was here before your first thought. It is here during all your thoughts, and it will be here after your last thought. She stood again. When you practice between breaths awareness, you are training yourself to notice the space that holds everything. At first, you notice it in the gaps between breaths, between thoughts. But eventually, you begin to notice it is always here. The space is constant. Only the content changes. They continued walking, and Yashodhara practiced as they moved. Breathe. Notice the gap. Feel the stillness. Recognize it as her nature. Breathe. Notice the gap. Feel the peace. Recognize it as always here. Again and again, gently, without force, just noticing. What you will discover, Mahapajapati said, is that peace is not something that comes and goes. Peace is the background constant of awareness. What comes and goes is your identification with the content, the thoughts, the emotions, the sensations. When you are identified with the content, when you believe you are your thoughts, then you feel turbulent, because thoughts are turbulent. But when you recognize yourself as the space in which thoughts appear, you remain peaceful even when the thoughts are chaotic. The sky does not become stormy just because storm clouds pass through it. She stopped and turned to face Yashodhara directly. This is what the Buddha discovered under the Bodhi tree. Not some special state, not some mystical experience. Just this, the recognition that he was the awareness, not the content, that he was the space, not the storm. That peace was his nature, not something he needed to acquire or achieve. And in that recognition, all seeking stopped. Because what could awareness possibly need? What could the space lack? It is already whole. It is already complete. It already contains everything. Yashodhara felt the truth of this resonating through her entire being. For months she had been trying to quiet her mind, trying to achieve peace, trying to become someone different than she was. But now she saw the peace she sought was what was doing the seeking. The stillness she tried to create was what was trying. She had been like a fish frantically searching for water while swimming in the ocean. "But teacher," she asked, "if I am already peaceful awareness, why do I suffer? Why do I feel restless and dissatisfied and constantly seeking?" "Because you forget," Mahapajapati said simply. "You forget what you are. You become so identified with the content of awareness, with your thoughts, your emotions, your story about yourself, that you lose sight of the awareness itself. It is like becoming so absorbed in watching a movie that you forget you are sitting in a theater. The movie feels completely real, completely overwhelming. But if you just remember to notice the screen, to notice the space in which the movie appears, you remember, oh, this is just images moving across awareness. I am not the movie. I am that which watches." She began walking again. This is why we practice, to remember, again and again. Not to achieve something new, but to return to what we have temporarily forgotten. The between breaths awareness is a tool for remembering. Every time you notice the gap, you are remembering. I am the space, not the content. I am awareness, not the thoughts. I am the stillness, not the storm. They returned to the meditation hall where other practitioners sat in silent practice. Mahapajapati gestured for Yashodhara to sit, and she sat beside her. "Now I want to show you something more subtle," the old teacher whispered. "Close your eyes and notice your thoughts. Do not try to stop them or change them. Just watch them arising and passing." Yashodhara closed her eyes and watched. Thoughts appeared. "I am sitting here. I am listening to the teacher. I wonder if I am doing this right. My knee hurts. I should adjust my posture. But maybe I should stay still. What if..." The stream was constant, relentless. "Now," Mahapajapati said, "notice the space between thoughts. Not forcing a gap, but noticing that even in this stream there are microseconds when one thought has ended and the next has not yet begun. Can you feel those micro gaps?" Yashodhara paid closer attention. At first, the thoughts seemed continuous, an unbroken stream. But as she looked more carefully, she could detect tiny spaces. A thought would complete "my knee hurts," and there would be an imperceptible pause before the next thought arose. "I should adjust." The gap was almost too brief to notice, but it was there. "Yes," Mahapajapati said, sensing Yashodhara's recognition. "Now here is the profound part, that space between thoughts, that awareness that notices the gap. Is it disturbed by the thoughts? Is it agitated? Is it seeking anything?" Yashodhara checked. The thoughts were turbulent, constantly moving, jumping from one thing to another. But the awareness that watched them was still, completely still. The thoughts moved through awareness like clouds through sky, but the awareness itself was not moving, not disturbed, not seeking. "This is the key," Mahapajapati said. "Awareness is always peaceful, always still, always sufficient. The turbulence is in the content, not in the awareness. You have been identifying with the content, with the thoughts, the emotions, the sensations, and so you have felt turbulent. But you are not the content, you are the awareness, and awareness is inherently peaceful. She let this settle for a moment before continuing. What you are discovering is not new, it is ancient. Every true spiritual teaching points to this same recognition: you are not what you think you are. You think you are a person with a mind that needs to be quieted, a self that needs to be improved, a seeker who needs to find peace. But actually, you are the awareness in which all of that appears. The person, the mind, the seeker, these are just concepts appearing in awareness. They are not what you fundamentally are. Yashodhara kept her eyes closed, resting in this recognition. It felt true in a way that nothing else ever had. Not as a belief or a concept, but as direct experience. She was the space. She was the awareness. She was the stillness that held everything. This is what the Buddha meant. Mahapajapati continued softly. When he spoke of the unconditioned, the unborn, the deathless, awareness is not born, it does not come into being. It is not conditioned, it is not created by causes. It does not die, it cannot cease to exist. Your body was born and will die. Your thoughts arise and cease. Your emotions come and go. But the awareness in which all of this appears, this was never born and will never die. It is what you actually are beneath and beyond all the changing phenomena. She paused, then added, and here is the beautiful paradox. This awareness that you are discovering is not yours. It is not personal. It is not Yashodhara's awareness as opposed to someone else's awareness. It is awareness itself, impersonal, universal. The same awareness looks out through every pair of eyes. The same space holds every person's thoughts. In discovering what you truly are, you discover what everyone truly is. Separation is an illusion created by identifying with the contents with this particular body, this particular history, this particular mind. But in the space itself, there is no separation. There is only awareness appearing as all things. Yashodhara felt something vast opening inside her, or perhaps she was opening into something vast. The sense of being a separate, isolated individual began to feel less solid, less true. If she was awareness, and awareness was not personal, then what did that mean about the boundaries she had always felt between herself and others? Mahapajapati seemed to sense her question. Do not try to understand this with your mind. The mind cannot grasp what is prior to mind. Just rest in the recognition. Just be the space. Let the implications reveal themselves slowly over time. For now, it is enough to know you are not who you thought you were. You are not the anxious seeker. You are the peaceful awareness in which the seeker appears. They sat together in silence for a long time. Yashodhara practiced noticing the gaps, noticing the space, noticing the awareness that held everything. Sometimes she would get lost in thoughts, again would forget, and become identified with the content. But more and more frequently, she could catch herself, could remember, oh, I am not these thoughts. I am what notices the thoughts. I am the space, not the storm. Eventually, Mahapajapati spoke again. This practice of noticing the space between breaths, between thoughts, between experiences, this is not the end. It is the beginning. At first, you notice the space only in gaps, only in pauses. But as you continue to practice, as the recognition deepens, you begin to notice the space is always here. Even when your mind is active, even when you are engaged in conversation or work, there is a background awareness that remains still, that remains peaceful, that is never disturbed by what appears in it. She looked at Yashodhara with great warmth. You came here seeking peace. You thought peace was something you needed. To create something, You needed to achieve through effort. But now you are beginning to see peace is what you are. Not something you have or do not have, but what you fundamentally are beneath all the noise and motion. And this recognition is the beginning of true freedom. Because if you are already peace, already awareness, already complete, then what do you need? What are you lacking? What could you possibly be seeking? Yashodhara opened her eyes, and they were bright with tears and recognition. Nothing. I need nothing. I am lacking nothing. All the seeking was based on a misunderstanding of what I am. Yes, Mahapajapati said. And yet the seeking does not immediately stop. The pattern is old and deep. You will forget this recognition many times. You will become lost in the content again, will identify with thoughts and emotions, will feel like a separate person seeking peace rather than recognizing yourself as peace itself. This is natural. This is part of the process. She stood, indicating that their session was ending. So you practice. Every day, many times a day, you notice the space between breaths. You remind yourself of what you actually are. You return to awareness when you have become lost in content. And slowly, gradually, the recognition becomes more stable. You forget less often. You remember more quickly, until eventually the recognition becomes your constant companion, and you live from awareness rather than from identification with thoughts and emotions. Yashodhara bowed deeply. Thank you, teacher. You have shown me what I have been overlooking all along. I have shown you nothing, Mahapajapati said with a smile. I have only pointed to what was always here. You did the seeing, and now you must continue the practice of seeing, of remembering, of returning to the space between breaths where peace has always lived. You have discovered now the space between breaths, the stillness beneath the noise, the awareness that holds all experience without being touched by it. You understand that what you seek is what is seeking, that peace is not achieved, but recognize that you are not the storm, but the sky through which storms pass. Yet one question remains, perhaps the most important question of all. If all of this is true, if you are already home, already complete, already free, then why does it not feel that way? Why do you still forget? Why do you still suffer? The final chapter will bring you full circle, will show you that the journey has not been away from home, but toward the recognition that you never left. Rest now in the space between these words, in the silence between these teachings, and prepare to discover that every step of seeking has been the path of return. The final story, Coming Home. A Buddhist tale about inner peace and awakening. There was once a man who spent his entire life searching for the perfect place to live. His name was Sumedha, and from his earliest memories, he felt a restlessness, a sense that he was not where he belonged. Wherever he was, he looked toward the horizon and thought, surely somewhere beyond there is a place where I will finally feel at home, a place where I will finally be at peace. So he traveled. Year after year, decade after decade, he wandered the world. He sought the perfect climate, the perfect landscape, the perfect community. He climbed mountains, crossed deserts, sailed oceans. He lived in bustling cities and remote villages. He tried the east and the west, the north and the south. Each place seemed promising at first. Each place whispered, here, perhaps here, you will find what you are looking for. But always, after some time, the restlessness would return. The flaw would appear. The climate was too hot or too cold. The landscape was too harsh or too tame. The people were too busy or too quiet. And Sumedha would pack his belongings once more and set off for the next place, certain that this time finally he would arrive at home. The years accumulated, his body aged, his resources dwindled. He had seen more of the world than most people could imagine, had experienced more places and cultures and ways of living than seemed possible in one lifetime. And yet he was no closer to home than when he had started. The restlessness remained. The sense of not quite right persisted. The feeling that home was somewhere else, always somewhere else, never here. Finally, exhausted and nearly at the end of his life, Sumedha found himself back in the village where he had been born. He had not planned to return. In fact, he had avoided this place for decades, certain that if home was not there in his youth, it would not be there now. But circumstances, or perhaps something deeper than circumstance, brought him back. He walked the familiar roads, saw the familiar buildings, breathed the familiar air, and he felt nothing special. This was not home. This was just another place, no better or worse than the hundreds of other places he had lived. He sat down on a stone at the edge of the village, feeling the weight of his life's futile search pressing down on him. And then in that moment of complete exhaustion, in that moment when all seeking finally collapsed under its own impossible weight, something shifted. He looked at the landscape before him, the same landscape he had rejected as inadequate when he was young. The same hills and trees and paths he had dismissed as too ordinary, too familiar, too insufficient to contain the extraordinary feeling of home he sought. And for the first time in his entire life, he was not comparing this place to some imagined perfect place. He was not measuring it against his fantasy of what home should feel like. He was not looking through it to somewhere else. He was simply here. And in that simple being here, without the overlay of seeking, without the constant judgment of not enough, without the restless reaching for something else, he felt it. Home. Not as a place, but as a way of being. Not as something he had found, but as something he had finally stopped looking away from. Home had always been here. Not in this village specifically, but in this moment, in this breath, in this simple act of being present without wanting to be somewhere else. Home was not a location to discover. It was a recognition. It was the natural state that arose when seeking ceased. Sumedha began to cry deep, wrenching sobs that came from the very center of his being. He cried for all the years spent looking elsewhere. He cried for all the moments of beauty he had missed because he was busy scanning for something better. He cried for all the connections he had failed to make because he was already planning his departure. He cried for the simple, devastating truth he had been home all along, and he had spent his entire life running away from it. An old woman who lived in the village saw him crying on the stone and came to sit beside him. She did not ask what was wrong. She did not try to comfort him with words. She simply sat with him, her presence steady and warm, until his tears began to subside. Finally, when Sumedha could speak, he said, "I have spent my entire life searching for home, and I just realized I never left." The old woman nodded slowly. Yes, most people spend their lives the same way, not always traveling physically as you did, but traveling in their minds, always somewhere else, always in the past or the future, always believing that home is somewhere other than here, sometime other than now, some version of themselves other than who they actually are. She looked at him with eyes that held a depth. He recognized the depth of someone who had made the same discovery he was making now. "Tell me, in all your travels, in all the places you lived, were there ever moments when you felt at home?" Sumedha thought back through the decades, and yes, there had been moments. Brief, fleeting moments when he had forgotten to be dissatisfied, when he had been so absorbed in something, a conversation, a sunset, a task that engaged him completely, that the restlessness had temporarily disappeared. In those moments, wherever he was, had felt like exactly where he needed to be. Yes, he said, but they never lasted. The feeling would come and then go, and I would think that feeling, that sense of being home, I need to find a place where I feel that way all the time. And so I would leave seeking a place where that feeling would be permanent. And what do those moments have in common? The old woman asked. The moments when you felt at home, Sumedha considered. In those moments, I was not seeking. I was not comparing. I was not wishing to be somewhere else. I was just present, fully here, fully engaged with what was actually happening. Yes, the old woman said. So home is not a place at all, is it? It is a quality of attention. It is what happens when you stop seeking and simply arrive in this moment exactly as it is. You have been carrying home with you everywhere you went. You were just too busy looking for it to notice it was already here. She stood slowly, her old bones creaking. Come, walk with me. Let me show you something. Or they walked through the village, and the old woman, whose name Sumedha learned was Sundari, began to point things out. See this tree? You must have passed it 1,000 times as a child, and again today when you returned. But have you ever really seen it? Have you ever stopped and looked at how its branches reach in all directions? How the light filters through its leaves? How it stands here season after season, completely at home in itself, never wishing to be a different tree in a different place? Sumedha looked at the tree, really looked at it, and felt something open in his chest. The tree was not seeking. The tree was not comparing itself to other trees. The tree was simply being what it was, where it was. And in that being, it was completely at home. They walked further, and Sundari gestured to a house where children were playing. Hear their laughter. They are here now, absorbed in their game. They are not thinking about whether this is the best place to play, whether there might be a better game somewhere else. They are home in this moment. They know how to do what you have forgotten. She stopped and turned to face him. We are born knowing how to be home. Children do not seek home, they are home everywhere they are, because they have not yet learned to split their attention between what is and what might be. But then, we are taught to seek. We are taught that happiness is somewhere else, that fulfillment comes from achieving something we do not yet have, that we must constantly strive and improve and become something other than what we are. And in that teaching, we lose home. We create the seeker, and the seeker by definition is not home. The seeker is always on the way, always approaching, never arriving. Sumedha felt the truth of this in his bones. The moment he had become a seeker, the moment he had decided that home was something to find rather than something to be, he had exiled himself. Not from any place, but from the present moment, from reality itself. But I have learned something in my old age. Sundari continued, her eyes bright. The seeker and the seeking serve a purpose. You had to seek. You had to search the world, exhaust every possibility, try every path. Because only through the seeking, only through the exhaustion of seeking, could you discover what I am about to tell you. The seeking itself is the obstacle. The seeker is what keeps you from home. Not because home is far away, but because home is so close, it is here, it is now. It is what you are, that the very act of seeking takes you away from it. She sat down on a bench and Sumedha sat beside her. This is the final teaching, she said. The teaching that brings everything full circle. You are not a person who needs to find home. You are home temporarily identified as a seeker. You are not someone on a journey toward peace. You are peace temporarily lost in the story of seeking. You are not separate from what you seek. You are what you seek, playing the game of hide and seek with yourself. Sumedha felt dizzy with the implications. So all the teachings I have learned about desire, about letting go, about seeing clearly, what were they for? If I'm already home, why did I need to learn anything? Because, Sundari said gently, you had forgotten. You were so identified with being a seeker that you could not simply be told, you are already home. You would not have believed it. You would have thought, no, I am clearly not home because I do not feel at home. So the teachings were necessary, not to take you somewhere, but to help you see what was preventing you from recognizing that you had never left. She held up one finger. The teaching about desire showed you that your seeking was causing your suffering, that you were looking for fulfillment in external things that could never fulfill you. A second finger. The teaching about projection showed you that much of what you chased was not real. You were painting fantasies onto reality and then suffering when reality did not match the fantasy. A third finger. The teaching about empty boats showed you that you were taking everything personally, creating suffering from things that had nothing to do with you. A fourth finger. The teaching about enough showed you that you had been overlooking the sufficiency that was already here, always here, waiting to be noticed. A fifth finger. The teaching about the warrior's paradox showed you that you could engage fully with life without needing outcomes to validate your worth. She lowered her hand and looked at him with infinite patience. And the teaching about the space between breaths showed you that beneath all the seeking, beneath all the thoughts and emotions and stories, there is a still awareness that has never moved, never sought, never needed anything. That awareness is what you are, and that awareness has always been home. Sumedha sat quietly, feeling all the teachings he had received over the years settling into a coherent whole. Each one had been necessary. Each one had removed a layer of misunderstanding, a veil of illusion, not to create something new, but to reveal what had always been here. So the journey was not toward home, he said slowly. The journey was the process of removing everything that obscured the recognition that I was already home. Yes, Sundari said. You are like a person who has been wearing layers and layers of clothing, so many layers that you have forgotten what your body feels like. Each teaching removed a layer. The teaching about desire removed one layer. The teaching about projection removed another. Layer by layer, teaching by teaching, the coverings have been peeling away. And now finally, you are beginning to feel yourself directly, to recognize what you actually are beneath all the coverings. She smiled. And what you are discovering is not a person who has arrived somewhere. What you are discovering is that you are the home itself. You are not in awareness, you are awareness. You are not in the present moment, you are presence itself. You are not trying to get home. You are the destination that all seeking points toward. Sumedha closed his eyes and felt into this. Was it true? Was he home right now, in this moment, in this ordinary village, sitting on this ordinary bench with this old woman he had just met? He checked inside himself for the restlessness that had driven him for decades. It was gone, not suppressed, not overcome through effort, but simply absent. And in its absence, there was a quality of profound okayness, of being exactly where he needed to be, exactly who he needed to be, in exactly the moment he needed to be in. Yes, he whispered, I am home. Yes, Sundari agreed. And you have always been home. But now you know it. Now you recognize it. And that recognition changes everything, even though nothing has changed. She stood and helped him to his feet. Come, let me show you the practice that will help you remember this when you forget, and you will forget many times. The pattern of seeking is old and deep. It will not disappear completely just because you have had this recognition, but you can practice remembering. You can practice returning. They walked to a quiet spot at the edge of the village, a small grove where sunlight filtered through leaves in patterns of gold and shadow. Sundari gestured for him to sit. This practice is called the homecoming ritual, she said, settling down beside him. It is very simple. You can do it anytime, anywhere, whenever you notice that you have left home in your mind. Whenever you notice that you are seeking again, dissatisfied, again, restless, again. She closed her eyes, demonstrating. First you stop. Whatever you are doing, whatever you are thinking, you simply pause. You stop the forward motion of seeking, even if just for a moment. Sumedha closed his eyes and stopped. The habit of his mind was to be moving towards something, planning the next thing, reaching for something different. But he let that motion cease, just for this moment. Second, Sundari continued, you take 3 conscious breaths, not controlling them, just noticing them. And with each breath, you acknowledge something that is actually true right now. She breathed audibly slowly. First breath, I am alive. Right now, in this moment, I am breathing. This is not in the past or the future. This is happening now. Whatever else is uncertain, this is true. I am alive. Sumedha breathed and felt the truth of it. Yes, alive, here, now. Second breath, I am aware. There is consciousness here experiencing this moment. Whatever I am not, this is true. There is awareness present, and I am that awareness. Sumedha breathed again and felt into the awareness that was noticing his breath, noticing the sounds around him, noticing his own presence. Yes, aware, conscious, here. Third breath. This is enough. This moment exactly as it is sufficient. I do not need it to be different to be at peace. I do not need to be different to be home. This right here, right now is enough. Sumedha breathed the third breath and tears came again. Because it was true. This moment sitting in this grove with this old woman in his worn body in this ordinary village was enough. Not because it was perfect, not because it matched some ideal, but because it was real, because it was here, because it was home. This is the homecoming ritual, Sundari said, opening her eyes. 3 breaths, 3 acknowledgements. I am alive. I am aware. This is enough. And in those 3 breaths, you return home. You remember what you are, where you are, what has always been true. She placed her hand over her heart. You will forget. You will become lost in thoughts about the past or future. You will become dissatisfied with the present. You will start seeking again. This is natural. This is human. But now you have a practice for returning. Now you know the way home. And each time you practice, each time you return, the path becomes more familiar. The homecoming becomes easier, until eventually you forget less often. You remember more quickly, and you begin to live from home rather than from seeking. Sumedha practiced the ritual again, wanting to anchor it in his body, in his memory. Stop. Breathe. I am alive. Breathe. I am aware. Breathe. This is enough. Yes. Home. Here. Now. They sat together in silence for a long time, just being present in the grove. Birds called. Wind moved through leaves. The afternoon light slowly changed. And Sumedha was not wishing to be anywhere else. He was not thinking about where he might go next. He was simply here, aware of being here at home, in the simple fact of existence. Finally, as the sun began to lower toward the horizon, Sundari spoke again. Let me tell you something about the rest of your life. Now that you have come home, now that you have recognized what you are and where you are, you might think the journey is over. You might think you will never seek again, never feel restless again, never wish to be somewhere else. But this is not realistic. You are human. The old patterns will return. The seeking will arise again. She looked at him with great compassion. But there is a difference now. Before you were seeking home. Now when seeking arises, you will recognize it more quickly. You will notice, there I go, leaving home again in my mind. And you will have the practice of returning. You will know the way back. The seeking will not carry you away for as long. The forgetting will not last as many days or weeks or years. You will return more quickly, more often, until the returning becomes as natural as breathing. Sundari continued, her voice taking on a quality of benediction. And here is what your life will look like. From this understanding, you will still have goals. You will still create and build and pursue things. But you will do it from home rather than from exile. You will work not to arrive at some future moment when you can finally rest, but from the rest that is already here. You will love not to complete yourself, but from the completeness you already are. You will learn and grow not because you are insufficient, but because growth is the natural expression of life. Everything you do will have a different flavor, lighter, freer, more joyful, because you are no longer doing it to escape from here or to become someone else. You are doing it from here as the expression of who you already are. She smiled. You will still have preferences. You will still desire some things and wish to avoid others. But the desperate quality of desire will be gone. You will want things without needing them. You will work toward goals without your worth depending on achieving them. You will engage fully with life while remaining fundamentally at peace because you know that whatever happens, you are already home. Nothing external can take that away from you. Nothing external gave it to you in the first place. Sumedha felt a question forming. But what about suffering? What about pain and loss and difficulty? Does coming home mean those things no longer hurt? No, Sundari said firmly. Coming home does not make you immune to pain. You still have a body that can hurt. You still have a heart that can grieve. You will still experience loss and disappointment and the full range of human difficulty. But, and this is crucial, you will not add the second arrow. You will not create suffering on top of pain by resisting it, by believing it means something is wrong with you, by demanding that reality be different than it is. She picked up a leaf that had fallen nearby. When autumn comes and leaves fall, the tree does not suffer. It does not tell itself stories about how it should have held onto the leaves longer, how other trees have more leaves, how falling leaves means it is failing. The tree simply releases. It experiences the natural process of change without resistance. And in spring, when new leaves emerge, the tree does not congratulate itself on its achievement. It simply continues being what it is. She let the leaf fall from her hand. This is how you can live when you know you are home. You experience what arises, pleasure and pain, gain and loss, success and failure, without making it mean something about whether you are home or not. You are always home. The circumstances change, but your fundamental okayness does not depend on circumstances. This is freedom. Not freedom from difficulty, but freedom within difficulty. Freedom that remains regardless of what is happening. The sun was setting now, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. Sumedha watched it with eyes that saw differently than they had that morning. This was not a sunset to be captured or compared or used to prove something. It was simply a sunset happening now, complete in itself, and he was here to witness it, not as a separate observer, but as part of the same existence that was creating the sunset, the same awareness that was looking out through his eyes and through the eyes of every being. "There is one more thing I want to tell you," Sundari said, her voice soft in the fading light. "The recognition you have had today that you are home, that you have always been home, this is both personal and universal. You, Sumeda, have come home. But in coming home, you have also discovered what every human being is seeking, whether they know it or not. Everyone is looking for home. Everyone is seeking to return to the peace and belonging and completeness that you have just recognized. They are just looking in the wrong direction, seeking it in external things, rather than recognizing it as their nature." She looked at him intently. "So your homecoming is not just for you. In some mysterious way, when one person comes home, it makes it easier for others to come home. Your recognition creates a ripple, a possibility, a reminder that home is not far away, that it can be found or rather recognized at any moment by anyone who is willing to stop seeking and simply see what is already here." Sumeda felt the weight and the gift of this. He had thought his journey was solitary, personal, relevant only to his own suffering and seeking. But now he understood that in finding his way home, he had also found the way that all beings could come home. The path was the same for everyone. Stop seeking, see clearly, recognize what you already are. "What should I do now?" he asked. "Should I teach? Should I help others find their way home?" "Only if it arises naturally," Sundari said. "You do not need to do anything in particular. You do not need to become a teacher or a guide. Simply living from home is itself a teaching. Simply being at peace in a world of seekers is itself a reminder that peace is possible. If teaching arises, if guiding others arises, you will know. It will be natural, organic, not forced, but it is not required. Your homecoming is complete in itself. You do not need to prove it or demonstrate it or use it to achieve something else." She stood slowly, and Sumeda stood with her. "Come, let me show you where you can stay at least for tonight. Tomorrow you will decide what comes next. But for tonight you are home. Rest in that. Let it settle into your bones. Let yourself feel what it is to be here without the constant background noise of seeking." They walked back to the village, and Sundari showed him to a small room where he could sleep. "Remember the homecoming ritual," she said as she prepared to leave. "Whenever you forget, whenever the seeking returns, whenever you find yourself lost in the past or future, or in the story of not enough stop, breathe, return. I am alive. I am aware. This is enough. 3 breaths, and you are home again." She paused at the door. "And know this, you have not failed when you forget. Forgetting is part of the human experience. The practice is not to never forget. The practice is to remember more quickly, more often, to make the return journey shorter each time. Until eventually, even when you forget, there is part of you that remembers. Even when you are lost, you carry home with you." She left, and Sumeda sat alone in the simple room. He practiced the homecoming ritual once more. Stop. Breathe. I am alive, yes, breathing, heart-beating awareness present. I am aware, yes, consciousness here, knowing this moment. This is enough, yes, this simple room, this aging body, this quiet evening. Enough. Complete. Home. He lay down to sleep, and for the first time in decades perhaps, for the first time in his entire life, he felt no need to be anywhere else. The restlessness was gone. Not suppressed, not overcome, but simply unnecessary, because he was already where he needed to be, He was already who he needed to be. He was already home. His last thought before sleep took him was a simple recognition: the journey that had taken him around the world had actually been a journey inward. Every place he had sought was a reflection of the peace he carried within him, but could not recognize. Every moment of seeking had been a moment of turning away from the home that was here all along. And now, finally, he had turned around. He had stopped looking away. He had come home. And in that homecoming, everything was the same, and everything was different. The world had not changed. His body had not changed. His circumstances had not changed. But he had changed, or rather he had recognized what he had always been beneath the disguise of the seeker. He was not a person seeking home. He was home itself, temporarily playing the role of the seeker, temporarily lost in the game of seeking. But the game was over now. The seeking had exhausted itself. The seeker had dissolved, and what remained was simply this presence awareness, peace. Not as something achieved, but as something recognized. Not as something new, but as something ancient, eternal, always here. He was home. He had always been home, and now finally he knew it. As the first light of dawn filters through your window, or as the darkness holds you in its gentle embrace, you come to the end of these teachings. But endings are also beginnings. You have traveled through desire and fear, through projection and seeking, through the endless ways the mind creates suffering from the raw material of existence. You have learned that peace is not something to achieve, but something to recognize, not a distant destination, but the ground you have been standing on all along. The merchant discovered that his restless chasing brought no satisfaction, and in seeing his hunger clearly, he found the first taste of enough. The young monk learned that even enlightenment can become another object of desire, another way of not being home. The travelers and farmers and warriors all discovered the same truth in different forms. Suffering is optional, created by the stories we tell more than by the circumstances we face. And now you know the deepest secret: you are not broken and in need of fixing. You are not insufficient and in need of completion. You are already whole, already home, already the peace you seek. Everything you have learned in these teachings has not added anything to you. It has only removed the obscurations, the layers of misunderstanding that kept you from recognizing what was always here. So what now you will forget. You will become lost in seeking again. The old patterns will return, but now you have the map. Now you know the way home, and each time you forget, you can practice remembering. Each time you leave, you can practice returning. Stop. Breathe. I am alive. Breathe. I am aware. Breathe. This is enough. 3 breaths, and you are home. May you rest in the home you never left. May you see the garden you are already standing in. May you recognize yourself as the peace you seek. May you live from the awareness that has always been here, watching the whole show with gentle, compassionate presence. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the teachings of desire, letting go, and coming home to yourself. We hope these stories have touched something deep within you, a recognition, a remembering, a gentle return to the peace you have always been. If these teachings resonated with you, please consider subscribing to Buddhist Insights Journey and sharing this video with someone who might need to hear these words tonight. Your support helps us continue bringing ancient wisdom to modern hearts. Remember, you are already home. You have always been home. The journey is simply the practice of remembering. Until we meet again, may you rest in the awareness that wants nothing, lacks nothing, and is already complete. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for walking this path with us. Peace be with you.